And good morning from a very, very sunny Snetterton. The wind has picked up a bit today, but we are in for some red-hot action as we did yesterday. We had the Fun Cup 4-hour endurance, which was the highlight of yesterday's racing, and I joined Scott Woodwis in the commentary box to commentate on a very exciting conclusion for that. But today we have got a jam-packed schedule full of races from the likes of the Audi TTs, the Hickford Construction MG Metros joins us once again for their second round this season. We've got Club Sport Trophy. We've also got our first race of the day, which is the 500 Owners Club. I don't know about you, but I'm quite excited about this. There's some top-level tin-top motorsport and single-make formulas as well. And talking about formulas, we've also got the National Formula 4 Championship. Although not bulked up with the numbers, the racing was absolutely red-hot. Very exciting. The Orange Army are just setting up behind us, and hopefully setting up in the commentary box for the day is a certain Mr. Scott Woodwis, who's going to take you through the first race of the day, which is for the 500 Owners Club Association. So it's time to hand over to the commentary box and to Mr. Scott Woodwis.
Thank you very much, Rob, and good morning, everybody. Rise and shine. It is round about just past, coming up to 20 to 10 in the morning here on another very sunny race day here at Snetterton. Yes, Scott Woodwis here in the box. Thank you to Rob for his work so far this weekend. I'm sure he'll continue to be splendid as ever down towards the Parc Fermé with the top three interviews. We've got our first race of the day coming up. As Rob said, it is for the wonderful 500 Owners Association Circuit Racing Championship. If you didn't catch this race yesterday, I urge you to stick around and watch this, because this is pretty much vintage Formula 3 cars all the way back from the 1940s and the 1950s onwards. This essentially is the genesis of what we now know as Formula 3, and it's also cars which essentially form the genesis of what we now know as the British Racing and Sports Car Club, because for a tiny bit of a history lesson, when the club first started, it was known as the 500 Club, but it organised races for 500cc Formula 3 cars, essentially, and it was through races and hill climbs. Then throughout the next few years, it got known as the Half Litre Club, and it became the BRSCC in around about the 1950s, and ever since then, the club has stuck with that name. But the cars that you see here essentially are great. They're lots of great period cars. They've been lovely put together, lovely maintained. Some of them all full originals. They've all been, if they had been rebuilt, they have been rebuilt, or just at least restored back to how they would have been back in the good old days, in the glory days of this particular form of racing. And the spectacle they put on yesterday, while they were a bit spread out in some points, the actual spectacle, just as watching the cars go around and hearing them and smelling the castor oil that's coming from these cars as well, they're a magnificent sight and sound. There's something that should really help you wake up this morning if you're still either nursing a bit of a hangover, or if you're simply just wanting to get your Sunday's worth of motorsport underway. There's a lot of motorsport here this weekend, of course, including in particular a certain couple of rather big races, one in the south of France apparently around some street circuit, and one that's going in some circle in Indiana in the USA apparently, two rather big races. Apparently they're quite prestigious, but we'll wait and see. But I'm sure that it could be just as prestigious here at Snetterton. I joke, of course. It's, of course, Monaco Grand Prix and Indy 500 weekends. Of course, lots of motorsport to keep you occupied, and including here at Snetterton with a bumper entry full of club motorsport. As Rob said, we've not just got the 500 Owners Association. There's also a repeat of yesterday's non-endurance timetable. I say non-endurance because, as Rob mentioned, we had an excellent 4-hour Fun Cup Endurance Championship race that was won by Team Olympian. They started from the back of the grid, but that wasn't the entire story. I urge you to go through the race and actually watch it back in its entirety if you can, because it was pretty thrilling from start to finish. It kept the unpredictability factor pretty high. And then, of course, we've got more sprint action from yesterday from some of the formula that raced on Saturday. We've got the likes of the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, the new Audi TT Cup Racing Series, the National Formula 4s are out here as well. And, of course, we've got racing that's coming in today, including the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup, the BRSCC Evolution Trophy, which features the Cook Sport Renault Cup, the Classic VW Cup and Classic TT Cup, and the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV Trophy. And we also have on top of that a 45-minute SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy race coming up as well. So here come the 500 Association Circuit Racing Championship cars. As you can see, they look absolutely spectacular. They are old school Formula 3 cars of all different shapes and sizes. And here is the grid based on the results from yesterday. So it's Andrew Turner who took a dominant race win yesterday in his Cooper Mark 9, who starts on pole. Alongside him is the star rider Darrell Woods. It's then going to be Simon Dedman and his Erskine Star Ride starts third alongside the Cooper Mark 10 of James Wilson. Richard Kelly in his Cooper Mark 5 starts alongside Andy Rayner in his Keft CK54. Then it's Mike Fowler and Javier Kingsland in their Cooper and Star Rides respectively on the fourth row of the grid. Wright Stewart in his Cooper Mark 11 comes next from Jonathan Morris in the Way. And then we have Jonathan Chisholm and Chaz Reynolds on the sixth row of the grid, and that then is then followed by Jonathan Chisholm and Chaz Reynolds. Simon Hughes then comes next alongside Gordon Russell. And then the couple of cars which didn't set a time in qualifying, which will start towards the back, including Richard Fuller and Douglas McClay. Douglas McClay sadly didn't take the start of yesterday's race because he pulled off just before the race start on this rolling lap, and fortunately he wasn't able to complete a racing lap due in that respect. So as they make their way around on the formation lap, as I say, the 500 Owners Association has been around for, I think, as long as you can think about these cars have been racing, really, ever since they've had some wonderful history, some wonderful drivers that have come through and raced these cars. If you think about the history of racing in this category of racing, you can think of the likes of Sir Stirling Moss and Peter Collins, and even a certain Bernie Eccleston has raced some of these cars back in his fledgling and short racing career before he started to take the reins of first Brabham and then the entire Formula One World Championship. So there's a few notable names that have come through this category, and as I mentioned, this essentially is formed the genesis of what we now know as Formula 3, and this is very, very much, these are cars which are some nearly 80 to plus years old in many cases, and they are wonderful to see. People have been looking after them so well, and great to see such an enthusiastic group of people with these cars, the 500 Owners Association, and they really do keep these cars in fantastic condition. You can see also that some of them look a bit more like traditional old school single-seaters, where their driver is more sat right towards the middle of the car, and there are some which have the driver sat a lot more further forward. The best car I can compare them to, there's a good example there, car 69, which is Gordon Russell's car. There are some cars that look a little bit like proper old school 1930s Grand Prix cars. The best car I can really describe is the old school Auto Unions, when you used to see those in the pictures when the driver sat quite far forward in the chassis and had a huge engine and gearbox all sat in the back of the car. So all the weight distribution was mainly mostly towards the rear, and I guess the driver was more pushed towards the front in order to accommodate what were massive engines in those days, but also as well to give a bit more weight distribution towards the front, because if all the weight's on the rear, it might have caused a bit of understeer and tried to help these cars slide and push around a little bit more. So Andrew Turner then was quite a dominant victor yesterday. If we look back at the result, he won by 27.2 seconds. So that was quite an astonishing victory for him, and it was then a further 10 seconds back behind Darrell Woods in the second place with Simon Dedman in the Erskine Star Ride. That for me is my favourite race car name of the moment right now, the Erskine Star Ride. That's pretty magnificent, I have to say. So that's good work from all of them involved to get that one going. So the cars then form up on their 2x2 formation. Look at that, already in very neat 2x2 formation on their rolling starts. This is really, really well behaved from the 500 Owners Association. Nicely in formation on the back straight. And I'm certain, both here watching on the stream, but also those of you watching around on the live stream here this weekend on YouTube, I'm sure you're in for quite a treat. Again, if you watched them yesterday, you'll certainly appreciate they're going to put on quite the fantastic spectacle here today as well. So they make their way around through Brundle and Nelson into the complex. And as in any typical rolling start, the cars will move off when the red lights go out. I think we're possibly missing, sadly, Darrell Woods, because there was a gap on the front row of the grid, and I wondered why Andrew Turner was on his own. Sadly, it looks as though that we don't have Darrell Woods starting from the front row of the grid, unfortunately. So it's Andrew Turner on his own on the front row, alongside, and then it's the second row should have Simon Dedman in that dark blue Erskine Star Ride, and the 31 of Mike Cooper in his Cooper Norton Mark V. So the cars make their way back around through Coram, and this should be quite a unique race. This is proper old school single-seater style racing. You can see that the majority of the grid is dominated by Coopers, but of course there are other manufacturers such as Star Rides, Erskine Star Rides, Kefts. There's a Martin in there as well, Gordon Russell's car, the Way and the Arno as well. A few different chassis makers, but Cooper seemed to be the chassis builder of the day when it came to old school Formula 3 cars. They make their way out of Murray's Corner. They'll form up once again in that 2x2 formation. Andrew Turner on his own on pole position will get the best possible chance to sprint away from the field like he did yesterday. They come up towards the line. And then, of course, you watch for the red light. The little red light just at the top of the marshal's post, right on the start and finish line. Watch for that when it goes out. The red lights will go out, and the first race of the day here at Snetterton for BRSCC is underway, and the 500 Owners Association Circuit Racing Championship is go here for race number 2, and it's a glorious noise. All these cars powered by old-school bike engines. So as they make their way down towards turn 1 for the first time, it's going to be Andrew Turner who turns his way and leans into the corner as he takes the right-hander at Ritchie's for the first time. And as they make their way up towards Wilson, it was a clean start also for Simon Dedman in the Erskine Star Ride, and Mike Fowler also up there in 4th position. So into the hairpin they go. There is Woods. The rest of the pack coming through. They're trying to pick out who that might be. I think it is the 31 car that's made a good start there. If not, it might be actually Andy Rayners in one of the red cars further back. See 92 and 33 scrapping. That's Richard Fuller and Jonathan Morris. Richard Fuller in the yellow and blue Cooper, and it's the 33 the way of Jonathan Morris. He's also had a strong start from the back of the grid. So out of the left-hander at Palmer and down towards the hairpin at Agostini for the first time, and Simon Dedman trying to give chase now onto the back of the Cooper in the lead. And there's 98's gone through. That's a good start for James Wilson. He's up to 4th now, so everyone pretty much thinking just where they were in terms of positions for the moment. They'll start to have a bit of a scrap in a second. There's 92 going through the hairpin. That's still Richard Fuller, still trying to hold off Jonathan Morris as they come out of the hairpin. And now the short straight towards Oggies. So out towards the end of the infield section here at Snetterton. They'll get their first proper chance to stretch their legs down the Bentley Straight in a moment's time. As we just follow the cars as they make their way through. And then here come the leaders. This is the scrap for 2nd and 3rd. So we can see that Mike Fowler is keeping to the wheel tracks of Simon Dedman. He's got a little bit of a toe as they go down towards the Brundon Nelson section. Just moving out to have a look there is Fowler, trying to see if he can put himself into any kind of position to try and get an undercut here, as Dedman looks a little wide on the exit through Nelson. Also trying to chase after Miss James Wilson. That's in him with the Cooper Mark 10. And challenging there for 2nd place was Mike Fowler in the Cooper Norton Mark 5. Further back we've got 30 and 92. 30 in that rather unique looking Chris Reynolds, the Keft CK53. And some more battles going further back. Another car's dropped back a little further, I think. That's possibly, is that the 59 of Javier Kingsland? It might well be. He's dropped a couple of positions back. Not as far up as he would like to be. So it's a 15-minute race. And you can see here already that Simon Dedman coming under a little bit of pressure on this opening lap from both Mike Fowler and James Wilson. But as it was yesterday, it's Andrew Turner who has got quite a commanding lead of several seconds already. And I think if I remember in the interview yesterday, it was his first proper weekend driving the car. So for somebody who hasn't really properly driven this car before, he's certainly taken to it like the proverbial duck to water. See, just peeking out there. Fowler was having a look, and Wilson's not too far away either. Now they make their way up towards the hairpin again to see if there's a possible change of position on in a few moments' time. So down the short straight once again comes Andrew Turner. Again, was the commanding force yesterday. And the great thing is when he drives it, look how far he leans into the corner. That was one of the fantastic parts of watching him drive that car yesterday, was the way he leans into the corner so much. It's almost like a bike he turns in. There are some drivers who lead in just a little bit more, not as much as Andrew, but they do lead into the corner trying to help the weight distribution to turn in. But you see there, another one of the cars in the mix there, that's the... that's Javier Kingsland in the 59, just proper leaning as if they're in a sidecar or on a bike. It's brilliant to watch. And I have to say, yesterday I was watching these cars, it was almost like I was smiling the whole time through, because there's just something about these cars that I've got. They're quite charming, and they're quite fun to watch, just to watch them go around. They're quite a novelty in the best possible way, of course. I mean that, because we don't often see these cars, particularly on BRSCC race weekends, and of course them being a little bit of these cars forming a little bit of part of the history of the club. It's good to see that, almost in a small way, going back to its roots, watching these cars battling. Now, there's a bit of change for 2nd, because it looks as though I think we've had Mike Fowler's got through, and James Wilson now was also challenging Simon Dedman for that position. So let's see if he's got anything in the tank here left to try and chase after 2nd place. He'll be pushing as hard as he physically can. Out of the sequence they go. There's Javier Kingsland in the 59. He's in his Star Ride F3. He's been chased down by, looks like, Wright Stewart in his Cooper Mark 11. More battles further back as they turn out through Nelson. That's 92. Possibly, I thought he was struggling a tiny bit. He was a bit wavered through Nelson. But that's the 92 of Richard Fuller in his Cooper Mark 8. So just watching the cars further back. This is the Kift number. The pit straight now towards the end of another lap. This is on to lap number 3. And to give you an idea just how commanding Andrew Turner's pace is, his first proper flying lap was a 2 minutes 37.440, and even on that lap he was 4.2 seconds quicker at least than everyone else in the pack, which is pretty astonishing. So one of the cars has had pulled off the road, I'm afraid. We've lost a couple of cars. We've lost the 94 Douglas McLeod, looks like didn't either make the first lap or make the start, sadly. We've also lost the number 18 that's come off the road, and number 18 is of John Chisholm. And now we've also sadly seen, I think, as well, I'll go back to my timing screen, a couple more cars not going through, they've actually disappeared off the timing screen. So we've still got 13 cars left running in this second 500 Owners Association race. And there's the 92 car still circulating around. And so as they continue to circulate here, there it is, Andrew Turner leaning his way into the complex as he continues to extend his advantage here at Snetterton. He looks back and thinks, right, well, where is everybody? And by the time he looks back again, they appear back into view here at Brundle and Nelson. It's still, by the looks of it, the 31 of Mike Fowler being chased down by the car behind car 31. Oh, sorry, 98 of James Wilson. So the Simon Dedman Erskine Star Riders dropped back to 4th position. They make their way onto the pit straight again to start another lap. So Turner still leads. His last lap was a 2:38.445. Here comes the next part. Guys, cars in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And they've turned in personal best, but they've dropped back a little by another sort of 2.7 seconds. Still Fowler in 2nd place, Wilson in 3rd, Dedman holding station in 4th in the Erskine. Then it's the number 3 that's moved up to 5th position. It's Andy Rayner, started 6th, he's up 1 position to 5th, but 5th place now. That's strong stuff from him. We've still got the 64 of Richard Kelly, that's in the Cooper Mark 5. And then the rest of the field will come through across the line to complete another lap. It should be Javier Kingsland, and Kingsland has dropped a couple of spots back down to 11th, or it hasn't actually come through yet. So we've still got the 92 car that's been slowly creeping up the order, and I fear unless he's had a spin or a mechanical issue somewhere, we may have lost Javier Kingsland because he's hasn't come through yet on the timing screen. Still showing his drop down to 12th. And yeah, and the Cooper Mark 8 of Hughes has also gone past 2, so I think we might have possibly seen Javier Kingsland's car fall by the wayside, unless he's about to make his way up the pit straight. But here, this is the 64 car, Richard Kelly, being chased after Wright Stewart and his number 16. And again, you see just the example of how they lean all the way through the corners. And you can tell that these cars are made in a different era as well, because you can see the level of the way in which the car drivers almost sit, technically in some of the cases, almost on top of the cars in some cases, because they're quite sort of low, sort of single-seater low sort of side protection on them. It really just shows the different period and a different time that these cars ran in back in the day, in the 40s and 50s. Andrew Turner turns his way back in towards the complex of Brundle and Nelson. Again, full lean as he turns through the right-hander. They're watching these cars when they were qualifying yesterday, and they are very quick on the gear shift as well. They're quite quick to change gear. Now, possible change on for second, as up the inside looks the 98 of James Wilson. That was a move done on Mike Fowler. They're still going wheel to wheel. Over the curb goes the 31, but the Cooper Norton Mark 5 gives out to the Cooper Mark 10. And a change of position for second place. Up into second place goes the 98 of James Wilson. Here comes Wright Stewart, as he now continues to try and pursue the 64 of Richard Kelly. Richard Kelly started back in 5th position. Kelly at the moment running in 6th. again, the car that really has been making a lot of moves up the order so far is the number 92 car. That's the 92 of Richard Fuller, and he started at the back of the grid in 15th, and he's now worked his way all the way up to 8th. So that's a decent drive from him in the Cooper Mark 8. Turner puts in a 2:39, so he's not quite on his fastest lap pace. And now the last lap was for a personal best. That was for the 98 of James Wilson. So Wilson's now hasn't reduced the gap. He's running at the same pace. He's done a personal best, but his personal best lap is the same as the lap time which effectively Andrew Turner's just put in. There's the 92 that's been steadily moving up the order. That's Richard Fuller. Fuller in his Cooper Mark 8 is making some progress. So Turner still leads the way in P1, 13.9 seconds ahead of Wilson in second place in his Cooper. It's Cooper's first to third. The Erskine star rider Simon Dedman currently sits in fourth position. Andy Rayner's Keft is now in fifth position. Richard Kelly sixth. Wright Stewart seventh place. It's then Richard Fuller in eighth as we see him go through the right-hander at Ritchie's. And then ninth and 10th for the it was for the Keft and also for Russell in the 69, but he's dropped a couple of places. He's dropped behind now Reynolds in the Keft in number 30 and also the number 33 of Morris. And Russell now comes through, but he's lost 2 spots and had a bit of a slow lap by the looks of it. Had a spin or something that's initially cut out on him because his last lap was a 3 minutes 8 seconds. There is the Martin 500 F3. So car 69 of Gordon Russell still powering along. And I think we're going to get this and potentially one more lap, I think, to round off the weekend for the 500 Owners Association Circuit Racing Championship. I'm sure that many, if they are racing fans themselves, will stick around. I'm sure many of you will too, to check out the rest of the action coming up. We can have a short break after this race because we've got 2 qualifying sessions coming up. One for the BRSEC Evolution Trophy and then another for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup, and then we'll be straight back into the racing action. I believe our next race after that will be the second race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup, which it will be, and the rest of the morning's action we will see Audi TT Cup racing once again for their second race. National Formula Ford will be out for their second race, and then we in terms of the broadcast, take an ever so slightly earlier lunch break, so to speak, because we'll have qualifying for the Club Sport Trophy, and then it will be set to be an hour's lunch break on schedule. And then we're straight into racing pretty much all the way through the rest of the afternoon with Evolution Trophy, the MG Metro Cup, more racing from the Compact Cup, TT Cup, Formula Fords, and Evolution Trophy at MG Metros again. And we finish off the day with the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy. But we see here the 500 Owners Association cars still working their way through. That's Simon Dedman. I think he's being slightly caught now by the number 3 of Andy Rayner, and both of them are also being closed down as well in the closing stages here by the car in 6th position, which is Richard Kelly in the Cooper Mark 5. So there could be an imminent change for 4th if the Keft of Andy Rayner and car number 3, the red car, which is the second car in this group, has anything left in the tank here to try and get himself past in the last lap. They've got onto the last lap now. The leader has taken the last lap board. This is lap number 6. And his pace, I reckon he's simply not pushing the car ultimately too hard. He's simply just running as fast as he needs to maintain the gap to the cars behind. Seeing their car 30 still circulating. That's another one of the Kefts in the field. That's the car of Chaz Reynolds. His Keft. I'm sure somewhere on Facebook, I think he has a possible relation to Adam Reynolds, who races in the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup. So you could see a slight BRSEC championship sort of family connection, so to speak. Now then, possible change on for 4th here, because here comes Andy Rayner having a look up the inside. Well, it perceptively looked like he was having a peek up the inside, but Dedman has got track position, and they've both been caught rapidly by the hard-charging Richard Kelly. He's now with the Cooper trying to give himself alongside Rayner. They're also looking across at each other saying, are you coming past me? Are you next to me? What's happening? What's going on? They're all looking around at each other thinking, what's the next move here, boys? But they're still staying in position, 4th, 5th and 6th as it was. Still 3 different chassis makes as well. The Erskine Star Ride, the dark blue car Simon Dedman, the red Keft of Andy Rayner and Richard Kelly's Cooper. But it's this car that again has been absolutely dominant all the way through since from qualifying, and then particularly now in both of the races. And Andrew Turner once again in fine classic F3 single-seater style leans his way through the complex. And you see here the 98 of James Wilson, who's managed to break free and has pulled away nicely from third place man Fowler in his Cooper Norton Mark IV. And here comes that scrap for fourth. It looks to me as if Deben's going to have enough here to hold off both Rayner and Kelly, but Kelly's looking more as if he's in position to pass Rayner than Rayner is to pass Dedman. But we'll come back to that in a second, because this man is going to kick off the circuit part of the 500 Owners Association in very fine style. The checker flag is already waving on the pit straight. It's going to be a double race domination for Andrew Turner and the Cooper Mark 9 as he picks up 2 from 2 in the 500 Owners Association Circuit Racing Championship here at Snetterton. A fine drive once again from him. And it looks like he backed off his pace a little bit to ensure he gets to the checker flag without any drama. Second place goes to the Cooper Mark 10. So congratulations to car 98 James Wilson. And it'll be Mike Fowler in third place to round off the top 3 in his Cooper Norton. Now, there's a possible charge for fourth here, or for fifth, because Simon Deppen will come to the line in fourth. It's going to be a drag race between Andy Rayner and Richard Kelly. Keft versus Cooper. What car will get to the line first? Side by side to the line. And Andy Rayner will just beat Richard Kelly. And he does so only by 0.126 of a second at the end. So even for 4th, 5th and 6th, they're still pushing hard. And again, as always, the drivers waving to the marshals. A big thank you to all the marshals, to all of our officials, volunteers, everyone that's giving up their time to make sure this weekend can happen as smoothly as possible. We genuinely couldn't do it without you. And rightfully so, the drivers slowing down to show their appreciation to the marshals for all the hard work that they're doing, have done this weekend, and of course will do continue this weekend for today, and of course for the rest of the season. So Andrew Turner will be, I was about to say a slightly lonely for attendee in Parc Fermé, but thankfully the cars in second and third have caught him up on the slow down lap, and so they will all come in together, and Rob Lewis will be down there to have a chat. And I think he's also going to have a look at some of the ergonomics and the anatomy of an old school 500cc F3 car, so we'll allow him to do that as we go into our quick sort of morning break here on the broadcast, where we have our 2 qualifying sessions for the Evolution Trophy and the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. There's a few more cars just towards the rear of the field are still coming across the line to take the checkered flag. Chaz Reynolds has not come through yet in car 30. You see that the 69 of Russell has come through just there, taking the checkered flag. And it's either going to be Reynolds or Hughes next. Which car comes through next? It is Hughes, in fact. So Reynolds has disappeared possibly on the final lap. We've also lost Javier Kingsland as well. So his star ride has also came to a stop in the last couple of laps, which is a shame. But with the rest of the field that's still running coming through, looks like I think every car we've able to set the checker flag has done. And so here's the result from race number 2 of the 500 Owners Association Circuit Racing Championship race here at Snetterton. Andrew Turner takes the victory from James Wilson in second place, then Mike Fowler, Simon Dedman and Andy Rayner round out the top 5. Richard Kelly then in 6th from Wright Stewart, Richard Fuller, Jonathan Morris and Gordon Russell. And then Simon Hughes is the last of the cars who's come across the line to hit the checkered flag. And we also lost Chaz Reynolds and Javier Kingsland as well. Right, down for our first top 3 of the weekend, of the day in fact, down to Rob Lewis to have a chat for our top 3 from that second 500 Owners Association race. He's down in Parc Fermé.
Well, I just want to show these 3 drivers off, resplendent after a wonderful race there. I'll come to the winner first, Andrew Turner. Andrew, you had a great race yesterday. It's your dad's old car. Another fantastic win today. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't be any better, really. Great drag. It's brilliant.
And for the rest of this year, what are your plans? Just keep on going?
Yeah, we're going to try to. We've got another couple of races in this country at Brands and Lyddon. We're going to try and get to them if we can, but just bought a house, so might have to be put on the back burner at the moment, so we'll see.
It's the old adage, say, you can't race a house, but you can live in the race car, but, you know, we'll
go. That's right, yeah, that's right. So, yeah, we'll try to be there anyway.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations there on a superb win, and we've got second place. That's James Wilson, car number 98. We didn't see you really yesterday on the podium, but great result today. You've sort of climbed the ranks. How do you feel?
Yeah, ecstatic, really brilliant. Just tried to sort of keep smooth, keep on going, not making mistakes, and I can't catch the winner unfortunately because he's way better than me. But yeah, absolutely loved it. Brilliant.
What is it about racing these cars?
I think it's just it's something different. It's a bit more of a raw experience. You're quite exposed. The cars slide around a lot. The brakes aren't particularly good, so you've got to really stamp on them. Just completely different to a normal race car. So they're just lots of fun. Yeah, lots of fun to drive. Brilliant.
Loads of fun. Well, congratulations on a superb second place there. And we go to our third place driver, Mike Fowler. Mike, third place, back on the podium.
Yeah.
Brilliant job.
Yeah, really enjoyed that. I'm sort of finding my way around this 300 circuit now, so I was a bit lost yesterday, but yeah, no, great race.
It must be quite unique to race on the 300 circuit, because I certainly wouldn't have raced on it in period.
No, absolutely, yeah, there's a lot more turns than I remember, but no, good.
Fantastic.
Just looking forward to Zandvoort in 2 weeks now, so have another go there.
A little European adventure.
Absolutely, and thanks for the BRSCC for having us here. We've really enjoyed it, and you booked the weather as well, so all good.
Well, I know they did try and book it in advance, and it looks like it has turned out. I mean, what is it about these cars in particular to race?
They're just different. I saw them when I was probably about 12 at Alton Park and thought, do you know what, one day I'd like one of those, and I've got about 4 now, so and they're just great fun, lovely bunch of people, everybody gets on, everybody will help anyone out, which is what it's all about.
Well, so your car here, number 31, do you mind if we take a look around that? I kind of want to give the viewers here a bit of a look. Jeremy's just having a look at the winner, but the car here that finished in 3rd place, so talk us through a bit about what makes these cars tick. How do they come together?
Putting them together properly always helps. A good strong engine, and the main thing for me is a half decent connection between the seat and the steering wheel always helps.
So the engines themselves, 500cc bike engines?
Yeah, 500cc. This is a twin cam double knocker Manx engine. People are using Japs. Andy's got a Jap in today. Other people use Triumphs.
Obviously Norton on car number 98.
Yeah, that's the same engine as this, but this is a long stroke engine where that's a short stroke engine, so it revs a lot more, but you just pick that up with the gearing and differently and all the rest of it.
So tubular chassis, obviously, as in period, leaf spring suspension?
Leaf spring, all as in period. Norton gearboxes, most of the cars use Norton gearboxes, various varieties. They're really simple, lovely little cars, and dare I say it, almost affordable racing.
Almost affordable historic racing. That's the thing as well, because the budgets these days for historic racing, they do go on the rise, but this really is at the affordable end of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you could buy, you know, a half decent car for reasonable money now, spend a bit of time on it and have some fun. Obviously they're all run on methanol, not petrol, but no, really good. Anyone who wants to talk about it, come and find us in the paddock. We're always willing and welcome to help people.
Fantastic. Well, yes, great result there. I mean, again, this is just a pure example of historic racing that can be done with the right budget. You know, no motor racing is cheap, as they say, but it's pretty close to it, and to race one of these cars, I mean, Scott can attest they were having some great fun out there, and it's great to have the 500 Association with us this weekend. But that concludes their race. Thank you very much for letting us walk around the car. Now, we have got a bit of a break coming up, so we've got 2 qualifying sessions coming up for the Metros, and some of the other formulas are racing just for today. So we're going to take a bit of a break. We are due back on the live stream at about 10 to 11, so don't forget, keep the live stream on in the background. If you're doing bits around the house, if you're having a bit of a lazy Sunday, don't forget, keep the live stream on in the background, and we'll be back on air at about 10 to 11 for some top racing action. Stay tuned. And welcome back to a very sunny Snetterton circuit. The 1 minute boards are out, and as you can see behind us, we've got a clear track that's ready to be filled up with some Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup cars. Now, yesterday we had the guest driver on pole position, Ian House, that managed to get it on pole, convert that to a race win, and he'll be looking to do that for the 2 races later on today. We were hoping to get some cars on the grid behind me, but at the moment, as it stands, we've got 3 races to come. So we've got the BMW Compact Cup, we've got National Formula 4, we've got Audi TTs, which is going to be the race after this. We've also got a small matter of the 45-minute race with the BRSCC SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy to sort out. We've already had a wonderful race with the 500 Association. And we've also got the arrival of the Evolution Trophy, which is a mixture of series, including the likes of the Cook Sport Renault Cup. We've got Classic VW Cup, the Classic Audi TTs, lots of series that kind of want to get started. So they'll be out also in the Evolution Trophy later on this afternoon. However, it's nearly time to get some cars on the grid. As you can see, they're just coming out now. So in perfect time, we can hand over to our commentary man, which is Scott Woodwis, who should be able to take you through the grid for this first race of this part of the live stream, and that is the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup.
Thank you very much, Rob, and good to get racing back underway after our little intermission there from our 2 qualifying sessions that we've just had for the Evolution Trophy and the MG Metro Cup. But we are now about to get racing back underway here on this very sunny Sunday at Snetterton, and it is race 2 of the weekend coming up for the brilliant Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. And after yesterday's great race, that man right there on pole position for race number 2, he is there courtesy of winning race 1 yesterday, Ian Howes, at his home circuit. Certainly entertained his local fans no end with that victory. As Rob said, he is a guest this weekend, so last year's vice champion not scoring any points towards the 2023 tally, and that meant it was essentially the points win, shall we say, to Matt Milson instead, who picked up the victory that time. It was not in his first podium, but technically in terms of points, it's his first win, which is excellent to see. So the cars themselves then lined up and ready to go. We'll go to the grid just shortly. Of course, the grid's set by the result of race 1 yesterday. So we'll see how this one plays out. And here is the grid. In fact, Ian Howes will start, of course, by courtesy of his win yesterday on pole alongside Matt Milson along the front row of the grid. It's then going to be Gareth Clayton and Dale Werton on the second row of the grid, ahead of Rudy McMillan and Ross Stoner on row 3. He was also yesterday's Masters winner. Jim Barrett and Oliver Fowler, who came as the weekend's second in points after his couple of second places at Brands Hatch, starts back in 8th. And it's Matt Flowers and Tom Middleton who round out the top 10 for our second BMW Compact Cup race of the weekend. Up to row 6, Mike Doble, father of now British touring car racer Mikey Doble, last year's BMW Compact Cup champion. He starts on row 6 alongside Jonathan Williams. And it's Russ Cager and Chris McGinley, who is also on the grid, making one of his first appearances of the year, so welcome to him for the grid. Back to row 8, we see Peter Smith and John Robinson on the 8th row, 15th and 16th. Then that's then followed by row 9, where we see Matt Kendall and Max Noble, then followed by Rod Langham, another of our 2 guest drivers on the grid here, alongside Tim Seaford. And then we've got Gregor Pry, who didn't finish the race yesterday after the race had to be red flagged at the first start after, I believe it was a 3-wide incident that saw him bounce off the barriers exiting Wilson. And he starts back in 21st on the grid, and Joseph Doble starts all the way at the back of the grid in 22nd place for reasons I know not. So I think he was the driver that didn't make it out yesterday. So I think we did have 21 cars race yesterday. Joseph Doble, I think, was the one car that we missed on the grid. So the cars make their way off onto the formation lap, weaving their way from side to side to try and get some heat up into the tyres, get the tyre pressures up as well, and also get some work into the brakes as well to warm them up as much as possible. So going into the weekend, it's going to be quite a fascinating occasion. I was talking with the Championship coordinator Clive Brookson last night at dinner, and he was talking about the fact that this season, now that we've had the likes of Mikey Doble move on, and also drivers like Ian Howes isn't doing a full season, or he's just running as a couple of guests this year. We haven't got drivers like Stephen Daly back in the Championship and others that have moved on. This year's Compact Cup really is very unpredictable. We've already had 6 different drivers on the podium this season. We've had, for the first 2 races, it was the same 3 drivers of Guy Davis, who's not here this weekend. He's actually in Monaco, helping as part of the Carlin Formula 2 team. So best of luck to them this weekend over in the south of France, over on the coast in Monte Carlo. We've also, of course, we had Oliver Fallow, who picked up 2 second places, and Rudy McMillan, who picked up his 2 first Compact Cup podiums with 3rd. And then yesterday, of course, we had Ian Howes taking victory with Matt Milson 2nd and Gareth Claydon in 3rd place there. So 6 different drivers from the first 3 races on the podium. Just shows how competitive it really is this year. And it really is a year where, looking at the field, there's not really a definitive favourite. I mean, yes, you could look at somebody like Oliver Fallow, who has been quick enough to race against and beat the likes of Stephen Daly. He gave Guy Davis the run around at Brands Hatch in the first 2 races, but he struggled in qualifying and couldn't really get out of the traffic yesterday, which is why he starts back down in 8th on the grid. Not the best qualifying for Oliver, but he's going to try and work his way back up the order if he can in this second race. You've also got the drivers in there too who've been getting stronger and stronger. Gareth Claydon, of course, is part of the Claydon family that have raced in this championship. His brother Reese, who's just been out in qualifying for the MG Metro Cup because he's changed from a rear-wheel drive hot hatch to a front-wheel drive for this season. So Gareth's using all the tricks of the trade there. Other drivers who've been getting stronger a little bit. Matt Milson's looking strong this season so far. So is Del Worton. So is Ross Stoner, who's been getting up there as one of the fastest Masters drivers. And so too also Jim Barrett. He's been putting in some good performances too. And you can't count out the Dobles either. Mike Doble Sr., of course, father of now last year's champion and British touring car racer Mikey Doble, and Joseph Doble, who now is the youngest of the 3. He's also on the grid too. And Mikey is actually here this weekend, the 2022 champion. He is here purely in a support role to help work on and work with both Mike Sr. and Joseph to make that a little bit quicker. But Joseph's got some work to do. He'll be one to watch for from 22nd on the grid after not getting out yesterday. So he'll be wanting to get himself as high up the grid as he possibly can, working through the order. And we see one of the KC Motorsport cars there just to the left of the screen that went out of shot. That was car 31. Peter Smith, KC Motorsport, of course, the squad which took Stephen Daly to 5 consecutive BMW Compact Cup titles. Of course, Stephen, I think, taking a sabbatical from racing because he's had a lovely baby daughter, which him and his partner gave birth to. So congratulations to them. And so as they now make their way around on the formation lap again, weaving side to side. I was saying an irony that they were weaving from side to side to put some heat into the tyres. It's not really a warm-up lap as such because it's plenty warm enough here at Snetterton. It's not quite as bright blue skies as it was yesterday, but it's still very clear. It's still wisps of cloud in the air. There's a nice bit of breeze. It's what I like to call perfect weather conditions for motorsport. And there's thankfully, hopefully, some good spectators up around the various viewing points here at Snetterton. It's quite a flat circuit, so some of the high viewing points, particularly around the likes of Agostini, on the exit of Palmer's, down towards the complex of Brundle and Nelson. There's lots of different spots that you can view around the circuit. And I'm certain, as they usually tend to do, the Compact Cup will put on quite a fine spectacle here at Snetterton. It's quite a cost-effective championship to get involved into as well. I know that in some cases you can find a donor car for this championship in order to start building one for as little as, believe it or not, about £500. But I suspect the fact that the compacts have become quite popular race cars in the last sort of 10, 15 years or so, that you've got to pick up one second hand to use the donor car. Maybe they might be a little bit more expensive than you might have first thought. But if you can find a good deal, you can find yourself a good car. And in terms of good cars that you could get for sale, I mean, a good race-ready BMW Compact Cup car could be as little as somewhere around upwards of £6,000, £7,000, £8,000. So it's actually quite cost effective to get involved in this championship. Always welcoming brand new cars. Of course, it's quite a fine, good little rear-wheel drive car to get yourself used to kind of rear-wheel drive tin-top racing. Most of the tin-top championships that you find these days are mostly front-wheel drives because it's more similar to touring cars. But good to see the BMWs keeping to the rear-wheel drive routes and certainly serving up plenty of fun here at this in this particular race weekend. So after Snetterton, they go to Donington Park in a few weeks' time. They go to Knockhill in Scotland as well, so keep an eye out for that. We've also got Cadwell Park, Croft, and another Snetterton visit once again to round off the season. So plenty of different circuits that the championship will visit. And I'm certain that we'll see, hopefully, Guy Davis back after he's finished his Monaco Formula 2 duties. Because he certainly, if he's in the mix, can score some good points. Might be someone who can get quite high up in the championship. But at the moment, it looks relatively unpredictable. But we'll wait and see if Ian Howes, who not scoring points, of course, see if he can go ahead and at least take the bragging rights for victory in race number 2. So the green flag we've flown at the back any second now. The 5-second board about to be shown. Then watching for the red lights now on the top of the gantry. If you want to see the red lights, there's a little light on top of the marshal's post there. Once that goes red, that's the red lights in front of the grid to show that we're all going on. The revs are starting to rise now. Red lights going on any second. And when they go out, they go on now. Let's see if Ian Howes can win the sprint down towards Ritchie's corner for the first time in race number 2 for BMW Compact Cup. They're underway. It's a clean start from Howes in pole position. Everyone gets away smoothly as they head down, make the charge down towards turn 1. And it is the blue and red car of number 27, Ian Howes, will sweep across to the racing line and take the lead in towards the first corner. Side by side between Milson and Gareth Claydon. Couple of bits of locking up from some of the drivers towards the front of the top 10 as they turn their way in. And everyone appears to be getting through, minding their P's and Q's. Nice work, everyone so far. Ian Howes trying to get a couple of car lengths into Wilson for the first time, but it's Howes that leads Milson up to second place, running wide. I think it possibly was Jonathan Williams, I think. Or Matt, it might have been Matt Wilkins. One of the cars in the mid-pack, one of the white cars in the mid-pack was running wide. Russ Cage also slipping backwards after a less than satisfactory exit from Wilson Hairpin. So, Howes leads, Milson second place. Up there, I think, is Del Werter in third or fourth. One car very wide on the background. That might be Chris McGinley, I think, actually, for a very sideways riding cowboy over the grass. He'll find the track eventually as they go 2 and 3 abreast, piling into the hairpin at Agostini. Thankfully not into each other. There's Matt Flowers and Jim Barrett going wheel to wheel, exiting the Agostini hairpin. A little bit of a tiny little friendly tap there as Barrett tries to take the outside line. Everyone else, again, keeping it nice and steady, nice and calm. There's Thomas Middleton chasing after 73. So 73 is that's Jonathan Williams. I think he was the car that was going a little slowly, went wide on the exit of Wilson Hairpin. I think the car that went way too deep into the exit of Palmer was Chris McGinley, so he was like a bucking bronco, sort of sideways all over the place on the grass, but thankfully managed to get it going again. So onto the Bentley straight for the first time. Now these Bimmers start to really stretch their legs, these 1.9 engines. And it is still Ian Howes who leads the way. Still Gareth Clayton keeping close attention. He's just looking around for second place. A big lock-up, the huge lock-up from Ian Howes. I thought for a second that was an engine blower for a second, but it wasn't. It was a massive lock-up on the inside left from Ian Howes. That will certainly flat spot that Nankang to Kingdom Come. Del Werter in fourth. Good start for Rudy McMillan into fifth position. The rest of the pack goes streaming through. Back and just running a little wide there was 42, Rod Langham, one of our other guest drivers in the field, alongside Ian Howes. And also at the back you can see Joseph Doble in car number 11. He's trying to make up a couple of places from starting at the back of the grid. So let's see what Ian Howes can do here. Can he start to pull away, or has that huge lock-up started to affect his tyres a little bit? There's Ross Stoner in sixth. Ollie Fowler hasn't moved out any further than seventh place yet. And Mike Doble Senior, still just hovering around the bottom of the top 10. So up to the end of lap number 1 then in this second BMW Compact Cup race. It's still Ian Howes that leads then. For Matt Milson in second place, Gareth Clayton in third, Dale Werton sits in fourth place, fifth is now McMillan, sixth is Stoner. So the top 6 literally as they were on the grid. Biggest mover in the field has actually been Jonathan Williams. No, in fact, no, it's not. It's Max Noble, in fact. Max Noble started 18th on the grid, up 5 places already from where he started into 13th. So impressive stuff from the 23 car, Max Noble. Diving up the inside for third place there was Dale Werton in the 14. The orange car trying to pull himself alongside Gareth Clayton. Now it's a battle of gear changes. Who can shift fastest to get down towards Palmer, first of all? And Werton just has his nose in front. He's going to dare to go round the outside here. Clayton will stick it on the inside line. He's got it's technically his corner, but of course Gareth has to give him room because he is fully alongside. And I think Werton just about has his nose in front, then wheel to wheel, literally door handle to door handle. They're kissing wing mirrors down towards Agostini. Little friendly tap. It's all a little bit of Rubbings racing going on between those two. And Clayton just about holds the position, but it now puts them both into the clutches of Rudy McMillan in the grey and fluorescent yellow car in the mix. Also swarming around the back of Ross Stoner there is the black and yellow car. That's Ollie Fowler. He wants to make up places after he finished back in 8th yesterday. Also already picked off 1 place into 7th. And looking to try and get past the all-orange car of Ross Stoner, who was yesterday's Masters winner as well. Remember last year's Masters champion, and that's based on where drivers who are eligible for Masters finish in the overall points. It was Mike Doble Senior who was champion for Masters last year. There he is just behind the 164's Thomas Middleton. The orange and white car as they bounce over the curves on the exit of Williams, and now onto that long Bentley straight once again for the second time. Now, if anything, Matt Milson is starting to not only catch Ian Howes, but pull away quite a lot from Gareth Clayton. That has to do with something, I'm sure, with the fact that Clayton and Werton have been scrapping over third place for the last half a lap. This has allowed Milson to just break away a little bit and get right onto the boot lid of Ian Howes as they come back under Brundle and Nelson for the second time. More skirmishes further back. That is 67 getting a little sideways. That is Matt Kendall in the white car. He's being chased down with a 222 of John Robinson, who in turn is also being chased down by Joseph Doble. He's only made up a couple of places. He started 22nd. He's up to now 18th place. He's got past Rod Langham on that lap because he finished the last lap in 19th. So up 4 spaces where he started. Probably not where he wants to be. As now the field comes across to end lap number 2. Now Milson has lost a couple of car lengths since we last saw him. So through Coram and through Murray's, looks as though a better exit and a better run through from Ian Howes has helped him go through. There was a flurry of fastest lap times that came through, which is eventually settled with, of all people, Mike Doble. He's back in 10th position, but he puts in a 2:23.534. Just saw him there going through his shot, chasing after Thomas Middleton. Leaders come back through Wilson Hairpin for the third time. See there, 23. There's Jonathan Williams running in 9th place. This is 8th, 9th, and 10th on screen. So Williams ahead of Middleton, ahead of Mike Doble. Of course, Mikey, of course, is here simply just to help engineer and help set these cars up for them. Del Worton way wide on the exit there of Palmer's. Just extending the track limits a little bit too much. He's lost momentum now on the back of Gareth Claydon. This will surely release him to start chasing after the top two again. Because the harder these two fought each other, the easier it was for the top two to make a break. Still scrapping here, that's Middleton getting past Williams, so the move was completed there, going either just on the exit of Palmer or on the sprint down towards Agostini on this third lap. Also in there too, just behind Mike Doble, who's climbing all over the back of Williams now. Also just behind them was Matt Flowers in the 3 and Jim Barrett in the 15. So Barrett's dropped back a little bit. He had a quite strong start to the first race. Up the inside goes Mike, and that's a position he can gain now into 9th place past Jonathan Williams. So Williams has lost 2 spaces in as many almost as many corners. So he's now dropped a couple of places back, and now he's going to come right into the clutches of both Matt Flowers and the white, blue and yellow car and the dark green machine of Jim Barrett. There's Peter Smith leading the next group, which also contains Joseph Doble. There he is, though he's on the tail now of the 222 of John Robinson. Looks like he's picked off and passed, well, he passed Rod Langham anyway. He's now onto the, he's passed Kendall as well, in fact. So Kendall and Robinson. So Kendall's been passed by Robinson and Doble. I'll get the words out eventually. So he's lost a couple of places in the process. Now it's Joseph Doble's turn to pick off another contender in John Robinson. Bit of a thump of the curb there from Robinson. That will certainly help the momentum off the corner for Joseph Doble. Turn their way through the bomb hole, one of the older surviving corners of the remodelling of the circuit in about 13 years ago or so, about 2010, 2011. There were strict instructions not to touch that corner at all. It was to keep it as it was because it is quite a unique corner in motorsport. Across the line go the leaders. New fastest lap of the race has been put in by the car in 2nd place, and Matt Milson puts in a 2:22.311, slightly faster than Ian Howes. Lots of the timing screen just lighting up with green personal bests here as they're on the end of lap number 3, as you'd expect. So circuit getting a little bit faster out there at the moment. We're past half distance. See here, still Howes from Milson from Claydon. Worton now just falling back. There's Stoner still battling away with Ollie Fowler. Fowler tried to go down the outside on that occasion, but Stoner held the inside line. Number 22 has got the overlap, it seems, to hold on to the position. I think they already come up onto a back marker, I think, possibly. I thought that's just a trick of the light, possibly. It might be Gregor Pryor, in fact. Gregor Pryor was the one that had that incident at the start of at the first start of yesterday's first race, which brought out the red flag and saw us get going again after a short delay, picking his car from the barriers. So top 7, top 8 cars all together in the same shot as they turn out of Agostini and then through Hamilton again on this next lap. And Ross Stoner has been racing for quite a while. I think if I'm right, he's come from other BMW championships. I think he's also come possibly from, from rallying as well. Again, forgive me if I've got that wrong. But Ross Stoner, of course, quite experienced in BMWs, and so he's been settling into the Compact Cup the last couple of seasons, and now starting to find a bit more pace now in this 2023 season. And certainly he's holding off the likes of Ollie Fowler, although running over the curbs won't help him too much. And here comes Ollie with a good drive, darts out to what will be the outside line for the first part of the Brundle-Nelson complex. But if he can stay there and get a good track position and hold the outside line, he'll certainly be able to get himself the inside line for the next part, which will be the right-hander at Nelson, which the leaders are working their way through now. So out goes the leading group, and Fowler has got the pass done. So up into, well, he's now at 6th position for Ollie Fowler. Now he's got past Ross Stoner. It almost seems as though he's released himself to chase after the top 5. He's got just under 6 minutes to try and catch them, see if he can make up a couple of more places. Meanwhile, that's Russ Cager in the blue, white and gold car getting past the blue, white and orange machine, and a car that's also striking there. I think that's Jonathan Williams in trouble. So the 73 car is going a little bit slower. Either he's missed a gear or just having some other issues that are developing on that car. So problems for Jonathan Williams, it seems, I'm afraid. He was dropping back from what was 11th place. He's, fallen back by quite a few spots already. He has come back across the line again, which is just behind my commentary box position. As we watch this scrap going on, still it's Matt Kendall chasing after Joseph Doble, who is now into, it must be at least 16th position now, if not 15th. Across the line goes Russ Cager and co, still battling with Peter Smith. And they'll go wheel to wheel down towards Ritchie's. It's Smith on the outside, Cager on the inside line. And Cager turns in first and has the line he needs. Max Noble's not too far away in the black and green car just behind them. And I think Jonathan Williams, either he's quickly got going again, or he's possibly just drop further back. Del Worton again going sideways on the exit. Rally crossing himself a little bit sideways. But Ian Howes has got the measure of everyone so far here. It's a bit of a shame he's not doing a full championship, because he's certainly got the pace here to hold off everyone else. There goes 6th and 7th. Now Ollie Faller's brand new 6th position. Then here's Mike Doble Senior, who is still chasing the back of the 164 car of Tom Middleton. Hasn't quite displaced him from 8th place just yet. Matt Flowers is rounding up the top 10 currently. It's Ian Howes then in full control as they come up through Williams. And lap time wise, very evenly matched between the top 3. All of them did 2:22.7s. There's literally about 0.03 of a second in between the top 3. So very evenly matched between these current podium places. Del Worton is, of course, trying desperately if he can to keep on top of them. He did set actually a lap time that was, in all fairness, 4th and 5th did lap quicker than the top 3. It was a 2:22.4 for Worton, 2:22.5 for Rudy McMillan. But those 2 in 4th and 5th need the top 3 to start holding each other up a little bit more. At the moment, they're very evenly matched in terms of pace. Still, the battle goes on. Everywhere you look, there's some scraps up and down the order. Here's that battle at the scrap going on for 8th position between Tom Middleton and Mike Doble. Matt Manoli, there's Clayton getting a little out of shape there as he just sits on the rear bumper now of Matt Milson. Clayton is closer to Milson than Milson is to Howes right now. And Milson just needs that little bit of an extra better run off the corner, a bit of an extra toe down the straight to edge that little bit closer to get himself involved. 2 more laps to go now. Another new fastest lap of the race. He goes to Clayton this time. 2:21s he's gone into now. Only just 2:21.999. He was at least 0.3 quicker than the cars in front. So Clayton's the one that's motoring along now. And all 3 of them are starting to increasingly further distance themselves from 4th and 5th at this point. So this is becoming more than just brute force of anyone sort of trying to make big moves up the inside. It's more kind of, this is more like a bit of a chess match in some cases. Just trying to psych the other driver out. They're all just as evenly matched as each other. They're all lapping in very good, consistent laps at the front of the field. It's just who's got the ability to make the move in a minute. Yeah, Milson was a little bit quicker, about 0.5 tenth quicker on that lap, but the man to watch for is the white and blue car in 3rd place. Gareth Claydon, the Master Mix Concrete machine, number 46. Of course, him and Reese ran as teammates in the last couple of seasons, so of course they've bounced off each other and learned everything they know between each other in the team. So let's see if Gareth's got the pace here, given that he's just set the fastest lap of the race, if he's got enough left in the tank to try and get onto the back of these 2. A little further back. Now that's Ross Stoner having a problem. So Ross Stoner in the 22 car there, the orange car in trouble. So an issue there for the 22 machine, I'm afraid. Looks like he might be pulling off to the infield in a second, so that's a shame for Ross Stoner. He was running as high as 6th position at one point before he lost the position to Ollie Faller, but I'm afraid problems for Ross Stoner means that he will drop out of contention as the Masters winner. That should then give the Masters lead in the race to Mike Doble, so he will take the victory on that side. It looks like he'll be ahead of Jim Barrett and Russ Cager in the end, because Ross Stoner sadly dropping down the order with what appears to be an ever-increasingly worsening mechanical issue. So penultimate lap up towards the bomb hole. There go the top 3. And this is still Mike Doble battling away with Tom Middleton. He's finally found a way past the 164, round the outside at Brundle for the inside line at Nelson. And Middleton comes back at him on the inside line. It's just Mike Doble shows him the grass. I've spent about half the race behind you. You're not coming past that easy. That puts Middleton offline, and now he's under threat from Matt Flowers in the number 3 car, trying to stick his nose up the inside. But nothing doing. Middleton's back on the momentum. I'm not quite sure Middleton appreciated that from Mike Doble, but then again, Doble was trying to defend the position as much as he could. So out of the left-hander at Murray's, on to the last lap of the race go the leaders. New personal bests from both Howes and Milson. And Howes was about 0.5 tenth quicker or so, only a few hundredths of a second quicker than that. There's a black and white flag for 42 going out. That's Rod Langham, that's for track limits. So a warning for track limits for Rod Langham. Does that again, he will get a time penalty added on top of that. There's also been quite a few more track limits penalties going out throughout the race. Several cars have had warnings. 18's had 2 track limits warnings now in the space of as many minutes. No, sorry, I think they had 1, but they were grouped together in something else. 164's also had track limits warnings as well as that. So how's the final? Out of Palmer's now for the last time, and Howes is he's got enough pace here to manage this, but Milson and Clayton are still pushing as hard as they can. Here goes Clayton darting up the inside. has a speculative look, but he puts himself into Milson's mirrors, just enough to try and distract the number 16 car, but Milson's wise to that. His eyes are fully focused in front of him because he's got very racy Ian Howes to try and depose from the top step of the podium. Remember that Ian Howes is a guest, so even though he will finish first and he'll still stand on the podium, still be classified as the winner, he won't score any championship points, which means that essentially the points for a victory, or the points victory in many cases, will go to Matt Milson in a way. He'll get the full quota of 50 championship points for a win. And also on top of that, it'll be Gareth Claydon who's pushing all the way here. Now, can he possibly try and get himself one better on the podium? He's got a great run next to Williams. He's going to have to force Milson to defend. Which way does he go? Inside or outside? He's going to dart. Which way is he looking? He's still staying close. Milson's car's in the middle of the road as Howes takes the racing line, darts to the inside for Brundle. Here comes Gareth Claydon, still side by side, but Milson's got the momentum and the track position, and nothing doing through Nelson either. So Gareth Claydon running a little wide. That might just be the end of his charge unless he can get a good run through the bomb hole and up through Coram before a sprint to the checkered flag. Meanwhile, Mike Doble behind has pulled a couple of car lengths on Thomas Middleton, and that now puts him into the clutches of both Flowers and Barrett. This could be over what could become 8th, 9th and 10th, so the final spots in the top 10 between these three. Out through the bomb hole for the last time. They'll continue to the flag, but it looks as though as they exit out of Murray's for the final time, Milson will hold off Gareth Claydon, but it's going to be another win for the local boy. You might not be doing the full championship, but he's making the most of his fleeting visit at Snetterton. It's 2 from 2 for Ian Howes in the BMW Compact Cup. A brilliant victory once again, as he did yesterday. Second for Matt Milson. He takes the points victory, being the first non-guest driver home. And Gareth Claydon, I'll get my Claydons right, Gareth Claydon picks up his second podium of the weekend, also with a brilliant third place. McMillan 4th, Wurton 5th, Fallon better this time in 6th. Mike Doble gets up to 7th place ahead of Tom Middleton in 8th. He holds off both Flowers and Barrett in the top 10. And the rest of the field comes streaking through. Joseph Doble, we should also mention, back down in 20th. So he was up as high as about 16th at one point, but he's obviously dropped back with issues. And sadly, had not had the best of second halves of the race, I'm afraid. Across the line goes the rest of the field. And that will be the second race concluded for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Their second race is coming up. Their third race will come up later on this afternoon. And it'll be a partially reversed grid. I think it's the top 10 will get reversed, but in a complete random draw. So Ian Howes could find himself anywhere from pole position again to all the way back in 10th through random draw. But we'll see how that grid plays out, and we'll bring that to you, of course, when the third race is up. So more great racing from the BMW Compact Cup, as always. Great entertainment, lots of close kind of tactical racing going on between them. And as the cars make their way into Parc Fermé, they'll make their way towards Rob Lewis. So I'm sure we'll have a chat with our top 3 and, of course, the Masters winner as well, which is certain to be Mike Doble. The Masters top 3, to confirm that, was Mike Doble in car 65. He finished 7th overall, ahead of Jim Barrett, who was 10th overall in car 15, and then Russ Cager in 11th place in car number 68. So well done to the top 3, and a Masters victory for the defending Masters champion in Compact Cup. The rest of the field works its way into Parc Fermé. And we will, in a moment's time, be able to quickly run through the results again on screen before we hand you over to Rob for those top 3 interviews. So, they do look like proper little hot hatch race cars, these BMW Compact Cup cars, and being rear-wheel drive, they're also big fun as well. And a lot of the drivers do love these cars for, in fact, the rear-wheel drive simplicity of these machines. It's very good, and the E36 M3 was always a good-looking car, so to speak. I think we had our last car literally just cross the finish line some seconds back, and that was Joseph Doble, who had some kind of a mystery in that last bit. But the cars make their way, plenty of the cars already in Parc Fermé also. Just to reaffirm the result in case it's coming up on screen. Ian Howes, it's just coming up now, I think. So Ian Howes has certainly made his fleeting visit to Snetterton worthwhile so far, because you can see he wins race 2 of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup from Matt Milson in 2nd place and Gareth Claydon in 3rd. Reader McMillan finishes 4th again from Dale Worthington in 5th. Ollie Fallon better this time in 6th. And then Mike Doble, Masters winner in 7th place from Thomas Middleton, Matt Flowers and Jim Barrett in the top 10. 11th place for Russ Cager, 12th for Peter Smith, John Robinson in 13th place. Then Matt Kendall and Max Noble round out the top 15, followed by Rod Langham, Chris McGinley, Gregor Pry, who finishes the race this time in 18th, Tim Seaford and Joseph Doble. And the 2 cars that we lost throughout that race, one was Ross Stoner and the other one was Jonathan Williams, both with technical problems. Right, down to Parc Fermé from our top 3 and our Masters winner for the second time this weekend for the BMW Compact Cup, once again from Rob Lewis.
Thanks, Scott. And I've got an absolutely ecstatic Ian House here after, well, what is essentially a guest appearance, second win on the bounce.
Yeah, really pleased. I didn't expect it. Got my family here today as well, so my amazing son and daughter in the crowd, so it makes it even more special. But yeah, car again was perfect, spot on. These guys are really on it. Go to show that the future of the Compact Cup is strong as well, so it's nice to see.
Even though the age of these, you know, they are getting slightly older, there's just nothing stopping these E36s, are there?
No, they're incredible cars. Honestly, if you've got the chance and you want to get on the grid, £6,000 to £8,000 will buy you one of these, and I cannot recommend it enough. It is a superb championship to be a part of. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on another overall win. I'm just going to go and grab Matt Milson. If I could just get Matt Milson to come over to us. We've got a background generator that's just creating a bit of noise there. Matt, another superb second place for the weekend.
Yeah, no, very happy with that. I think we all had about the same pace, to be honest, the top three. I couldn't quite stay with Ian towards the latter stages, but as you probably saw, a lot of defending from Gareth in the last lap there. But yeah, no, very happy with that result.
Fantastic. And the thing is, with Ian being a guest essentially this weekend, it's maximum points.
Yeah, that's brilliant for the championship. I think I was lying about 7th in the championship before this weekend, so I've moved quite a way up the table, which is nice.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on another superb result. I'm hoping to grab Gareth Clayton. If I get you to step over here, Gareth, only because we've got quite a bit of a noisy generator in the background, we'll be able to hear your words after another superb podium.
Well, yeah, I thought I was coming for second there in the end. But no, we was all pushing hard, super fast lap times again. Car still feels great, so yeah, I'm looking forward to the next race again. So.
These E36s, the racing never dies off with these.
No, they're so much fun. I mean, as soon as you get to the end of it, when you get into the end of the race as well, and they start slipping and sliding. I mean, sometimes it's fun. When you're up the front, it's fun. When you're at the back, it's not so much fun. But the battles are always good. So Compact Cups always give us a show. So.
And one more race to go today. What's your plan?
Well, try and get that second or first place. It's got to be. So I think I've got the fastest lap there. So it shows that I'm as fast as these guys up the front. So why not second or first?
And you're absolutely correct. You did get the fastest lap of the race, so hopefully split the two in front. But the thing to think about as well, with Ian obviously being a guest, you're second place in the points, effectively.
Yeah. I mean, after Brands as well, I'm not taking any points from Brands. I had an engine failure in first race. They brought their race 40 minutes forward, which means we didn't get out to the second race. But no, after them, they're going to have to both be drop scores now. So they need some decent points here this weekend.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on another great result. And we've just hopefully got time to speak to Mr. Mike Doble, who's he's gone wandering off. But this man here is your Masters winner, so we'll go over and see if we can grab a chat with him. Mike, fantastic win in the Masters. Congratulations, you must be thrilled.
Yeah, I didn't really realise I won the Masters, to be honest. I was just sort of pleased with the race. Coming from 11th to 7th, made some good moves to get through the pack. I did see Ross slowing up and thought maybe that was the lead Masters car, and then obviously picked that up as well, which is a bonus. So yeah, happy.
Plan for race 3?
I think we've been doing a ball draw for race 3, so hopefully I'll get further forward from the draw and then try and hang on where I am or go forward from there. But yeah, it should be a good race.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on another superb result there. Our Masters winner, Mike Doble, and that concludes our presentations for the BMW Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup. I do believe we have Audi TTs out on the grid, so it's time to hand back to our commentary man, that is Scott Woodwiss.
Thank you very much, Rob. Good to hear from our top three in the BMW Compact Cup, and from what is essentially rear-wheel drive tin tops to front-wheel drive tin tops, and the fantastic new series, of course, that's debuting this season, the Audi TT Cup Racing Series. It was a great race yesterday that saw Ross Macker take victory from pole position, and he's looking to try and do that again here at the start of this morning as we get set for our second race of the weekend. So just to recap from yesterday's result, the grid is set by the results of race 1 yesterday, and so it was a win for Ross Macker yesterday. He starts on pole as a result, and here he is alongside Ryan Edgecombe on the front row of the grid. In fact, sorry, it was Carl Swift on pole yesterday, so he starts from pole for this one as a result of his race yesterday. Then it's Ryan Edgecombe, then Carl Swift, who starts in third place in his first weekend in TTs, followed by Harry Yardley-Rose, then Scott Parkin in his first TT race alongside Luke Handley, also debuting this weekend as well. Then it's Patrick Booth and Paul Maguire on the fourth row of the grid. They'll be looking to try and move up the order if they can from the fourth row. Row 5 is Christopher Jackson and Paul Bancroft, followed by Richard Sanders and Paul Hoggins on the sixth row of the grid. And then we have Julian Daniel, and Richard Forber, who is starting in the back towards the back as well. Anthony Park, who is disqualified from yesterday's first race, he will then start back in 15th. And also we had, hopefully on the grid after he failed to start the race yesterday, was David Robb, the man from Scotland, who will start back in 16th if he is on the grid. I can see, I think yes, David Robb's car is there at the back, thankfully. So all 16 Audi TTs present and correct. And there are over 40 build kits sold for the Audi TT. So yes, there might not be all of them here this weekend, but there are more definitely on the way. So keep an eye for them as they get going very shortly. I'm sure that by the time we come back here to Snetterton in October, we will have many more cars in contention for this next race. So the cars then making their way around. The cars then almost all set to get going. And the 1 minute and 30-second boards be held up in quick succession. So, cars head off onto their formation lap then for the chance to again put some heat into the tyres and brakes. I have to say, one of my favourite looking cars is certainly the pair of 4G racing cars, one of which of course is on pole position, that being Ross Macker with that. You can't beat a Martini livery on a race car, and I think certainly both Ross and Patrick Booth, who run those cars, have picked quite a blinder. They've taken 2 plain white Audi TTs, and all it just takes is just a few two-tone blue and red stripes on that car, and it makes it look like a proper race car in itself. There's David Robb, who thankfully is at the back of the grid after he was unable to start yesterday's first race. Thankfully, whatever issues he was having have been fixed. And we'll see if they can put on just as good a race as they did yesterday, which was quite entertaining. Now, these cars are quite raceable. They're quite evenly matched in terms of pace, and so I imagine that everyone here was just trying to, I guess at the same time, also possibly mind their P's and Q's a little bit, mainly because these are quite new cars. It's a new series, so everyone's just trying to find the limits for these cars as well. I've also noticed as well, there's no Ryan. I've noticed Ryan Edgecombe is not at the front of the grid, because the next car in order behind pole sitter Ross Macker is actually Carl Swift. So if Ryan Edgecombe is racing, he's either not able to start this second race, or if he is racing, it's going to be from the pit lane, I imagine, because he's not present on the grid there, sadly. So that means that, looking at the grid, yeah, Ryan Edgecombe should be on that front row rank, but on his own will be Ross Macker. That will certainly benefit not just the front row man, Ross Macker, not having somebody alongside him, but also watch out for Harry Yardley-Rose. He'll be in the silver car with the black bonnet, and that's going to be one to watch out for, because he will certainly have a nice clear run down towards turn 1 for the first time. So he will certainly want to take advantage of that. Carl Swift, of course, if those of you who know from BRSEC circles from a few years ago will remember him from competing in the first couple of seasons of TCR UK. So he's certainly going back to his roots of club racing. He's also had a few seasons as well in the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. Of course, TCR and Civic Cup back together this year, of course, along with the BRSEC for their 2023 season. Already had 2 fantastic race weekends to kick off the season here at Snetterton, and also then just a couple of weeks ago at Croft. Next one coming up is going to be the one-day thrash at Alton Park on 10th of June. So be sure to tune in for that. That will be the next live coverage for BRSEC. And you'll be able to also not just see TCR and also see Civic Cup, but also Fiesta, the full quota of Fiestas, the Fiesta Junior Championship, which continues to go from strength to strength. That's an unfortunate sight. Luke Handley's car has pulled to a halt, car number 51, so I'm afraid Luke will not take the start for race number 2. Now, I don't know if that position of that car being parked on the Bentley Straight means it's going to be a slightly delayed start to push that car away out of harm's way, because if it is, it means that these guys might well have to possibly go forward, unless that they're going to push them around for another formation lap. No, they are going to bring them round, but I imagine, as I say, it might well be a delayed start, because they'll have to move Luke Handley's car to a safer position. And as you can see, no Ryan Edgecombe on the front row of the grid alongside our pole sitter Ross Macker, race 1 winner yesterday. For those who didn't watch this race yesterday, haven't seen these cars before, it's a brand new series that's been brought in collaboration with SW Motorsports and Sean Woods. And these cars are Mark II Audi TTs, 2-litre TFSI cars, and you put these cars together in much the same fashion that you do with the City Car Cup and the new Mark 7 Fiesta Junior car. You buy the donor car, strip it out. There's a dedicated kit of parts that you buy for this one. You buy the kit, you bolt everything on the kit onto the car, and job done. You have yourself an Audi TT Cup Racing Series race car. So one of the MSV recovery trucks are just going out to see if they can bring Luke Hanley's car probably behind the barriers into a safer place that we can get racing underway, whilst everyone else is on the grid waiting to go. I don't know if it's going to be delayed, because it's a delayed start. I'm not sure, because I'll have them sitting on the grid for a while, if there's a chance that they will possibly put them on a second formation lap just so they can get some more heat back into the tyres. It would make sense if they did, but it's all down, of course, to race control to see if they put them on another. I think typically they would do that, but let's wait and see how this rest of it plays out. So obviously drivers to watch out for, obviously, of course, Ross Macca, who now has 2 wins from the season so far in Audi TTs. And he will be looking to try and make it 3 from 4 races. The other race victory was taken by Andrew Dyer, who we know outside of TTs from City Car Cup circles. And he is now moving into it. He's doing a bit of a dovetailing, a 2-part season, really. He's doing City Cars, and he's also doing rounds in TTs. I think he's mainly focusing on the TTs. Unable to be here this weekend, unfortunately, is Andrew. But he's mainly focusing on TTs and then sort of jumping into competing City Car Cup whenever he's got any weekends that don't clash. So Luke Hanley's car has already been picked up by the MSV recovery pickup. So good work from our marshals and recovery teams to get things cleared up as quickly as possible. And as the recovery goes on, of course, the rest of the pack are sat patiently on the pit straight, waiting for the action to get underway here at Snetterton. So Carl Swift, of course, took to the Audi TTs pretty quickly. Of course, he's got plenty of that front-wheel drive experience as well, of course, in TCR UK at the wheel of a Cupra, as well as Honda Civic, so he's quite well versed to very fast front-wheel drive race cars. Harry Yardley-Rose is quite an up-and-coming young driver as well. He's certainly enjoying himself and enjoying life in TTs and looking pretty competitive. Definitely one to watch developing over the course of the season. It wouldn't surprise me if he's got in contention here to have the pace to even get himself on the podium for this first race. This first race of the day, second of the weekend for the TT Cup Racing Series. Scott Parkin as well, who's literally the busiest man ever this weekend. He took part in the 4-hour endurance race for Fun Cup yesterday. He did the first TT Cup race yesterday. He's also going to be out for this race and the third one later on, of course. And on top of that, he's also going to be out for qualifying and the race for Club Sport Trophy. So he's got a 45-minute pit stop race alongside a 45-minute pit stop race alongside a 4-hour endurance race for Fun Cup and 3 15-minute sprint races in TT. So I think he's certainly getting his weekend's worth of racing, I think, is Scott Parkin. There is Luke Hanley's car still being recovered. Now, I can also mention, I did spot in the background, and I can confirm, I think, at the end of the pit lane, the distinctive silver and pink car of Ryan Edgecombe. So his car will take the start in car 454, but he'll be starting, as I suspect he might have done, as he would do, given the fact he wasn't originally on the grid, from the pit lane. So he will race, but he will have to wait until the last car, I think, has cleared the end of the pit lane, at least, before he's released out onto the circuit. So watch for the 454 car that started from, I believe, the front row yesterday and finished second in yesterday's first race. Watch for him from the back of the back of the field, coming through via the start that he will have in a few moments' time. So just waiting for the recovery to finish now for Luke Hanley's car. It's now being pulled back. So again, big thank you to our recovery teams and marshals for working so swiftly. So just waiting a few moments now until the cars are going to get back underway. I suspect because they've been sat there for so long that they will put them onto a second formation lap just again to put some heat back into the tyres, back into the brakes, get the tyre pressures back up once again, and then of course racing will be underway very shortly. set to get racing underway very shortly, I imagine. The recovery, just Luke Handley's car will just continue being pulled down the back straight into a place of safety onto one of the runoff areas, and I'm sure they'll get the signal from race control that once all is clear and everyone is back in position, racing can get back underway. Just a reminder, they had their first races ever for Audi TT Cup at Brands Hatch, a really wonderful occasion at Brands Hatch. We had a decent grid again, about 16 TTs, and as I say, more still being finished, more that will be coming through throughout the rest of the season. But as a great starting point, there was some really good close racing. About the first 5 or 6 cars in the field were all quite close together at running line astern, and it was one of those things, it was like one of those strategic races where no one really wanted to make the move properly for the win, or at least go for a big dive. They wanted to kind of, again, mind their P's and Q's, make sure the cars got to the finish, and ultimately, I think because they're brand new race cars, a lot of these drivers, not get too many scrapes or dents on them as much as possible. So now we're going to see, I can hear the 1 minute and 30 second counters are, sirens are going off, which means the next flag should be the green flag to set the cars off for their formation once again, which indeed, yeah, that's not a flying start for everyone. So once more, they get the green flag to set them off for a second formation lap, to, again, to put some more heat back into the tyres. And so it'll be everyone that was originally due to take the start, minus Luke Handley on the grid. So I'm sure hopefully his car will be put right for race number 3 later on this afternoon. And already there's people who are saying just literally even yesterday we were talking to, they were talking to, I've seen the update, I think, from Ross Macker yesterday on the 4G Racing Team Facebook page. They were talking about already in their second weekend in the series how much of a wonderful series the TT Cup Racing series, TT Cup Racing was, and how great the cars are, how great the paddock is already, and the drivers amongst it as well. So there's already, it's only its second weekend, and there's a really good bunch of drivers here that are grouping together here and realising the potential of this fantastic new series. And of course they'll continue going the length and breadth of the country all the way across the season. In terms of where else you can find Audi TT Cup racing throughout the year, you can find out more on the website. First of all, go onto the brscc.co.uk race website. You can head to the Formula section and head down to Audi TTs. It is a picture of Ross Macker's Martini liveried 4G Racing Audi that is essentially the cover button, if you like, button car of the to go onto the page, and then you can find out more information about the series, about the specs of the car. You can find out the entry fees, find out the dates of where they're racing. You can also find the TSL results on top of that, and everything else you want to find out to get yourself started. But already having started at Brands Hatch, they're here at Snetterton this weekend. They're heading off to Donington Park for their next rounds in a few weeks' time on the 17th and 18th of June. Then we take them all the way to Scotland, where they'll be heading onto the TCR UK weekend as well. That'll be quite fun for the TT Cup racing drivers. Cadwell Park then beckons after that in August. Croft in September. That'll be fantastic on these fast, flat-out sweeps on the back end of the circuit. And then back here at Snetterton for their final races of 2023. And as I mentioned, all the signs point to us having a much bigger grid than 16 cars for our season finale for these cars. But of course, 16 cars for a new series is definitely a good starting point. And as we say, over 40 build kits sold with these Audi TT Cup cars in various states at the moment. For those who've already been the pioneers in this new series, certainly are singing the praises of these new cars and indeed of the series itself. There's one of them, Paul Maguire, just ahead of 888 Christopher Jackson. Interesting sponsor on the side, Pinch of Nom on the side. It's obviously food related, but you could see we've got some great teams, some great drivers involved, and a really nice foundation that's being set here for Audi TT Cup racing on the BRSGC package. So the last couple of cars is getting into position now. Well, the first few cars get into position, the last few will start to line up behind. 15 minutes of action for our second Audi TT Cup racing race of the weekend. Just a reminder of how they will start then. It will be Ross Macker on pole position. Ryan Edgecombe was starting from the front row, but he will start from the pit lane, which I can see still parked down there. He'll wait until the rest of the field has gone through. Row 2, we'll see Carl Swift and Harry Yardley Rose ahead of Scott parking on his own now, because no Luke Handley sadly in car 51 after his car stopped on the Bentley Straight. It's then Patrick Booth and Paul Maguire, Christopher Jackson and Paul Bancroft rounding out the top 10 ahead of Sanders, Hoggins, Daniel, Forber, Park and Rob then. So all set to get underway for another 15 minutes of Audi TT Cup racing action here at Snetterton. Ross Macker gunning for his second win, his third of the season. See if he can do it once again like he did yesterday. Red lights up, red lights out. There's a creep there from Ross Macker. That might well be a jump start if he's not careful with the steward. But we'll look at that in a second as we get down towards turn 1 for the first time. So a premature jump and a great start, as I predicted, from the outside of row 2 for Harry Yardley-Rose. He takes the lead, turning in towards Richie's for the first time. And a cracking start also, I think, from Scott Parkin. Parkin started back in 5th on the grid. He shot the gap through the rest of the cars around him and gone to 3rd place. Ryan Edgecombe has also left the pit lane as well, I can hear in the background. And Parkin, is that Parkin going for... It is Parkin going for 2nd place. So actually, Ross Macker's had a terrible start. He's dropped all the way down because he's not even in the top 3 anymore. It's Carl Swift and Scott Parkin side by side for 2nd, but Harry Yardley-Rose leads the way as they turn in towards Palmer for the first time. Where is Ross Macker? The answer is he's in 6th position, so he's really dropped down from that false start. He's also dropped behind the fast starting Paul Maguire, and that's also in there too is looks like Paul Bancroft in car 53. So a fast and frantic start for the TTs, and the pole sitter Ross Macker, yesterday's race winner in the first of those 2 Martini liveried Audis, is down to 6th position after his little jump start. Now, unfortunately, I can probably anticipate he might get a jump start penalty for that, because he did jump before the lights went out. And yes, you could argue he didn't get any advantage because he's obviously dropped down to 6th, but he jumped before the lights went out. So we'll wait and see what the stewards decide on that one. Meantime, still heading out of the left-hander Williams onto the pit back straight for the first time. There is Ross Macker in car 73, getting a good exit to try and put himself past Paul Bancroft if he can. And with good traction off the corner, he's going to put him draft himself alongside and easily reclaim one of the spots he lost from pole position. So, into Brundle Nelson. Yardley-Rose leads. It's Swift in 2nd place. Parkin 3rd. Maguire 4th. Now up to 5th has gone Ross Macker. 6th is now for Paul Bancroft. 7th for Richard Forber. Good work from him from starting from back in 14th on the grid. Richard Sanders made a good start too. So has Anthony Park. So a few cars moving up and down the order. That's a shame. That's Ryan Edgecombe has become pulled to a halt, and that's pulling us to a halt right on the exit Wilson hairpin. So whatever the issues were for Ryan Edgecombe that forced him to start from the pit lane, sadly, come back to haunt him, and they've forced him to pull off literally 2 corners into the race, I'm afraid. So Ryan Edgecombe's car has pulled off to the side. Now, I think that might just be covered with some wave yellows. I think it's quite on the exit Wilson by the barrier, so I don't think it should possibly be too much of a problem. They might just cover that with yellows whilst he gets out. Meanwhile, Carl Swift is going on the attack. He took pole yesterday in qualifying, and there goes up the inside Paul Maguire because Scott Parkin ran wide on the exit. He's lost 1 place, he's lost 2, and also running wide there is also that was Paul Bancroft. So he's an attack from Richard Forber, side by side for the lead, down towards the Wilson hairpin. He's got to be careful. There might be yellow flags. You can't really overtake underneath here because there's no yellow flags. But I think Sir Ryan Edgecombe has got out of the car, so it looks like it's safe down there. I didn't see a yellow waving, so you might well be get away with that one. He should be all right. But it is still Harry Yardley-Rose who leads, but it is now in 2nd place. It's Paul Maguire looking pretty racy this morning. So they make their way down towards the Agostini hairpin now for the 2nd time under racing conditions. So they're swarming all over each other down towards the complex. Scott Parkin's back up to full speed now. He's under attack from Ross Macker, who goes up the inside for 4th place. It's only lap 2. The TTs have put on quite a show here. And also Richard Forber's getting in the mix here. They're almost going to go 2-3 abreast. That was Maguire under threat from Carl Swift for 2nd place. Goodness me, they're all over each other here. This is fantastic stuff from the TTs. This is a premise of what's come for the rest of the weekend and the rest of the season. Sign me up, because this is great stuff for the TTs, showing just how raceable and how competitive they are. And also they're pretty cost-effective cars to put together too with the kit that you can buy. So as they come out of the right-hander onto the back straight, Richard Forber trying to chase after this top 5. He was on the podium twice at Brands Hatch. Took a couple of 3rd places behind Ross Macker and Andrew Dyer, who shared a win and a 2nd place each. But now into the complex they go, and it's still Parkin trying to attack Macker here, but I'm sure he's got more pressing matters, which is to try and get after Carl Swift as Macker thumps the curb on the inside of Nelson, pushing as hard as he dares. Rest of the pack comes streaming through. There is the 2058 car towards the back. That is Paul Hoggins in the kind of fluorescent orange Audi Sport tribute livery. It's got Audi Sport emblazoned on the side. So he's currently running a little bit further with the top 10 around about in... That's here at the moment. He's Paul Hoggins. He's back in 12th position. So he's a little bit further back in the order. So Harry Yardley-Rose then. He said to watch out for him, the youngster who's making his debut in the TT Cup this season. Got a good lead by a couple of tenths. First proper flying lap this time. It's Paul Maguire who takes it. Takes the fastest lap. It immediately gets snatched by Richard Forber. So front 6 all together. There is Richard Forber, new fastest lap man. Still 10 minutes to go in this 15-minute encounter for the TT Cup Racing Series. So into the hairpin they go. Still nose to tail as they come out of the hairpin and back towards Palmer. The second group of cars is sort of being led by Patrick Booth, but he's broken away by 1.2 seconds ahead of David Robb and Anthony Park, who are scrapping over 8th and 9th. Paul Bancroft has also dropped all the way back to 10th in the bright yellow TT. As we see Ross Macker looking up the inside, trying to squeeze past here for third place. Carl Swift tries to go defensive, shows him the inside of the road. Scott Parkin watches on. It's side by side for third down to the hairpin. Carl Swift breaks as late as he dares and sweeps across the nose of Macker, but may have gone too deep. On the exit, here goes Macker on the inside line to get the sprint off towards Hamilton. Can he put himself far enough alongside? He's going to be full enough alongside to go through into the left-hander, and Swift holds his line. He holds his ground down the outside and holds on to third place. Here goes Macker down the outside line again, looking to get the switch back if he can. Parkin's back in the mix too, saying, if you two come together, I'll sit past easily for third place, boys. Thank you very much. But at the moment, it is still Swift versus Macker. I say Swift is, of course, using all of his front-wheel drive experience from TCR and from Civic Cup to really hold off Ross Macker, who himself has got plenty of experience in City Cars, C1s, and, of course, where he started in MG racing on top of that as well. Side by side, wheel to wheel between Carl Swift and Ross Macker. Great stuff. They're almost touching wing mirrors down towards Brundle. But again, inside line for Swift, holds the position. Still in third place. I have to say, look at this. Only on the third or fourth lap. But TT showing what they can really do here. Great stuff between these cars so far. Again, very raceable, very drivable, very fun to drive. Lots of smiles from everyone that have driven one of these cars so far. I've not heard a bad word about this car from anyone that's driven one, whether on this grid or someone who's driven it to test it out. I haven't heard one bad word from anyone that I've seen or spoken to that said anything other than these cars are absolutely brilliant to drive and race. And the smiles that are coming off them from yesterday's race, and of course even around the paddock where they've been driving them, just says it all. These are great little, I say little cars, these are great race cars, and this really has the blueprint of being a fantastic series, and in the future, of course, in the next couple of seasons, a full-blown championship as well. I'm sure that's the plan from BRSCC, to turn it into a fully fledged championship. And I think these guys, as I say, the pioneers of TT Cup racing, who are in for the first season, are certainly showing what these cars can really do now. The Brands Hatch circuit was only 1.2 miles in length. It's quite short, it's quite fast, it's quite a speed bowl, if you like, so you don't really get to see the cars properly stretch their legs. But here at Snetterton, you get to see how the aero works, you get to see the pace of these cars. 250 brake horsepower these Audi TTs run. They're just a little bit more powerful than our Fiesta ST240s, and those cars are rockets in a straight line. So these cars also proving they've got plenty of pace underneath them. Into the second half of the race now. Harry Yardley Rose still leads the way here in car 19, the silver car with the black bonnet. Top six is still compressing together. It's still Maguire in second place. It's still Carl Swift in third, but Ross Macker swarming all over and diving up the inside for third place into Hamilton. He tried to get himself fully alongside to try and make that move stick. As they come back into view, has he got past? No, he's still side by side to Hamilton on the outside for Oggies, but again, Swift parks the car on the apex, holds the inside line, and this now gives Scott Parkin a chance to try and squeeze through. Can he try and pick up a couple more places? The answer is no. Still third, fourth, and fifth. But the longer these three fight each other, the easier it is for both Harry Yardley Rose and Paul Maguire to start making further of a break. Down the back straight. Carl Swift in the white car number 45, the Martini liveried car of Ross Macker charging around. And here comes Scott Parkin down the outside line in car number 6 of the Dark Side Developments car. Can he try and go up the inside? Looks one way or the other, and they're sideways off the road. Goes Ross Macker sideways across the grass that was Brundle, gets it back onto the road after Nelson, and the strategy with the front-wheel drive car is boot the throttle, and the front end will come around eventually. So Ross Macker then back on the road. Now from that angle, it was tricky to tell if there was any contact or not. I'm not sure. I'm not going to portion any blame yet, because all I saw was what I saw. But either there was a tiny tap for Scott Parkin, or the car just got out of shape under braking. Either way, let's leave it to the stewards to decide if there was anything or not. It was tough to see from that angle, so we won't speculate any further. Race continues on, and Paul Maguire keeping in touch now with Harry Yardley Rose. Sets a lap time about 0.3 of a second quicker than, almost 0.4 of a second quicker than Harry this time by. So first and second still together. They've got a 1.5 second gap to Carl Swift, and the two 4G racing cars have now found themselves together because Ross Macker has got, I'm sure, rather bemused Patrick Booth behind him now. As for the leaders, there goes Carl Swift diving into the Wilson hairpin and completely missing his braking point. So he's going to hold on to third for the moment, but he might well lose it in a second with Scott Parkin lurking around in fourth place. Now there's a board being hung out, I think looks like for a 5-second penalty for somebody. Let's look at the timing screen. Now who's that for? Race control. 5-second penalty for car 45, Carl Swift. He gets a 5-second penalty for track limits. So he's been warned several times. There was a black and white flag going out. It must have been for Carl. So 5-second penalty for Carl Swift there. That will drop him in the result at least, behind at least Scott Parkin. Richard Forber's not too far away. And also, Ross Macker's he's less than 5 seconds behind too. So he might well drop off the podium and even outside the top 5 at this rate. Maybe down as low as 6th, if not 7th. So Carl Swift pushing the limits too much in these Audi TTs, and he gets himself a 5-second time penalty as a result of that. Now he's under threat on track for Scott Parkin, who was having a sniff up the inside into Williams, but now he gets a good run onto the Bentley straight, tucks into the slipstream, using the drag from that rear wing from the front of Carl Swift's car to try and pull out if he can. And Scott Parkin's no slouch in club racing. He's done plenty in front-wheel drives, all sorts. He's driven Focuses, he's driven all sorts of different cars in the mix, TTs and Golfs and everything else in that part. He was also, of course, in the Fun Cup race yesterday. And of course, he'll drive that exact same car, the Audi TT, as he has done already this season in the opening 2 rounds of Club Sport Trophy, and he'll be in the Club Sport Trophy race again this afternoon at the end of the day here at Snetterton. So his next run on track will be qualifying for that race after this second TT Cup race concludes. Inside 4 minutes now. It's only a couple more laps to go in this second TT Cup race. It's starting to shape up a little bit for first and second, but also for the final step on the road for the podium. I'm sure the board is going out, so it will go out to Carl Swift. So everyone going past will see that, including Carl. So Carl will see unless he's fully focused. But he's got a 5-second penalty. But so of course will Scott Parkin. So he might well sit back and think, I'm going to get 3rd place anyway, or at least 3rd place anyway. So I may as well not battle Carl too much and just let myself take the place. Although he's got to be careful he doesn't back off too much, because if he does, he'd be under threat from that man right behind him, Richard Forber, who was in 3rd place in both races at Bracket Brands Hatch. And so he would quite like to get himself back on the podium again if he can. And he might well do that if he can find himself past Scott Parkin. So leaders come back out of Palmer once again. This is on lap 6. And Harry Yardley-Rose's initial threat from Paul Maguire seems to have subsided, which means that he's now carrying on in car number 90, and Carl Swift he's very late on the brakes all the time with Carl Swift. Either he thinks he's back in his TCR car again, or he's simply just trying to get the most out of this. He's trying to put himself alongside here for what will be on the road for 2nd place. Up the inside he goes on Paul Maguire, but essentially that's only elementary, because yes, he might be 2nd on the road, but he's going to have that 5-second penalty, which will drop him all the way back down, I think even outside the top 5. So 2nd place is 2nd place on the road at the moment, but he won't stay there once he gets to the checkered flag. So Yardley-Rose with the gap now. Essentially, you're looking at look at the car behind Carl Swift, which is now for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, because not to ignore him, but Carl Swift will drop down the order anyway, so he's going to be out of this contention. But the 3 cars which will inherit 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are all over each other down towards the complex. Here comes Scott Parkin, possibly having a look on the inside line. But Parkin's got to be careful because Forber's in there as well in the red number 78. He might steal it away if he can. Richard Forber, a little kick up of dust there as he carries on the pursuit. Richard Forber, ex-Porsche racer, switching from rear-wheel drive Porsches to front-wheel drive TTs. Adapting pretty quickly. He's got the Durenza-sponsored car. But now as Harry Yardley-Rose leads the pack in towards Murray for the 2nd to last time to start the final lap of this 2nd TT Cup Series race. And over the curb, quite wide there for Scott Parkin. He's going to be battling for what will become 2nd place. So Paul Maguire's got to put his foot down here and try and hold on. There's also a black and white flag's gone out for car 75, and that's Anthony Park, but he's back in 8th position, so if he gets a penalty, it might not affect him too much. Now, possible battle of a 2nd here. He comes up the inside line, which will be for Scott Parkin. This is big for 2nd, the result, and Paul Maguire goes straight on. And also Scott Parkin outbrakes himself, and Richard Forber goes past both of them. So Paul Maguire outbrakes himself, so too does Scott Parkin, and they were so busy looking at each other that Richard Forber just goes, oh, fine then, I'll just go past both of you then, up to 2nd place. So rather bemused, but rather overjoyed, Richard Forber passes 2 cars in 1 corner because they're so busy battling each other. So Scott Parkin then is up into what will become 2nd place after the penalty for Carl Swift. But now Harry Yardley-Rose is under threat from, on the road at least, Carl Swift. But if he can hold on, I think he'll be delighted to become the 3rd different winner from 4 races in Audi TTs. Here's Ross Macker. He's now got repassed Paul Maguire. His car appears to be working as it should be now. But that was kind of almost pointing the finger at each other, thinking, right, well, they're so busy kind of battling with each other, they just both completely forgot their braking points, and Paul Maguire was on the outside line, possibly got onto the dirty part of the circuit, understeer wide, and Scott Parker must have been so distracted looking at what was going on with Paul Maguire, watching him go off. He this is breaking point too, and he ran wide going through the corner also. Kept it on the road, but off the racing line, off the apex, and Richard Forber just sat back and went, right, I'll pass you both then. So he will then pick up what would become that net second place. Down the back straight, Paul Maguire still coming back at Ross Macker here to pick up another place if he can. They're going to be side by side down the back straight. Patrick Booth also watching on. But Scott Parkin at least looks as though he's on course, it seems, for his first TT Cup racing podium on his first outing in the series. Not his first outing in the car, of course. As I mentioned, he's had 2 outings in it in Club Sport Trophy at Silverstone and Alton Park. So he's had a bit of sort of long race testing. But young Harry Yardley-Rose then coming up towards the left-hand at Murray's for the final time. It's going to be a win for TSR Performance and a win for Harry Yardley-Rose. He's quite a young lad, is Harry, but he's going to head up to the checkered flag in one of his only first few car races. He's going to head to the top race, to the podium and the top step as a race winner. Fantastic effort from Harry Yardley-Rose. He wins the second race of the weekend for the Audi TT Cup Racing Series. He'll be delighted with that. Now, yes, Carl Swift on the road second place, but that penalty pushes him down to 4th in the result, and it is indeed Richard Forber who picks up second place, one place that he scored better than Brands Hatch with a pair of third places, and Scott Parkin gets his first TT Cup Series podium with third place. Carl Swift's penalty pushes him down to 4th. Ahead of Paul Maguire in 5th position. Ross Macker, who was the pole sitter, drops down to 6th. Interesting, he didn't get a penalty for a jump start either. Interesting on that one, but I guess because he lost momentum in the first couple of corners and dropped from 1st to 6th, he was dubbed as not getting an advantage, I would suspect. If he got off to the distance and had several seconds, I think he would have been more a slam dunk, whereas he lost time, didn't get a good start. He kind of penalised himself in that sense by not getting the best start possible. So no penalty for Ross Macker then. 6th place for him. Rest of the order comes through into the Parc Fermé area. So great stuff again from the TTs. Now, particularly in that mid part of the race when they were properly going back and forth and battling amongst each other, that's the kind of race you can expect in TT Cup racing. Close, tight, wheel to wheel, all together. Really good fun to watch, and that hopefully should inspire some of you if you're watching and thinking, I might want to get involved in this series. That hopefully is a good advert for what you can see for some of the close racing you can feature. So Harry Yardley-Rose then, his first win in TT Cup Racing Series, and he wins from Richard Forber in 2nd place and Scott Parkin in 3rd. Carl Swift was 2nd on the road, but the 5-second penalty for track limits pushes him down to 4th, ahead of Paul Maguire in 5th, from Ross Macker in 6th after starting on pole from his race 1 win. Then Patrick Booth, Anthony Park, David Robb, who started from the back to 9th position, good effort from him, and Paul Bancroft rounds out the top 10 from Paul Hoggins, Chris Jackson and Richard Sanders. And the 2 cars that we lost were both Ryan Edgecombe after he had the car stop on him exiting the Wilson hairpin, and Luke Handley's car, I'm afraid, on the first formation lap stopped on the back straight at Wilson, down towards Brundle and Nelson. So last couple of cars getting into Parc Fermé, and of course we'll hand down to Rob Lewis in a second, which I think we can do now. So let's have a chat to our top 3, and I'm sure a very, very happy first-time winner in the Audi TT Cup Racing Series. Harry Yardley-Rose is down with our pit reporter, Rob Lewis.
Some very hot cars, some very hot drivers down here after some very hot action out on the track. I know a few of the BROCC alumni, certainly the Compact Cup alumni, were keeping an eye on Paul Maguire, but unfortunately he spilled it off at Riches. But we have a very happy first-time winner in the TTs, Harry Yardley-Rose. Harry, fantastic win there. How was that for you?
Well, I didn't expect it really. You know, the DSGs have got a lot more weight than the manuals, and the manuals seem to get better throughout the race, where the DSGs seem to get worse. So managing to keep the lead throughout the race was pretty fantastic, really. I'm pretty happy with that. You know, I didn't expect that coming into this weekend. In terms of driving style, what was it like in adapting to the DSG as opposed to a manual? Well, in the DSG, you don't get the engine brake when you're doing a manual. So it's a lot harder on the brakes, a lot harder on the tyres, and everything overheats a lot quicker. So you've got to manage the car within obviously the temperature. But yeah, really happy with that. I'd like to say thank you to TSR Performance for building this car, and my mum and dad for sponsoring this as well. Thank you. Fantastic. Well, superb efforts there on that. Now, in theory, on the road, I could speak to Carl Swift, but it's my understanding he's been moved down to 4th place. They're just doing, as you can see over in the corner there, they're just doing some technical checks on some of the other cars at the moment. They measure things like ride height, get the cars on the scales.
and basically just measure if you've put on a bit too many pounds over the winter testing period. I will grab a quick word with Carl Swift. Unfortunately, second on the road, but it looks like a track limits penalty has dropped you down to fourth.
I mean, it was well deserved. I was battling and triggered quite a few sensors, so I expected it.
Okay, so I mean, fair play on being very good about it, but overall the racing in the TT Cup, you're enjoying it this weekend, aren't you?
I am impressed. I'm impressed with the guys in it, and I'm impressed with the cars. It's a great recipe.
Will you be back?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, I can't say congratulations on the podium, but a great race anyhow. Finished second on the road. I'm hoping to grab a chat with this man, Richard Forbert, who finished second. I'll see if we can jump out of the car as quick as possible. So, if I could just get Richard to come over and have a chat with us. Always when you're under a bit of pressure, it takes just a bit longer to get your kit off there. We'll just give him a chance to get his helmet off, his harness device and his balaclava. Richard, superb second place. Much more to build on.
Much more to build on, but you know, it's coming from the back. You know, it's yeah, I couldn't have asked for any more, to be honest. So yeah, hopefully we pass the ride out test, but we'll wait and see. But yeah, that's where we want to be. We want to be in the top three. So, you know, we want to be on podium. So that's where the Durenza car should be. So, yeah, cheers.
Fantastic. And what about the series overall? Have you been enjoying yourself?
Yeah, it's good. I've come from rear-wheel drive from Porsche Boxster. So yes, the switch to front-wheel drive has been a little bit of a challenge, just on jumping on the throttle out of corners. It takes your front end away. But yeah, basically adapting to that. Being a little bit more steady on the throttle. So yeah, no, it's all good, and we're building.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on that superb result. Good luck with the ride height test and everything. Now, I am looking for Scott Parkin. I don't think, unfortunately, we're going to have time to have a chat with Scott Parkin. He is due out in the Club Sport Trophy as well. There could be a little bit to do with that, and I know for a fact they're starting to line up for the National Formula Ford that's next on our list. So it's time to hand back to our commentary box and Scott Woodward.
You know, it was a good race for the TTs, but even the director here, Barry, said that he quite enjoyed it as well, which is, I can certainly attest to that. And certainly he'll also enjoy this one coming up, because as they put on a great show yesterday, it's time for our second National Formula Ford Championship race of the weekend. Yesterday it was a victory for 2021 champion Chris Middlehurst, so he will now start courtesy of that from pole position. He started from pole yesterday after qualifying, so he will start again on pole position after his win yesterday. The grid is a result of race one yesterday, so it's going to be Chris Middlehurst on pole alongside Lucas Romanek in second place, Brandon McCork in third. Now, I believe Elliot Budzinski was disqualified from the first race. I think possibly for the contact between himself and Morgan Quinn, I think. So he starts from the back. That puts Nolan Olayer onto fourth on the grid, ahead of Tom Nippers, the best independent, alongside Charlie Mann. Then it's Nathan Yu and Bryn Kinch on the fourth row of the grid. And then for the back couple of cars that hit strife, including Morgan Quinn and Jordan Kelly. Morgan Quinn tangled with Budzinski, and Jordan Kelly spun away the lead after he took it just from Chris Middlehurst up at the Brundle-Nelson complex. And after his disqualification yesterday, Elliot Budzinski will start at the back in car 62 as part of the Ammonite Motorsport squad. So round onto the formation that go our Formula Fords. And as Rob was saying as well, talking about it, it might not be as many Formula Fords in National Formula Ford that we usually have, but the race they did put on yesterday was absolutely sublime. And I think you can agree that Formula Ford still puts on a fantastic show of racing wherever it goes, no matter how many cars it has. And certainly National Formula Ford still providing the excellent opportunity for young drivers and talented drivers to get into the mix and really push themselves forward in their racing careers. Of course, we should also mention as well, there is the tie-up once again this year with the GB4 Championship, which of course is out this weekend at Donington Park as part of the Intelligent Money British GT Championship. And there is another, once again, for our top three team drivers. It's the drivers who are, I think it's aged 19 or under, still aged 19 or under by the end of the calendar year, that will go forward. The top three that are in the championship at the end of the season will then go forward into a shootout where the winner will get themselves, like Colin Queen did last year, a £20,000 prize fund to go towards putting themselves a drive into the GB4 Championship. So Formula Ford certainly providing an opportunity for some of the young drivers in the field to get their proper next step into single-seaters out of Formula Ford and into the GB4 Championship. So big thank you to GB4, to Jonathan Palmer, to MSV and everyone involved in that for putting that together, because I know some of these drivers will certainly appreciate the opportunity to get themselves into the next step of single-seater racing, up from Formula Ford, in order to push themselves forward. There's one man who knows all about succeeding in Formula Fords, Chris Middlehurst, of course the son of well-renowned saloon car racer Andy Middlehurst. Of course, they're mainly associated with Nissans. Of course, Andy Middlehurst was a national saloon car champion. He was a prominent racer for a couple of seasons in the British Touring Car Championship, and of course for the Works Nissan team. So he'll be looking for Chris, I'm sure, will be looking to try and put himself in contention for a second title in 3 seasons. Of course, he was 2021 champion, clinched the title here at Snetterton right at the end of the 2021 season. He was in the battle with Alex Walker. And of course, the unfortunate incident for Alex Walker saw him retire, I think, from the last race of the season, which then allowed Chris Middlehurst to score the points he needed to become National Formula Ford champion. So good stuff from him. He's been, of course, to take another title where he can. But some great young talents up and down the order, including the 2 drivers as part of the Oldfield Motorsport squad. Of course, Lucas Romanek and Brandon McCorkle, who took a couple of race win each at the opening rounds at Alton Park. Also, of course, the 3-car lineup that we have from Ammonite Motorsport, like Elliot Budzinski, who, yes, is starting from the back, but he's also one of the Team USA scholarship drivers from last year in the Formula Ford Festival. Has now stayed on for a full season in National Formula Ford, one of the very talented American drivers coming through that are usually associated with Ammonite. Also in there too is Nolan Olayer, who also is another driver coming through from the US. We've also got young Jordan Kelly, who made his Formula Ford debut at the festival last year with Team Dolan. He's in for a full season. He's the blue and orange Team Dolan car just behind this car, Charlie Mann, another one of our rookies this season. And also Nathan Yu, who comes across from Canada to contest his first weekend in the championship. Wasn't able to get around for Alton Park, but he is here, thankfully, for the second race of the season. So the cars make their way up towards the grid. So Chris Middlehurst then on pole position in black and orange. Alongside him and just around him, he will have the 2 black and white Oldfield Motorsport cars. You can tell which one is Lucas Romanek because he has the red piping. It has red and white piping on his car, whereas it's just white stripes around the black nose on the Brandon McCorkin car. So the extra red detailing on Romanek's car differentiates his car from McCorkin's. The Ammonite Motorsport cars, of course, are all in red and white. And of course, the Team Dolan cars mostly are all in blue, but also Morgan Quinn's car in the white with BMW type stripes on the side as well. So the revs are rising now for our second race of the weekend for the BRSCC National Formula Ford Championship. Chris Middlehurst on pole, looking for 2 from 2. The red lights go on when they go out. The sprint to Ritchie's corner begins. Race number 2 is underway. It's a strong start from the front row for Lucas Romanek. Also 2 for Morgan Quinn from the middle of the pack as they head down towards Ritchie's for the first time. And immediately Lucas Romanek with a great start inside Chris Middlehurst into Ritchie's corner and takes the lead from the 2021 champion and race 1 winner yesterday as they turn in through for the first corner for the first time. And let's see if we can hold on to a leader. If Middlehurst will come back with him into Wilson Hairpin. It's a braking duel down towards the hairpin. And here comes McCork around the outside, also with a good start from Nolan Olayer as well. And Tom Nipper's up there too in 5th position as he tries to make up places after starting back on the 3rd row of the grid. So out of Wilson, up towards Palmer for the first time under racing conditions. And they make their way now up towards the Agostini hairpin for the first time. And again, see Middlehurst putting the pressure on, but it's Romanek with the car in the middle of the road, under brakes into Agostini, and he holds on to the lead. To the Alton Park race winner, looking for his second win of the season if he can. We've already had 4 different race winners from the first, 3 different race winners from the first 3 races. One for each of the Oldfield Motorsport cars, and 1 yesterday, of course, for Chris Middlehurst after his pole position in qualifying yesterday. So out of Oggies, Middlehurst already on the tail of Romanek. Also in there to his McCorkin, and that's Tom Nippers running wide. Has he got a problem? Shame for Tom Nippers. I think he's in trouble. He did have 1 or 2 engine gremlins before the weekend. He was a bit of a rush to get the car ready, but he did get it ready in time and put in a good performance yesterday. He was in that sort of leading group, but sadly, it looks like the problems come back to haunt him. Meanwhile, round the outside goes Chris Middlehurst into the complex at Brundle Nelson. Before they turn into the right-hander, the 2021 champ is back in front here to try and take his second win of the weekend and of the season. There is a good start for Elliot Budzinski, and there, I'm afraid, sadly, is Tom Nippers climbing out of the 189 car. So I'm afraid he will lose points in the championship and also in the independence contest as well. That will be uncertain if he keeps going. A victory there for Charlie Mann. So, leaders then out of Murray's for the first time. Good start from Nolan Olayer in the Martini sponsored car on the side. Across the line go the front few. Once again, Middlehurst defending this way and that because he knows he's under threat from Romanek. McCorkin keeping a watching brief in third as Romanek darts out, puts himself into Middlehurst's mirrors and looks for an opportunity to try and reclaim the lead that he took heading down to Ritchie's at the start. It's a clean getaway from Middlehurst initially, but a better launch from Romanek from the outside of the front row of the grid really helped him to pull himself alongside and get himself in contention to be in front by the time they turned into the corner. There's Jordan Kelly, who's made a good start up to P5. And he will try to get himself in contention too if he can. Down the hit straight, you can see Middlehurst not comfortable in the lead. He's going back this way and that. He's just trying to break the toe here as much as he can. McCorkin also under pressure. So whilst one Oldfield Motorsport car defends, the other one attacks. And great action up and down in this front pack all the way through at the moment as they come up towards left-hander at Hamilton's for the second time under racing conditions. And now out through the left, the right-hander at Williams and onto the Bentley straight now for the second time now. In the slipstream, down the back straight towards Brundle Nelson under the bridge. Olai's just darting out to have a look at McCorkin up the inside for third place, but he wasn't far enough in the mix there to try and make that happen. See if he's got an opportunity to try and make this one stick if he can on the next lap. Through the bomb hole go the leading quartet. Jordan Kelly's a bit further back, and Morgan Quinn, after he started at the back of the grid, hasn't wasted any time whatsoever in getting up to 6th position to try and play a bit of rear gunner for his teammate. Out of the left-hand race they go then, back towards the start-finish line they go to end lap number 2. And still no change in the top 4, still line astern in towards Ritchie's once again. Middlehurst in control, but still with the pressure being applied as they come through towards the hairpin again. So it's now 4, nearly 5 for the lead now. And also charging through is Elliot Budzinski. He started right at the back after he was disqualified from race 1. He's already got past Morgan Quinn, the man he tangled with up at Brundle, which saw Quinn off the road. And he's now looking to try and get himself in there too if he can. Again, no change in the top 4. Still as they were. Kelly trying to latch onto them now where possible. Looks to me as if there's going to be a potential opportunity to try and get past very shortly. So still as they were. Still the 2 Oldfield Motorsport cars second and third, with Olai just keeping them in check in 4th position. Now down the back straight again. Jordan Kelly just edging closer now. He's not that far away. He's just getting a whiff of a slipstream from the 4 cars in front. And we saw how quick he was yesterday. He was that close from taking victory and then just overcooked it into Brundle and Nelson and skipped over the curb and over the grass and sadly dropped down the order and out of contention for victory. And so his teammate Chris Middlehurst continues to hold the advantage, but he's got those 2 very racy Oldfield cars behind. As we say, both race winners already this season, and looking to see if they can steal a win from Chris Middlehurst once again. Of course, if either Romanek or McCorkin win, it'll be they were the first driver of the season to win more than one race. But who knows? No, an all-Iron car 52 might be in contention. So too, of course, could be Jordan Kelly. Do either of them have anything in reserve now? I imagine both of them pushing as hard as they dare, but I imagine do either of them have the ability to possibly pick this one up? Well, one thing you can't deny, they are certainly pushing as hard as they dare, and it's certainly going to be quite a interesting result no matter how this goes. And Olai just going defensive because you know he's under a little bit of pressure now from the fast racing car of Jordan Kelly. Also pushing forwards now to join that leading group, it seems. So both Elliot Budzinski and Morgan Quinn. So those two will certainly be in close attentions very shortly. Back to Oggies. Still Middlehurst with the advantage. Fastest lap of the race has gone to Jordan Kelly. He's done a 2-minute 1.047. But pace-wise, they're all very evenly matched. You look at the top 7, they're all in the 2-minute 1s. They're separated by about, well, if you're not counting Jordan Kelly, the rest of the pack is separated by about 3 or 4 tenths of a second. So you can see just how close it really is. And as Middlehurst tries to break the toe, Kelly now is on the inside of All Eye for 4th place. And the Team Dolan driver tries to make it stick, but the American holds his ground on the outside for Brundle. Inside for Nelson, looks for the undercut. Now goes Kelly. Now All Eye shows in the edge of the road, cuts across and tries to hold the position, which he does into the bomb hole. But I imagine he's that close. If Kelly can keep in close attentions, he'll get him possibly on the exit out of Murray's, down the pit straight, and possibly line him up for a move in towards Ritchie's. That could be his next potential passing spot, and they've got to be careful because both Budzinski and Morgan Quinn are not too far away. There they are in the background, the second of the red and white Ammonite cars. That's Elliott there in 6th position, and the white car with the BMW style M Sport stripes, that is Morgan Quinn. Meanwhile, it is now Chris Middlehurst under attack either side from Oldfield Motorsport cars. He's got one to his outside, one behind him. As both Romanek and McCorkin sense blood in the water. They sense a chance now to possibly get through and make this move stick. There's Charlie Mann further back, battling with Bryn Kinch. He's our lone independent racer that's left after Tom Nipper's retired. There's a warning flag going out, I think, for track. There was, and there's been a touch between 2 cars. Round's got one of the Oldfield Motorsport cars. That's Brandon McCorkin. McCorkin, All Eye have tangled up at the hairpin. Now then, sadly, we don't have a free play function on that, I'm afraid. But it looks as though it looks. I'm not going to speculate, but what's happened there, of course, is McCorkin has dropped right back, and All Eye is out of the race, I'm afraid. So that now means it's now going to be Middlehurst versus Romanek, and now potentially Kelly into the mix as well. But sadly, 2 of the front-running contenders tangling up at the hairpin, and as a result, both of them are out of contention for victory. So Brandon McCorkin will have to wait until he gets another victory, possibly race 3. He and his Oldfield Motorsport team will have some work to do to put that car back to... well, I bet it's still going, but if there is any damage, I'll have to try and work on that one. Meanwhile, All Eye's car has been parked up a little escape road between that links what is the 200 circuit, where it links the exit of the hairpin back onto the Bentley Straight here, almost very similar to what the old circuit used to be like. And again, Middlehurst not comfortable, darting this way now to break the toes. Romanek looks round the outside, has a peek, puts himself into Middlehurst's mirrors, but still, the 2021 champion has got the job, has got the run he needs. He's still got Kelly keeping close. Also watch out for both Budzinski and Quinn, who are in contention. And as for Brandon McCorkin, he has carried on. Looks as though that car is relatively unscathed, interestingly. And he's now trying to chase after both Bryn Kinch and then Charlie Mann to get a couple more places up the order. If he can pick himself up into what would be, that's now going to be 7th position, I think. Meanwhile, Middlehurst, Romanek, Kelly, that's the top 3. Less than 5 minutes to go. And still no real guess as to who's going to win this one. There is Jordan Kelly. Good to see him charging through from the back of the grid. And can he push himself into contention to finally get that first win? Because he was very close. And of course, just I imagine it would have been he would have accepted all his own doing, I would have imagined, because he just ran a little bit too hot, a little bit too enthusiastic into the complex, just overcooked it, skipped over the grass and lost several positions. And he was so close towards the end of the race to getting his first National Formula Ford victory, and he was battling with, of all people, his teammate Chris Middlehurst. Just a little bit too much trying to get through. As here comes Romanek again. He's forcing Middlehurst to really go defensive into the hairpin. But now it is Romanek the meat in a Team Dolan sandwich. He's got Middlehurst in front, but Jordan Kelly right behind him, tucked up underneath his gearbox. He hasn't got his rear gunner of Brandon McCorkin anymore because he's further back down the order, back in 8th. So now it's Jordan Kelly's turn to go on the offensive and see if he can pick up another place. But knowing Romanek, knowing that he's going to be firmly in contention for the championship this year, he will not give this up easy. Of course, he's a racer. No racer gives up a position easy like that. But here comes Kelly. He's got a good run here as Romanek tries to follow in Middlehurst slipstream, and Kelly will get the double toe from both his teammate and from Romanek. And now, as Middlehurst continues to hold caught in the middle of the road, it's still Romanek and Kelly nose to tail up through Brundle, up through Nelson. Still no movement here. 3.5 minutes to go. And also joining in now is Elliot Budzinski. Now he's climbed, of course, to the back of the grid after his disqualification yesterday. He's back into 4th. And Morgan Quinn's a bit of a distant 5th now and trying to keep pace, but maybe not on the same amount of grip or pace that the top 4 have altogether, because they're pushing each other all the way to try and get to the checkered flag. They're going to get, I think, 2 more laps to go then, because lap times are in the 2 minutes at the stage. In fact, even in qualifying, Chris Middlehurst was the only man in qualifying to go sub 2 minutes. He did a 1:59, a very high 1:59 to go on pole position, and that's certainly got a lot of pace in it if anyone's got anything to say about that. Jordan Kelly, meanwhile, did have the fastest lap of the race. Now been pinched again, this time by Elliot Budzinski, and he's lowered it by about a 1/10.5, 2 minutes .820. So he's on the charge as well. Here comes Kelly up the inside of Romanek. He's found the gap on the inside line at Wilson Hairpin. Now he's on the outside for the next corner at Parber, which is a left-hander, which means it is advantage Romanek. Has his nose in front, keeps the position, but Kelly might look for the undercut as they now make their way down towards Agostini again. He'll be in the slipstream. And also watch for Elliot Budzinski in the red Team Ammonite car. He's in contention for this in 4th place too. Side by side for second, looking around the outside goes Kelly in the blue car. Young Irishman trying to get past the Northern Irishman in front. So you've got 4 different nationalities in the top 4 places. You've got English, Irish, Northern Irish, and American. And you've got the other second of the ROI drivers, the Republic of Ireland drivers in there. There's another black and white flag going out for somebody. Let's look on race control to see who that might be. It's for number 20. So car 20 has been given a black and white flag for driving standards, apparently. And that's Charlie Mann. So I'm not quite sure what that means in terms of driving standards, whether he's weaving too much or whether he's sort of... again, not for me to speculate, but Charlie Mann getting a warning for that. If he carries on transgressing in the way that he has, then he'll cop some form of a time penalty, I'd imagine, for that. Leaders again into Brundle and Nelson. It's still Middlehurst with the advantage, but he's got to be constantly looking in his mirror to see these top 3, these 3 cars stacking up behind him. There's Budzinski in the red and white car. And is anyone going to make the move here? Because Kelly made that initial move to try and get past 2nd place, but all it's done is given Middlehurst a couple more car lengths, and now it's given both Romanek and Kelly the task to try and get back with him. Romanek just pushing that car as hard as he dares through Murray's. He knows the last chance he's already got is now the run on this last lap. So across the line they go. 43 seconds on the clock as they cross the line. One more time around the 300 circuit. Kelly darts out to put himself into Romanek's mirrors. But Romanek is more focused on trying to chase after Middlehurst as they go through Ritchie's corner. And I think Romanek is getting pretty close here. He made most of the slipstream down towards the hairpin and down towards Ritchie's. He's just getting a little bit closer. Good traction off the corner as well. Still got Kelly in close attention. So is Budzinski in 4th place. Clock will tick down to 0 in about 15 seconds time. So definitely the last lap of the race and our last chance on this lap to see if Romanek can find any way past Middlehurst. It will be 2 from 2 from the weekend so far for Snetterton. Down to the hairpin. Still Middlehurst, Romanek, Kelly, Budzinski. 4 cars all together. And now out towards Hamilton. Again, still wide astern. Now I imagine, because Middlehurst likes to try and close the gap, and that was very clever. Is that a problem for Middlehurst? What's happened? Middlehurst has slowed down on the exit of Hamilton. What's happened to Middlehurst? Through goes Romanek on the grass. Jordan Kelly's now right behind him. Third for Budzinski, but is that a problem for Middlehurst on the final lap of the race? Oh, that is heartbreaking for Chris Middlehurst. He could have gone for 2 for 2. Hasn't even come with a shot. There he is. And the race 1 winner in trouble on the last lap of the race. And unfortunately, he will not make it 2 from 2. The Team Dolan driver will crawl to a halt, pulls the car off the road, and that's a real shame. Meanwhile, for the lead, it's side by side. Kelly goes for it this time. Can he make it stick into the complex? The answer is yes, he does. Jordan Kelly this time doesn't go skipping across the road. He makes the move stick past Lucas Romanek, and for a moment, Romanek was in position to win. I can't even speak. Romanek was in position to win, and then gets passed by Kelly down the back straight. So on the last lap of the race, the lead changes twice at about a few hundred yards. Up towards the final corner, it'll be a Team Dolan car comes to the checkered flag, but it won't be Chris Middlehurst, because for the first time in his 4-4 career, up to the checkered flag. He missed that yesterday after a small error, but this time, no errors at all. Jordan Kelly wins his first National Formula Ford race by taking a lead on the last lap of the race, second to Romanek and third to Budzinski, top 3 covered by 0.361 of a second. That is Formula Ford once again at its finest. Morgan Quinn 4th, 2.6 seconds back. They're 5th for Charlie Mann, 6th for Bryn Kinch. And that is absolutely gutting for Chris Middlehurst. A problem on the last lap of the race, whether it was electrical, whether it was fuel starvation or something else, whatever it might have been. But a mechanical issue which puts, sadly, Chris Middlehurst out of the race on the final lap. So Brandon McCorkle will come through. He will pick up 8th position, but coasts across the line. Not the race he would have wanted after he tangled with Nolan Alleye at the hairpin. And again, Nolan Alleye, of course, out of the race, and of course no Chris Middlehurst either. So that is the rest of the pack across the line. So the pack goes back into Parc Fermé. I'm sure Rob will have 3. I'm sure a very ecstatic Jordan Kelly. Remember, he started from the back of the grid and picked his way through, and then I don't think he would have expected his first race win, but he certainly took it, and sometimes, doesn't matter how you get it, the win's a win, and you'll take it any way they come. So Jordan Kelly, I'm sure that at least one person will be very happy. Gutted for Chris Middlehurst, the course, but very happy for his young Irish charge. It's going to be Bernard Dolan, the man who looks after Team Dolan, of course, a Fawn and Ford legend in his own right. He'll be very happy that his new young Irish charge has picked up his first win of the season. Lucas Romanek, of course, he's a racer. He'll have wanted the victory, but still, second place is really good points for the championship. He's taken 2 second places now, so that's really good for him to pick that up. And of course, Budzinski, after getting 3rd after he was disqualified yesterday, that certainly makes up for the troubles yesterday. So here's the result then. It changed on the final lap of the race, but Jordan Kelly, incredibly, wins his first National Formula Ford race, but ahead of Lucas Romanek and Elliot Budzinski. The top 3 separated by 0.361 of a second in the end. Morgan Quinn takes 4th from the back of the grid. Charlie Mann's 5th and also takes the independent win after Tom Nippers retired. And the rest of the pack is Bryn Kinch in 6th, Nathan Yu in 7th. Brandon McCorkle recovers to 8th after his tangle with Nolan Alleye. Then it's Chris Middlehurst guttingly retires on the final lap of the race with issues. Nolan Alleye out after the contact. Tom Nippers also pulled off early in the race as well. Right, down to Parc Fermé for our last top 3 interviews before we go to an early break for qualifying for Club Sport and for the lunch break. I'm sure with a very ecstatic Jordan Kelly and the top 3 is Rob Lewis once again.
Thanks, Scott. Well, I've got an ecstatic Jordan Kelly with me after quite an entertaining race yesterday. Didn't quite go your way. That didn't either. Yeah. Now you've climbed all the way and got the win today. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, coming from 10th was just yesterday was just one of them things. Just you just have to learn from it. You just make a stupid move and you just have to come back stronger. And starting from 10th, I didn't think I'd get where I was, but Chris just had that mechanical failure there in the last lap, and I just lucky Romanek didn't have the toe. Lucas didn't have the toe, so just able to pull past him down the straight then and get the inside for under the bridge. So. No, I couldn't be happy with that now. It's unreal.
All bodes well for the rest of the day.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see how the next race goes. But that's a good way to start the day. So can't be happy with that now.
Absolutely, great bounce back. Congratulations on a fantastic win. Now let's go see our second place man on the road, which is actually Lucas Romanek. We've got Elliot Budzinski here as well. So I'm going to switcheroo a bit. I'm going to get 3rd place. Elliot.
Yes.
Good podium.
Yeah.
Happy?
Yeah, I am. I mean, obviously always want more, but coming from 11th, I think it's definitely a good step, especially staying with the front pack. So I'm very happy with it.
Plans for the rest of the day?
I think just keep safe. Like, obviously I'm going to go for it and try and fight for the wins, but not take too many crazy risks.
And there's nothing quite like this Formula Ford 1600 racing, is it?
No. I can honestly say I haven't. Nothing like it. It's just great.
Proper single seaters.
Yeah, proper single seaters. No room given, but just enough.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a podium there. That's fantastic to hear from Elliot. Lucas, we had a chat yesterday. Another good race from yourself. 2nd place. You happy?
Yeah, very happy. Gives us some good points in the championship. We're on for P2 initially, and then Middlehurst had a problem or something coming out of Hamilton's, which put us in the lead for just the Bentley straight. And on there, it was sort of a bit of bad luck because Kelly just had the speed on me and managed to get round, which is a good move. But P2, I was still very happy with it.
I guess with the Bentley straight, it was all about the toe that kind of undid you there.
Yeah, definitely. If there was anything I could have done to sort of prevent it, I would have. But it's what it is, and brilliant points for the championship.
Absolutely, it's what it's all about ultimately, is points for the championship. So what's your mindset for the rest of the day?
Obviously win, see what the reverse grid is, and just see him push on from there, because it's sort of a toe sort of race around here, so yeah, it should be good fun.
Yeah, it's a very fast circuit as well, and even though the Formula Ford hasn't got the ultimate numbers this weekend, it's so competitive.
Yeah, definitely. You see how people come through through the grid. Yeah, it's just great racing.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations once again on another podium, and that concludes our interviews for the top 3 of the National Formula Ford Championship. Some great single-seater racing. I still say it now, this is better than any other junior Formula. You just cannot beat good old-fashioned Formula Ford 1600 racing. But we're going to take a little bit of a break now because we've got a qualifying session coming up for Club Sport Trophy and the lunch break. The live stream is going to take a bit of a break, so I'm going to hand you back to Scott Woodward. It's going to take you through what's happening this afternoon. Scott, over to you.
Rob, I think this is whilst the last couple of the cars are being recovered from having stopped on track on the Snetterton circuit. Tiny bit of a couple of minutes delay before the Club Sport Trophy cars come out for their qualifying session, so you might see them come out on track whilst we're signing off from the first part of today's live stream before we go on to this extended break. Whilst they qualify, then we have the scheduled lunch break here at Snetterton. So for the action for this afternoon, be sure you stick around and stay tuned. Of course, there is plenty of other motorsport here around this weekend, but if you are sticking around for Snetterton, then we thank you very much indeed. Remember, if you are watching, be sure to hit subscribe and to hit the notifications bell as well, because of course, anytime we go live on the BRSCC channel, you will get notified when the next live coverage comes up. That next live coverage is going to be in a couple of weeks' time for the one-day thrash at Alton Park for the next rounds of TCR UK, along with the Civic Cup, the Fiesta Juniors, a full quota of Fiestas. We've got Fiesta Juniors and the Vinyl Detail ST150s and the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s as well. But that's then in a couple of weeks. This is now at Snetterton. So after the break, as I can see the Club Sport Trophy cars just behind the barrier are starting to form up in pit lane before their qualifying session gets underway. So after this qualifying session and the lunch break, we'll come back with our first of 2 races of the weekend of the day for the BRSCC Evolution Trophy, which features the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV Trophy, the Classic VW Cup, the Ricci Concept Classic VW Cup and Classic TT Cup, and the Cook Sport Renault Cup on track altogether. They made their debut at Brands Hatch with some great racing amongst all 4 categories on one track together. So hopefully more of the same here at Snetterton. Then after that, we've got our first of 2 races for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. They made a great debut at Brands Hatch, also on the BRSGC Formula roster for their first full season with the club. And then we go back to essentially a complete run through of what we've had this morning before we go to lunch. So it's Nankang Thai BMWs once again after them. Then this 3rd Audi TT Cup race. Then the 3rd National Formula Ford race that we've just seen for the 2nd time just now. And then it's Evolution Trophy, MG Metro Cup. And then we finish off with the cars that are just about to go out for qualifying now. The 45-minute pit stop race for the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy. So as the Club Sport Trophy cars prepare to go out for qualifying, we're going to quickly step away and take our slightly extended lunch break, if you like. We'll be back at around about, for the first race, about roughly 1:45 when we get underway for things for our first of 2 Evolution Trophy races here at Snetterton. But for those who are watching so far, thank you very much. Stay tuned. Racing action will be coming around about, let's say, where are we now with time? It's about 12:36, so roughly round about, I would say, about an hour and 10 minutes time or so before we get racing back underway here at Snetterton for more action with the British Racing Sports Car Club. So go get yourself some lunch, go get yourself refueled and back in place in about an hour and 10 minutes time when racing gets back underway here at Snetterton.
And a good afternoon from the still very sunny and warm Snetterton, and we're getting ready for the afternoon's book of racing. We've got 7 races lined up, the first of which we're just here on the grid on the 300 circuit, getting ready to grid them up now, and that's the Evolution Trophy. We've also got the first appearance of racing today of the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. We've got the last 2 races of the Audi TTs and the National Formula Ford, and we've also got, at the end of the day, our last race of the day, the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. So we've got an action-packed afternoon. The Orange Army are just here with us, getting ready to grid up our first race of the afternoon, which is the Evolution Trophy. Not so much a race series in its own right, but don't forget you've got the likes of the Cook Sport Renault Cup in there, Classic VW Cup, the Mark IV MX-5s, and the Evolution Trophy really gives those series a chance to build up the grids and thrive until they get the right numbers, and then they can have their own standalone grid. So it's a great initiative from the BRSCC that can allow new starter series and ones that need a bit of tender loving care to grow. But as you can see behind us, we've got cars getting ready to come out onto the grid. So as they get formed up behind us, it's time to head over to our commentary team, Scott Woodwis.
Yeah, thank you very much on that one, Rob. Welcome back to this afternoon's programme here at Snetterton with the BRSCC. And as you can see, cars are making their way onto the grid for our first of 2 races today for the BRSCC Evolution Trophy. And as Rob was explaining, this is a bit of another new concept introduced by the club for this season. The simple concept behind it is to answer a simple question: why not create a new series that is simply just that, for new series? And so this essentially gives, Rob rightly said, the chance for fledgling series and projects, whether it's a new race car that's coming in or a new series being put together, the chance to not only get out there and race competitively and develop in competition, but also to race alongside other similar other series and projects that have the same idea, that want to grow and become series and championships in their own right. So for this first season, there are 3 or 4 championships and projects, which are series and projects, which are running amongst each other. We have the Ricci Concepts Classic VW Cup, which you're seeing some of their cars on the screen here. We've also got the Cook Sport Renault Cup that was constructed by Cook Sport Performance and their founder, none other than Josh Cook of BTCC fame. We also have within the Classic VW Cup, there is a sub-series to that as well, which is the Classic TT Cup for Audi TT Mark 1. Not to be confused with the TT Cup Racing Series that the BRSCC has founded separately to that. It's a kind of a subclass, a sub-series in its own right to Classic VW Cup in a way. And then we also have the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV Trophy, giving its first proper platform to start growing its grids and to get on getting bigger as it goes on. It's still looking to be the next generation of BRSCC Mazda MX-5 racing, to go along with the 2 successful Mark I championships and the Mark III Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. So a mixture of different cars on the grid here, a mixture of Renaults, Volkswagens, Volkswagen Audi Group cars, including a couple of, I think there's 1 or 2 Seats on the grid, and also of course some Mazda MX-5s and some Renault Clios and all sorts in here in the grid as well. It's a Volkswagen Golf and a Renault Clio that start on the front row of the grid. And it's Adam Marshall. It's Adam Marshall who took both victories outright at the opening races of Evolution Trophy, on pole position for this one. Alongside him was long-time pole sitter for a while in the session, Nick Gwinnett. He's also on the Cook Sport Renault pole, as well as Adam Marshall on the Classic VW pole as well. Simon Tomlinson and his ex-VW Cup Golf is also there too in third, alongside Ken Larkin, his very powerful and experienced VW Corrado. Tony Hunter in a Renault Clio, Dawn Butcher in her ex-production GTI. We've got Mark V Golf GTI, Richard Clark in his FinSport run Clio Gen 4 Cup car, Gen 3 Cup car, and Dave Kyson in his example also starts on the 4th row of the grid. Nick Sanderson in his Seat Leon Super Copper alongside Tim Moll in the wonderful little shouty Mark 1 Golf Berg Cup car. David Maiko in his Clear 182. Ben Taylor, who was on the Mark 4 MX-5 Trophy pole, he's ahead of Donald Devar and Frank Petit in their Golf and Clear respectively. Stephen Watson in his old school Mark 2 VW Scirocco alongside Harry Scott, the best of the 2 Audi TTs in the Classic TT Cup. It's Bruce Hadfield making his first appearance in the MX-5 Mark IV Trophy. Welcome addition to the grid here. He's alongside Joseph Ritchie, and that just about rounds out the 18 cars that we have for this first race of the day for the Evolution Trophy. So the cars head off onto the Formation lap, and as I mentioned, the concept behind it is rather than insert a brand new series either just on its own with a handful of cars or within another existing championship, this essentially gives a dedicated platform for these new projects, these new series that want to have their own standalone grids going forwards, gives them the best possible chance to learn and grow at their own pace within the Evolution Trophy. And it's a series only leaves Evolution Trophy when it essentially is dubbed to have a big enough grid, a big enough entry consistently to stand on its own 2 feet and have its own grid. Then once it does, it then gets lifted out of Evolution Trophy onto its separate standalone grid, and then the next series or project that's coming in to take its place will slot in onto the grid alongside everything else that is currently taking part in Evolution Trophy. So to talk you some of the series, we've got the Classic VW Cup, which of course is looked after by the likes of Chris Adams and co. And Chris Adams, I think he might at least be here in a coordinating aspect or looking after the series in that aspect. But you've got a great mixture of mostly kind of modern classic, if you like, of Golfs. You've got a couple of the ex-VW Cup cars in there. You've got a Mark II Scirocco. You've got a couple of old school Mark I Golfs in there as well. A Mark V Golf and a couple of other different machines in there too. There's also, it's open to Volkswagen Audi Group cars as well. Just see Nick Sanderson and Seat Leon going through as well. That's Ben Taylor, who's on pole for the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV trophies. There are 3 Mazda MX-5 Mark IVs in this grid. Ben Taylor, who's on the pole. Joseph Ritchie, who was also at Brands Hatch along with Ben. And then we have a brand new newcomer to the Mark IV trophy grid, Bruce Hadfield, making his first appearance. We don't have the, I think, I forget, I was so bad, I forget the name. There was another MX-5 that we had at Brands Hatch, but for whatever reason, the name has completely escaped me, which I do apologise for if I'm losing somebody out. And then we've got the Cook Sport Renault Cup, which has a mixture mostly of Clio 182s and 172s, a couple of the Gen 4 Clio Cup cars in there as well, which have been driven, of course, by Richard Clark and Dave Tyson. And then we have those cars that are more familiar. You see another sort of similar tin top series, the likes of Frank Petit and David Maiko, Nick Gwinnett and Tony Hunt, who are quite veterans of racing amongst each other in their Renault Clios. And so they've got a slightly new platform for them to play with here in 2023. So it says Adam Marshall. I keep wanting to call him Andrew Marshall, but it's not. It's Adam Marshall. I'm sure I will trip up on that at least once more throughout this race. And for Adam in advance and to his team, I do apologise for calling you Andrew rather than Adam if I do so going forwards for the rest of the day. Adam Marshall, in his also ex-VW Cup Golf, is on pole position here. The similar car of Simon Tomlinson is up there in 3rd place. They're split, of course, by the top Cook Sport Renault, which is Nick Gwinnett and his red Renault Clio, just as they're coming to the front of the grid. It's important to really point out that, yes, there is an overall grid here, but essentially what you're looking for is races within races. So essentially the VW Cup cars, classic VW Cup cars, are really racing amongst themselves, really, for positions within their classes and overall in that particular category on the grid, as are the Cook Sport Renault cars, as are the 2 classic TTs, and also so are the 3 MX-5 Mark IVs in their own particular race. But the overall race that they put on, that Brands Hatch particularly, when you had 4 different cars, a Clio, a TT, a Mazda and something else in the mix as well, was very, very entertaining to watch. So I imagine you might get more of the same here. So, green flag, we've moved the back in 1 second. The 5-second board will then be shown at the top of the gantry, and then watch on the top of the Marshall hut by the start and finish line when the red light goes on, which it does now. We're all set for our first Evolution Trophy race here at Snetterton. Lights out. It's a decent start from the outside of the front row for Nick Gwinnett. Not a great getaway from Adam Marshall, and a charging start also from one of the TTs. I think that's Harry Scott from deep in the field as they make their way down towards Ritchie's for the first time. It is Nick Gwinnett in the Renault as he heads into turn 1 in the lead. Ken Larkin, the fast starting Corrado's up to 2nd place, and now the rest of the field pours its way through as they come up towards the first corner. The MX-5 is trying to get stuck in there too as well. It's quite a very sort of jumbled up grid in many cases, but it's the Adam Marshall diving back up the inside for 2nd place past Ken Larkin, the Corrado. But again, remember, there technically isn't an overall race here. It's more kind of races within, it's 3 or 4 races happening at the same time. It's just they happen to be on track at the same time as each other in many cases, but it'll make it so clear as the race goes on, as we watch here. So Nick Gwinnett heads the entire pack down towards Agostini for the first time. And he, of course, is now at the moment leading the way in the Cook Sport Renault. He's got Tony Hunter in 2nd place, 4th on the road amongst everyone else. The 2 Gen 4 Clios going into combat. That was Dave Tyson in the red and yellow machine, just ahead now of Richard Clark. So they've swapped positions from where they started on the grid. Of course, Adam Marshall leads the classic VWs out of the field. And I think also there was 1 Audi TT that went racing, because I think we had 2 on the entry list. The other one was Philip O'Halloran, but it looks as though I think we've only got Harry Scott on the grid, unfortunately. So I was hoping for that 2nd TT, but looks as though hasn't quite made it out there. So Renault, VW, Renault as they come onto the pit back straight for the first time. And now the 2 Gen 4 Clio Cup cars have been split by, I think that's possibly Dawn Butcher's Mark V Golf. I'll double check that's to come down the back straight. Nick Gwinnett looking pretty comfortable, and indeed, it looks like the Dawn's got past both of them. That looks like possibly, is that David Myco's engine possibly expiring in the background? There was a bit of steam or smoke coming from underneath the red clear in the background. Unfortunately, it might be him pulling off the road. Indeed it is. I think there's oil down there as well as it's caught out Ben Taylor, and possibly also there was Bruce Hadfield getting a little bit of slide on. He goes around the background. Joseph Ritchie's is pirouetting. Back onto the road goes, waiting for his time to get back on the road, Ben Taylor, waiting for Bruce Hadfield to come past. So looks like possibly David Myco's car was dropped oil, and because of that, it's caught out, ironically, all three of the Mazda MX-5s. So they've all got together, all going again, thankfully unscathed with nothing happening to them. Now as they come onto the pit straight once again to end the first lap at racing speeds, there might well be at least a slippery surface flag down there, because David Myco's engine did unfortunately let go in a rather large way by the looks of it. So it's Nick Gwinnett that leads, Ken Lark in second place, it's I almost said it, Adam Marshall in third place, Tony Hunter in fourth now under threat from Simon Tomlinson in the kind of multicoloured XVW Cup car, XVW Cup Golf. Then we've got the sixth place car 42, which is Dawn Butcher. Seventh place and eighth now for the two Gen 4 Clios at play. That's Dave Tyson in the Touring Car Experience sponsored car, alongside Richard Clark there on the right-hand side in the Finsport car. I think the story behind that car was that it was found in France, completely unraced, and it made that car made its literal competition debut, its first ever race since it was built at Brands Hatch at the first Evolution Trophy races a few weeks ago. So that's quite interesting to see how that car's literally had no competition life outside of that first race at Brands Hatch. They're now split by the two. I think Dawn Butcher's either dropped back or had a bit of a mistake there, because she's now lost out. She was ahead of the two Clios. Now she's dropped in between them. So unless there's a bit of play here going on, or simply just she's made a mistake at the hairpin, run deep, and allowed at least Dave Tyson to get through. Nonetheless, some battles going on here. So yeah, essentially just checking in with. We've really got to look into the individual races here in terms of who's where in their respective categories, because we've talked through the overall order, but in terms of actual overalls, that needs to be taken into account. There is indeed a slippery surface flag. You can see the red and yellow stripe flag down there, and that's signifies, oh, that's Ken Lark to the big spin. He's off onto the oil, dropped down by David Myco's car. Round he goes. He just glanced onto the barriers, but he's now sideways in the middle of the road, coming off of Brundle Nelson. Off the road, he's got Adam Marshall. He's got oil on his rear tyres. So whatever's happened to David Myco's car, Simon Tomlinson's off the road as well. So David Myco's car's off to let go in a massive way. There's a lot of fluid down there, and it's catching out several drivers. And so, rightfully so, I think that's the correct decision. Red flag, race has been stopped, also because a lot of fluid has been put down by the blown engine of David Myco's car. And so, the race has been stopped now to allow essentially the marshals to go and clear it out. There'll be plenty of the quick dry and cement dust that'll get put down there. But of course, quick thinking by the clerk of the course and also by the marshals as well, to try to get down there to ensure that the whatever fluid spills down there is cleared up as quickly as possible. So hopefully Ken Lark can get going. He did get going. Well, the doors are open, so the master's just checking in, but it was quite a heart-stopping spin for Ken Lark. Imagine that he went to go and brake into the complex at Brundle Nelson, and as soon as he did, just hit a patch of whatever fluid had been dropped down by the blown engine of David Myco's car, and then because of that, it just the rear end just dropped on him. He just glanced off the barrier. It wasn't even a very hard contact at all, and found his car stationary in the middle of the track, and might have either just been trying to hope that everyone around it could avoid him, or simply just trying to get the car refired again if he'd stalled it, or waiting for a gap in the traffic. And as you saw, the two XVW Cup Golfs of Adam Marshall and Simon Tomlinson obviously either hit it themselves or saw that the Ken Lark car was just in front of them or around them, and had to quickly skip over the runoff area that as essentially going straight on at Brundle Nelson, using the little service road that takes them back onto the track, the same road that Ben Taylor used when he was getting back on the road and waiting for Bruce Hadfield to go past. So as we see, the race, of course, red flagged, and best choice in terms of safety, of course, because the last thing we want is more cars flying off the road on dropped fluid from a car's engine expiry. So everyone has been parked onto the pit straight. Now, in terms of the ruling is if they haven't completed 2 laps, which they haven't, that means that they should put the grid back to where the original starting positions were. So it means that Adam Marshall will start again on pole position. Nick Gwinnett will be alongside him on the front row. and then the rest of the pack will then fall in behind them. So you can see there plenty of the spectators enjoying the glorious Norfolk sunshine here at Snetterton and enjoying the racing action on top of that. But of course, the main priority is to ensure that drivers are safe out there on track and not dropping it on potentially harmful fluid that could cause more dramas than wanted. So already you can see our magnificent marshals and recovery teams are quickly on the scene, putting some quick dry down on the area of the track where we had the fluid dropped by David Myco's engine failure. And that now means that the quick clear up that will go on means that we will shortly be getting racing back underway once that's done. Of course, the safety car down there to check things over too, to make sure that everything is all good. And as I rightly predicted, it is going to be a restart, basically as if technically the first lap and a half never happened, in terms of everyone back on their grid positions as they were as they qualified in the session this morning. So as mentioned, this again puts Adam Marshall once again with another chance to start from pole position in the VW Golf and on Classic VW Cup pole as well. Let's see if Adam can get a slightly better start, because it was a great start from the outside of the front row for Nick Gwinnett, and he had the race, at least for the first lap and a half, under control. Adam Marshall had dropped back a little bit, and he was fighting with Ken Lark at one, because Lark got up to second place, and Adam Marshall was trying to get up there for third, but also trying to keep ahead of both Tony Hunter and Simon Tomlinson. And they were having their own little battle going on for fourth place, but just a couple of seconds behind them. So that was an interesting point. At the time of the red flag, in terms of where we were in terms of individual races, the overall race was being led by the leader in the Cook Sport Renault Cup, and that was Nick Gwinnett. And he was leading the way from Tony Hunter in second place, fourth overall in the race. Then next it was Dave Tyson in the first of the two Gen 4 Clio Cup cars, ahead of them Richard Clark in fourth. And then it was fifth place for Frank Petit, and that was the last car we had, because of course David Myco's car blew its engine on the run down to Brundle Nelson, hence all the fluid that's being cleared up down just before the bridge and around the beginning of that complex. With the Classic VW Cup, it was Ken Lark who was leading at the time, and so he spun his way out of the lead at that point. Adam Marshall then in second place, and that was then from Simon Tomlinson in third. Dawn Butcher had a really good start. She was up to fourth in her Mark V Golf GTI. And then it was from Nick Sanderson and Donald DeBar, from Stephen Watson, and then I was hoping we'd see Tim Moll, but Tim Moll's car didn't take the start either, sadly, so we didn't see the Mark I Berg Cup car either, I'm afraid. And then in terms of the Mark IV, MX-5 Mark IV trophy, it was Bruce Hadfield that came across the line after the excursion that all three of the MX-5s had up at on the first lap up at the Brundle Nelson complex across the grass, and Hadfield was the one that took the lead. Ben Taylor had rejoined after his run across the grass in second place, and Joseph Ritchie, once his car stopped pirouetting, was getting back into the race in third in the Mark IV trophy. So just waiting for the rest of the clear up to be finished. The engine blew pretty much about 2/3 of the way down the straight. You can see where the quick dry cement dust has been cleared up right just to the right of where the rescue unit is on the right hand side. And as ever, diligent work from the marshals to quickly lay down and sweep the cement dust all the way across. It's technically on the racing line going down towards Brundle and Nelson, because everyone naturally moves across to the right hand side of the circuit to set themselves up for the run into Brundle and Nelson. So diligent work by the marshal. If you want to find out how you can get involved with marshals, of course there are a couple of BRSEC regional centres where you can obviously get in touch with them and with the chief marshal and see if you can find out how you can get going. And you can also get in touch with the British Motorsport Marshals Club. And you have to remember one thing, is that marshals, of course, are all volunteers, but they do it for the love of the sport and because they want to be involved. And believe me when I say, and I've said this so many times and I will keep on saying it until the day I leave this earth, which is marshals are genuinely the most important aspect of any race meeting, because without marshals, they couldn't do things like clear up all the fluid from the car that blew its engine. They couldn't direct cars into the onto the grid. They couldn't manage cars in the assembly area in Parc Fermé, on the grid in pit lane, and also around the circuit when there are incidents and spins and things to be cleared up. Marshals genuinely are the lifeblood of the sport, and they genuinely give up their free time because they love the sport and they love being part of it and doing what they do and being an essential part of a race weekend. Doesn't matter if it's here at Ceston on a club meeting or the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. The marshals do a fantastic job. They're trained to an incredibly high standard. They get marshal training at the beginning of every single season, so it's a refresher training, so where they can just make sure they can get the basics down, that they haven't gotten sort of any lost touch at all throughout the off the season, because of course when racing season stops, you kind of there's nothing really to kind of do unless you do anything like track days or circuit days or test days that you might go and marshal to, which some marshals do choose to do throughout the week if they have the time to do so. But importantly, with marshals, for them it's again, like I said, it's a voluntary position, but it's a very important part in that. And I know that a lot of marshals, in fact, I'm sure all marshals take great pride in being one of the most key parts, if not the most key part of a race meeting. And so we're always very, very thankful and for all the efforts that they put in from start to finish on a race weekend, whatever it is. And I've always said this: marshals for me are British marshals are genuinely the best marshals in the world, fact, and I will never be moved on that. Unless someone can show me better trained and better qualified marshals, I will always shout from the rooftops the British marshals are the best. They're trained to a very high standard. There's very high standards with marshals, but everyone works together as a team, as a proper community, and they really do put on a fantastic job. And especially in conditions like this, when it's incredibly warm, you have to bear in mind that the majority of them have to do it in, effect, essentially, orange overalls or orange jumpsuits. So, in particular, a couple of races last year, I remember at Anglesey, it was getting so hot in the middle of summer, and there's some efforts were made to make sure that marshals had bottles of water taken out on post. They were made as cool as possible, ice creams on top of that as well, because ultimately marshals are the ones that you have to try and look after as much as possible in order to make sure that these race meetings can run as smoothly as possible. So that's a really key thing to do. So big thank you once again to all the marshals. If you're in the chat watching on the live stream, please either show your appreciation or even just by posting an orange heart emoji or something in there just to show your appreciation. And just, again, hopefully echo what I've just said over the last couple of minutes, that marshals really are one of the most important things in motorsport, and we need to look after them, we need to treasure them, we need to make sure that we keep them trained as high a standard, because, of course, without them, we literally just couldn't go racing and run race meetings full stop at all in motorsport than anything else. Just been handed quickly that we are, as it's shown on the timing screen as well, so thank you to the producer here, that we are going to get a 10-minute restart rather than the regular 15. I think it's just to keep things rolling on timetable as much as possible, and of course, since we did the first lap and a half or so, it takes up a couple of, and of course the time to bring them back to the grid, it probably equates to the equivalent of roughly around about 5 minutes or so. So it was going to be 10 minutes to do so. Ben Taylor's Mark IV is, that's odd, he's driven through to the front of the circuit, and now he is looking at my commentary box window. Is he parking that car? Where's he going? I think he's either just, well, that's odd. He's now reversing backwards. So is he going to start from the pit lane instead? That's quite interesting. Can't say I've quite seen that before, but I've never seen a car reversing up the pit lane at Ceston. That's a first for me, I have to say. But it looks as though either he's had an issue of some kind, or he is having to start from the pit lane in order to quickly get it resolved. Either way, one of our Mark IVs has quickly been pushed back to pit lane. Rest of the pack is also in place now, and ready to get going very shortly. And the first Evolution Trophy race of the weekend, the second restart, is hopefully moments away. Good to see plenty of spectators trackside, enjoying the weather. Of course, there's plenty of motorsport going on around the world. Of course, there's the Monaco Grand Prix, which is starting shortly, and also we've got the Indianapolis 500 later on this evening, at least in UK time, for those who want to watch that. And British GT also taking place at Donington right now, and we share the link on that on the BRSCC Facebook as well, but that'll be available to watch back after the racing is concluded here at Snetterton. So lots of good top quality motorsport all around the world going here, but for those of you watching here at Snetterton, both at circuit and also on the live stream here, thank you very much for your company, appreciate it. Of course, if you are here, and be sure to hit the subscribe button and also to hit the notifications button as well, because it means that whenever we go live for any future BRSCC events, both this season and beyond, that you'll always get a notification as to when we've gone live, so you can make sure that you never miss a minute of the action, of course. And you can always go ahead in any race, of course, if you missed any races from today or from yesterday. Of course, the full live stream is available already for you to watch from yesterday as well, if you want to watch that back tomorrow, because it is, of course, in the UK Bank Holiday Monday. You can also watch it then, but also as well, you can watch back through some of yesterday, earlier the races from today by just scrolling back through when you get the moment to do so. So the klaxons are going off for the 60-second and 30-second boards, essentially, on the top of the gantry. As the green flag flies, at least on top of the gantry, the digital board on top of the gantry, and away go the cars for their second formation lap of the day. Of course, they'll be going out there particularly to kind of explore a little bit how the track conditions are now that the clear-off operation down at Brundle Nelson on the approach has been completed. There will be plenty of cement dust down there, and they've swept it up as much as possible to pretty much dry the circuit up as much as possible. And that will mean at least with that cement dust or quick dry solution, they'll be able to at least drive on it with at least minimal chance of slipping on it and having any further problems. So as you mentioned, the grid is set for this restart, because the race didn't complete 2 laps, it completed about a lap and a half, and the red flag was thrown just before the leaders came across the line. It means that the grid goes back to its original qualifying order, and that means Adam Marshall in the VW Golf will start once again on pole position. To make their way around onto the second formation lap. We'll see who's got what now. We'll see if Adam Marshall's got the ability to get a better start this time and trying to hold off Nick Gwinnett. Of course, that little Renault Clio is quite potent. It's quite lightweight. It's got some poke in a straight line. There's that Renault Clio. But of course, Adam Marshall was on quite good form at Brands Hatch, taking 2 victories, and that's a car which is being run by Team Hard. So Tony Gillam's outfit, at the very least, looking after that car. I think that car was possibly on its own. It's maybe just a reduced setup for that car this weekend, but I know at least at the Brands Hatch weekend it was being looked after and entered by Team Hard, so that car certainly has been looked after in good hands. There was Nick Sanderson for a moment there in the silver and red Seat Leon. Now the slippery surface flag is still down there, unsurprisingly, because obviously the Marshals can try and scrub up that fluid as much as possible, but sometimes it's almost impossible for them to get everything a little bit, but at least all the cement dust they've put down, or quick dry, whatever solution they've put down, is at least enough for them to greatly reduce the effect that the fluid slick that they have down has caused. So it'll be a lot safer to drive on there than it was before when we had the start of the race. I think also, by the looks of it, Ken Lark's Corrado, after the spin, hasn't taken the start either, so we lose, of course, David Michael's car with the engine failure. Ben Taylor's car, I think, let's have a look, it's still parked up at the end of the pit lane. It's not now, it's missing. So, unfortunately, I think if he's had an issue, it may well mean that that car has had to go back to Parc Fermé. So there are 1 or 2 cars, sadly, hitting 1 or 2 problems. But hopeful that those cars will be fixed and back out again for the second race later on this afternoon. So the formation lap concluding as the cars come around onto the grid for this second start of this first race of the day for the BRSCC Evolution Trophy. And now lining up in position. So Adam Marshall's car, the white VW Golf on the left-hand side, and it's Nick Gwinnett's red Renault Clio on the right-hand side as well. There's no Ken Lark's or Simon Tomlinson's Golf is just hiding behind Nick Gwinnett's car, and also watch out for both Dawn Butcher and Tony Hunter from the third row of the grid. Last couple of cars in place, revs are starting to rise. Watch for the red light on top of the Marshall post on the left-hand side. There it goes. And for our second time, the start for the BRSCC Evolution Trophy is go. And again, as it was in start number 1, it's a good first initial phase from Nick Gwinnett. But on the second part, VW managed to kick in and managed to possibly hold itself over to second place. It's now battling with Dawn Butcher here, as they see Marshall going through to second place. It's side by side for third. That was between Tony Hunter and Dawn Butcher as they turned their way into riches again on this restart. Out of the right-hander. Adam Marshall again already this time decided to go right on the attack around the outside, takes the wide approach in towards Wilson. Meanwhile, third, fourth and fifth being contested already by Tony Hunter, Simon Tomlinson at the heat front of the field. Now they come back onto the short straight. And now they come towards Agostini once again. And through the hairpin they go. There goes two of the Reading 2 MX-5, because sadly looks like Ben Taylor was unable to take the start. So it's Joseph Ritchie ahead of Bruce Hadfield. As they come out of the complex of Oggies through Williams and now onto the back straight now for the first time on the restart. And of course at racing speeds these two will be able to see exactly what kind of pace they've got. Nick Gwinnett trying to hold on with Tony Hunter. Now Little Cleo's got some poke in the straight line, isn't it? Into second place goes number 1, Tony Hunter, the white Renault Clio into second place. So it's Cook Sport Renaults first and second then. The two Clios up towards the front of the field. It's now third place for Adam Marshall. So it's Clio's first and second. VW Cup Golfs in third and fourth. There's Frank Petit in the blue Renault Clio that he's got, ahead of Stephen Watson in the VW Scirocco Mark II. Great old school car with a nice retro style paint job on that car. As Marshall goes back down the inside to try and get past second place. He's over the grass. He's completely outbraked himself over onto the other side. He just glances off the wall, if not just misses it. Almost goes into our camera a little bit there. Matt Marshall a little bit too exuberant into the complex and just about holds on. And thankfully, didn't manage to collect anyone either. So Nick Gwinnett then continues to lead the way, both outright in this race and in Cook Sport Renault Cup. It's Tony Hunter in second place, Simon Tomlinson third, and the recovered Adam Marshall after his little scare at the left-hander at Murray's. Is it still into fourth position? Pushing a little too hard into those last couple of corners. He's ahead of Dawn Butcher in fifth. Dave Tyson is sixth in the first of those two Gen 4 Clio Cup cars. Seventh for Nick Sanderson in the Seat. There he is, the silver and red car in the middle of this little battle pack. You've then got Richard Clark in the Finsport entered Renault Clio. And also in there too, I think, is the little Mark 1 Golf of Donald Duval. The only one of the two Mark 1s that we had this weekend, because Tim Moll hasn't been able to make the start for race number 1. But hopefully, if they can get that car fixed, he can be out for race number 2. So Nick Gwinnett extending his lead now, pretty early. As they come into the hairpin now, this is Dave Tyson with the move in the Clio up the inside of Dawn Butcher. Nice clean pass into Agostini, and that means that Dave Tyson up now into 5th position. And now here comes Nick Sanderson looking to try and make a pass too. Little sideways move there from Richard Clark as he got the tail out exiting the hairpin. So this should be intriguing to see how this battle plays out. But Nick Gwinnett looks as though at least at the end of the first lap, because of the little excursion that Adam Marshall had, which checked everyone else up in avoidance, has a 2.5 second advantage out in front. And Tony Hunter's got some racing here to do. He's lost out to second place, you can see, but he's trying to come back at Simon Tomlinson. So it's almost a little enlarged a little bit. The slightly larger Renault Clio against the larger VW Golf against the tiny little Renault Clio, and it's the Clio, the lighter, more potent car in a straight line, that gets the job done again and back into second place. And Tomlinson goes back on the attack towards the bomb hole, but again, Hunter's got the track position, turns his way through the right-hander, and nothing doing on that point. Marshall trying to come back in 4th place, and he's been closed down by Dave Tyson in that blue and fluorescent yellow Renault Clio Cup car in 6th position. So Nick Gwinnett doing what he did, at least in the Cook Sport Renaults last time out at Brands Hatch. He was a runaway winner in both of those races. Didn't win the races outright, but he won both of them. He won the Cook Sport Renault category in the Evolution Trophy race both times at Brands Hatch. And so far, it's going all his own way at the moment. Remember, all of these contests are all series, not championships, so there's no championship points in any of these available. It's simply just pure good racing for positions and for bragging rights, and maybe a trophy at the end of it as well. You see here Tomlinson and Hunter having a good race here. Tomlinson back up the inside in the VW Golf, and these two have, in other sort of tin top style series, have raced against each other plenty of times more than once. So no strangers are Tomlinson and Hunter, and I'm sure if they continue like this, they'll certainly be shaking hands afterwards after what's been a quite thrilling battle between them. Nothing too thrilling at the moment about Nick Gwinnett's race, because he's been able to spread eagle the field here in car number 14. Here comes the battle of second and third, and Tomlinson's got himself back in front again. And now Tony Hunter was on the attack, but his attack and being balked by the defensive efforts of Tomlinson has brought the other VW Cup car into mix now. This is Adam Marshall, who I think has calmed down a little bit after his first lap excursion at Murray's. He was just darting around to put himself into Hunter's mirrors, trying to find a way through. Meanwhile, looking further back, we've got Stephen Watson checking in with our Mark IV trophy runners. There's Joseph Ritchie in car number 24. That's one of the couple of the cars run by Paul Sheard Racing. Paul Sheard, one of the pioneers of the Mark IVs in the UK. Good to see that car's still circulating. Also there's see Bruce Hadfield. I believe he's in the invitation class, so he's sort of not quite to the exact regs of the Mark IVs, but still good to get another Mark IV on the grid. So Joseph Ritchie looks like he's set to pick up, at the moment at least, the Mark IV trophy victory. These three, meanwhile, still haven't left each other alone. This is Simon Tomlinson, who's brought a slight gap now on Tony Hunter, with Adam Marshall giving chase. Dave Tyson now in still 5th position, because Dawn Butcher's dropped back a couple of places. And here's our lone Classic TT Cup racer. This is Harry Scott. We did have Philip O'Halloran on the entry list as well, but at least not for this first race has he been unable to make it out. So hopefully, if he is still able to get the car fixed, he can get it out for race 2. But at least in the Mark 1 TT here, kind of like this little sub-category alongside the Classic VW Cup. Nick Gwinnett, meanwhile, crosses the line to start his penultimate lap of the race. Remember, it's a 10-minute restart after the lap and a half that we had in race 1. And then we had the oil slick that was put down by Dave Myco's blown engine. It caught a few drivers out, and thankfully no one came to harm. But for the interest of safety, and to make sure the track could get cleared up, that first start after a lap and a half was red flag, but they got it back going again. Here's a bit of a scrap going on. This is Stephen Watson. This is basically very much old versus new. This is the older Stephen Watson Mark II Scirocco against the newer Mark IV MX-5. And if you look at one of the straights, they're, well, I'd say evenly matched, but the Scirocco's got the pace here. It's ever so slightly lighter, and so a slightly better power-to-weight ratio. Yes, the new Mark IV will probably handle a bit better in terms of a more modern chassis, more modern suspension. But then again, you can modify one of these older cars with more modern bits, and they can handle just as well. Tomlinson still sits in 2nd place. It's still Adam Marshall on the recovery trail, trying to pick himself up into at least his 2nd place in Classic VW Cup, but he's 4th on the outright running order, behind the man in 2nd place in the Cook Sport Renault Cup, which is Tony Hunter. Let's just check in with each of those contests. So Nick Gwinnett leads the race overall and in Cook Sport Renault Cup. It is still Simon Tomlinson in 2nd place, who also leads the Classic VW Cup. It's Tony Hunter, who is 2nd. Look at Renault Cup first of all. So Gwinnett is leading the way from Hunter in 2nd place in that category, with 3rd outright. And then 3rd place at the moment, 5th overall on the road, is Dave Tyson in the Gen 4 Clio Cup car. He's got a couple of positions on Richard Clark, and then Frank Petit rounds out the 5 cars that we have there. In the Classic VW Cup, it's Simon Tomlinson who leads the way here at the moment from the recovering Adam Marshall in 2nd place. Donald DeVar in the Mark I Golf is coming through in 3rd position from Dawn Butcher, and then from Nick Sanderson. There's Donald DeVar in that brilliant little Mark I Golf. Some still say that's one of the best hot hatches of all time, or the original hot hatch, so to speak. At least the original hot hatch that essentially went, the equivalent of that exploded in popularity and really set off the properly set off the hot hatch trend that we now still enjoy today. Across the line goes Nick Gwinnett behind me in the commentary box, and here is Nick on to the final lap of the race here in this first BRSEC Evolution Trophy race of the day. So seeing Adam Marshall there continuing his pursuit of Tony Hunter. So Tony, I'm sure, enjoying himself, having a battle not just with his fellow Renaults, but also getting amongst some of the other cars in the other categories. Case in point, here's still Watson and Ritchie still battling amongst each other. They're looking incredibly different, the 2 different generations of car here. But again, Ritchie's got better traction off the corner, but in terms of actual straight line speed, I think you'll find the Scirocco's got the measure here, and it does look. In a straight line, the VW has the legs on the Mazda, and as he heads down towards Ritchie, he's still holding on to what is currently 12th place on the outright running order. whilst Joseph Ritchie's back to 13th. Here's another battle going on. This is, again, not this is sort of inter-category battling here rather than amongst their own little contests in themselves. So that's Richard Clark in the Finsport run Gen 4 Clio alongside, essentially that's the first generation, I think, Seat Leon Super Copper car. That's Nick Sanderson. I should mention, for those who know club racing, there is another driver called Nick Sanderson who was successful in Fiestas. It is not the same Nick Sanderson, just to be clear. I was corrected on that back at Brands Hatch, so thank you for that. It's a different Nick Sanderson altogether, who knew? But yeah, Nick Sanderson there in that Seat car, which proves that in the Classic VW Cup, you're welcome to bring any kind of Volkswagen Audi Group car that essentially fits the regulations. So it can be an Audi, it can be a Seat. I'm sure Skodas are allowed as well if you want to. I'm not quite sure they'll allow stuff that's as big and bold as Bugattis or Lamborghinis, I'm sure, but or even Bentleys. But I'm sure stranger things have happened in motorsport. The rest of the pack comes through. Brunswick and Nelson, still battles going on. A little wide there for Nick Sanderson. He's continued his pursuit of Richard Clark, but nobody's pursuing this man as he comes up to the checkered flag. And as he did in the Cook Sport Renault Cup in his own category, he's also going to win Cook Sport Renault Cup and the outright race in race number 1 of Evolution Trophy. Nick Gwinnett takes victory, second for Simon Tomlinson, and it'll be third for Tony Hunter. Nick Gwinnett, of course, wins the Cook Sport Renault segment of the race. It's Simon Tomlinson second, but also finishes as the Classic VW Cup winner. Next through comes Tony Hunter, third outright, second in Cook Sport Renaults. Adam Marshall, fourth overall, second in Classic VW Cup. And then the Cook Sport Renault podium rounded out by Dave Tyson. And the Classic VW podium rounded out by Donald DeVar. These two, meanwhile, are still going for it. Oh no, is that Stephen Watson with a problem? Oh, that's a shame for Stephen Watson. There was such a great battle going back and forth between those two. But on the last lap of the race, Stephen Watson Scirocco sadly cries enough. And I'm afraid, if he can trickle it round to the flag, I hope he does, because he might even make the flag. He has to trickle it around on the starter motor, or whatever it is that's the problem. It, at the very least, gives the position freely to Joseph Ritchie. And of course, as Ben Taylor didn't take the start on Bruce Hadfield's away back as an invitation driver, he will come through all the way to the checkered flag to pick up the victory in the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV Trophy. To the checkered flag, Joseph Ritchie takes the win in the Mark IV Trophy for Mazda. So good effort from him. And I hope Stephen Watson makes it to the flag, because if he doesn't, that'd be a real shame. He's having such a fun battle with Joseph Ritchie. Fingers crossed he can make it to the end. So the cars make their way into Park Fairway, where we'll be a very eager and waiting Rob Lewis to have a chat with them. I'm sure we'll see if we can have a chat with as many of the class winners as we can. Of course, the next race coming up shortly, there might be a little bit of clear out for 1 or 2 cars to be taken back to pit lane. So we might have a tiny bit more time to have a chat to not just the top 3, but at least to our winners in each of the categories. Here's the result then. It's Nick Gwinnett who wins outright on the road and also wins the Cook Sport Renault Cup. Simon Tomlinson second, who wins Classic VWs. Tony Hunter third and is second in Renaults. Fourth is Adam Marshall, second in VWs. Dave Tyson is fifth, third in Renaults. It's then third place for Donald DeVar in VWs and sixth overall. Then Dawn Butcher in her VW, Richard Clark in the Renault, Nick Sanderson in the Seat, and Harry Scott, who is the lone Classic TT Cup driver. He picks up 10th position, and it's Frank Petit, Joseph Ritchie, who also wins the Mazda MX-5 Mark IVs, and then Bruce Hadfield. And hopefully, if he did cross the line, fingers crossed if he did or not, I'm not 100%, but if he did, then hopefully Stephen Watson made it to the end in the VW Scirocco after his battles with Joseph Ritchie. Right, down to a set to Hot Fairway. Let's get back to Rob Lewis, who can have a chat to our contenders and our top finishers from the first race of the weekend for the BRSUC Evolution Trophy.
So we're not doing a traditional overall podium here. What I want to do is kind of pick 4 drivers from each of the series. But our overall winner just happens to also have won the Cook Sport Renault Cup. It's Nick Gwinnett. Nick, good win out on the road. This Clio's a bit rapid, isn't it?
Yeah, she don't hang about, does she? It's all me, it's not the car.
All right, we'll put it all down to you then, but quite a good race on the road against the VWs.
Yeah, it's interesting. They're really good through the stable stuff. That's better in the inside, the in-bit, so the infield. But them all were bickering at the front, weren't they? So I just got out of there while them two, they're all fighting on the first couple of laps, and I just got my foot down, get a gap. So, yeah, it's fun.
Fantastic. And just a quick word about the series you're kind of racing in to build up a grid for it, the Cook Sport Renault Cup.
Yeah, it's great. Just bring your Clios, everyone. Get some more out. It's a good, friendly bunch of people. Just need some more numbers, don't we? But it's early days yet, but he'll get there.
Early days. Okay, well, congratulations there on the overall win. Now we've got Mr. Tomlinson here, who's won the GT class and the overall class in the Classic VW Cup. Great race from you. those little French baguettes are a bit quick, aren't they?
Very, very quick. We had a really good race a couple of years ago, me and Nick, and I happened to get up around that year, but it were good. I just left it a bit late, so good.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations there. Unfortunately, we have got to move things on a bit. We've got, I'm fully aware we've got cars out on the grid at the moment. And so this car here, so this is what is going to be the next step of the Mazdas that you all know and love. So this is from the Mark IV trophy. And Joe Ritchie racing this car. Tell us a bit about it.
What a wonderful thing. Sort of built to be a development step up to GT cars out of the Mark 1 and Mark 3. Fantastic sequential gearbox, brilliant, sort of semi-slick tyres, and it really gives us an opportunity to showcase how much or how little talent we really have.
Fantastic, and to be out on the grid there with some of these other nutcases as well, just kind of, does that push your driving on a bit?
I'd say, having battled with the VR6 Scirocco there, we had a bit of challenge. Bruce over there in our pair of Mark IVs, but yeah, you got to show them what you're made of with a little bit of horsepower, haven't you?
Fantastic. Well, congratulations there on a good result. I was going to try and grab a word with Harry Scott, but I'm well aware that we have got cars out on the grid for our next race, which is the Metros. So I'm going to hand back to Scott Woodwis over in the commentary box.
Thank you very much on that one, Rob, and good to hear from most of our winners there from the first Evolution Trophy race this afternoon. Right, straight into more kind of hot hatch style racing, and these little buzzsaws are the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. They're making their full season debut this year with the BRSCC. No strangers to BRSCC because they have raced as guest formula in years gone by, but this is their first full-time season on the BRSCC roster, and we're really delighted to have them, of course. Great little pocket rockets, these Metros, been around since 1992, and of course for their first full season with us this season. So, from qualifying this morning for race number 1, John Moore sits on pole position alongside Rhys Claydon, ex-BMW Cup driver. And it's Mike Williams, who was a double winner at Brands Hatch, and Matthew Simpson alongside him on the second row. Ben Williams and Robbie Kenning in the old school computer vision liveried car in 6th. Tim Shooter and Phil Goodwin sit on the 4th row of the grid. Rounding up the top 10 is Dan Willars and Les Tyler on 9th and 10th on that grid. 11th on the grid on the 6th row is going to be Dick Trevitt and Tim Davies. And it's the 7th row of the grid for Richard Jessup and Richard Garrett. And then John Wall and Richard Cowley round out the 16 cars that we have for our first of 2 Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup races. So as we mentioned, the MG Metro Cup's been going since the early 90s, of course, when it was right towards just about sort of the end of a lifespan in some cases of the MG Metro, since it existed since the early 80s. And of course, those who know Metros with longer histories will know that they had their history not just in rallycross, but also in rallying as well, but they had the very extreme MG Metro 6R4 variant. Not quite the specification we have here, but these cars very much fun to drive, and if you could even look back as far as the early 90s, and they were featured on Top Gear at one point, and we had a certain Tiff Liddell driving one of these cars, and great to see the racing was just as fast and frantic then as it is right now, and it was some fantastic racing that we had at Brands Hatch in the opening rounds. We don't have the defending champion here this weekend, Mark Eales. Is it Mark Eales? Yes, Mark Eales, who ran car number 1. Not here this weekend, sadly, but the 2 drivers he was battling for victory, Mike Williams and Rhys Claydon, are definitely here this weekend. And coming into the weekend, it is a 4-point lead for Mike Williams after his double victory at Brands. Rhys Claydon took 2 victories, including one that was on the road. At least he was the victor, but a 5-second penalty, I think it was for track limits, saw him drop down the order and eventually pick up the 2nd place instead. And Marcos picked up a pair of 3rds. I remember he admitted afterwards saying that the competition levels have gone up a little bit, so his title defence was going to be a little bit tougher than he was expecting. So he's certainly going to try and battle hard if he can at the next rounds coming up at Donington Park GP in a few weeks' time. Ben Williams and Matthew Simpson also should be in the mix too. They're 4th and 5th in the championship, only separated by about 5 points. Les Tyler 6th in points coming into the weekend. He's also level, but there's 3 drivers on 23 points. You've got Matthew Simpson, Les Tyler and Dick Trevitt on 23 points each, so they managed to score the same amount across those 2 races to really even things up in the top 5. But of course, you even got the proper original Rover MG Metros, or the slightly newer Rover Metros, the slightly newer shape, but even so, all these cars effectively the same cars underneath mechanically, the same shape, same size effectively, and there's no difference too much in terms of the engine power whatsoever. Cars make their way around here. These little Metros, again, they look small and diminutive, but they can pack quite a bit of punch, and they've got quite a decent power to weight ratio as well, so they can put on some really good racing. This is, of course, their first year away from where they were racing previously with the MG Car Club, but they've made if you want to call it a breakaway or a switch, if you like, to BRSCC. An opportunity to see if they could expand their horizons a little bit, and it seems as though that even just after the first race, they're thoroughly enjoying their time so far. There was a nice video they posted earlier on social media with all their cars lined up nicely, and all the drivers enjoying the sunshine, enjoying how everything looks, and I'm sure that it'll be just about the same for everyone involved going forwards. So the cars make their way through, and I'll be intrigued to see how John Moore gets on, because this is his... he was at Brands Hatch, but he wasn't quite towards the front, so quite a change in fortune for John. And he comes into the weekend in 9th in the point standings, so he only scored 16 points from that one, a pair of finishes that gave him 8 points in each race. So the fact that he's starting on pole position means he's really found a turn in fortunes and a turn in pace here at Snetterton since Brands Hatch. I suspect maybe it's this circuit, this circuit might well suit his car much better. But we shall see how he performs. But of course, the two cars to really watch out for towards the front is certainly going to be Rhys Clayton, who starts on the front row of the grid, and then also Mike Williams, who was the championship leader coming into the weekend, having taken those 2 wins at Brands Hatch. He starts in 3rd. So the cars in P2 and P3 on the grid are 2 highest placed championship drivers, being in 2nd and 1st respectively. No Mark Eales, but the rest of the pack will certainly take full advantage of his absence to try and take as many points as possible from this weekend in Norfolk. So John Moore's car then, in black with red and white on the side. It's then the white 2-tone yellow and black car of Rhys Clayton, and then the red car, which is just parking up out in view, at least behind Rhys Clayton, just to its immediate right on screen. That's Mike Williams there alongside the orange and white car of Matthew Simpson. Another car to watch out for, looks pretty good. It should be there. It's just about there. It's Robbie Kenning's car. It's a more old school Metro, but it's starting in the old school kind of rallying factory CompuVision livery. So it should have 16 cars on the grid, set for 20 minutes of racing for this first race here at the Hitford Construction MG Metro Cup. John Moore starts on pole. It's Rhys Clayton on the front row of the grid. Behind them, champion leader Mike Williams. What can he do from the second row of the grid? Let's find out as we go MG Metro racing here for the first time today. It's a decent start from the front row, also a strong start from the second row for Mike Williams, and indeed Matthew Simpson also creeping up on the inside line. He's Ben Williams in the almost BRM coloured number 75, but in towards Ritchie's for the first time, and it's Rhys Clayton, the ex-BMW Compact Cup man, who sweeps around the outside and takes the lead from pole sitter John Moore as they head into Ritchie's and then into the Wilson hairpin for the very first time. So into the hairpin they go then, and still 3 abreast you can see there. That was between, it looks like Ben Williams in the middle and Mike Williams to his inside and Matthew Simpson to his outside in the orange and white car in there too. Also moving up strongly I think is Dick Trevette, and he's up there after starting in P11, so he's making moves pretty quickly. So let's see if he's got some pace in that car to go forward as they turn their way out now. Some battles, big pack as well. I think that's possibly Phil Goodwin having a scrap over what looks to be 7th or 8th position, but it's Clayton who leads, Moore in 2nd place. It's the Williamses, Mike and Ben in 3rd and 4th. You've then got Matthew Simpson in 5th position in that orange and white car in there too, and in 6th place behind, looks like, I think that is the number 3 car, Phil Goodwin. So he was battling for 6th and 7th places behind with a couple of cars in there too as well. So lots of jostling for position in the early few corners already. Plenty of action going on here, but Rhys Clayton, as he did in race 2 before he got the penalty at Brands Hatch, just trying to edge away pretty quickly here, and John Moore's holding his own in 2nd place, but the 2 Williams drivers, Mike and Ben, just trying to chase after John here. And as I say, good turn of pace from John already this weekend. There's Robbie Kenning in the computer vision liveried car. He's having a battle there with Tim Shooter in the white and green car, and also coming up behind them was one of the other cars in the mix in kind of dark red and white. So all sorts going on there too. Kick up a bit of cement dust as they come into Brundle and Nelson for the first time. Let's see what pace these guys have got to try and keep Rhys Clayton in touch. But John Moore's closed up a little bit in that first lap so far. So we'll see if he's got a bit more in reserve here as they come through. You see Tim Shooter there with the threat from Robbie Kenning. Has a look. Those two have been battling for position down the back straight. It looks like Shooter has got past then. So Shooter maintains his pass after he made it into Brundle and Nelson. But now into the complex for the first time into Murray's. It's still Clayton, Moore, then the Williamses, Mike and Ben. Still Matthew Simpson in 5th position as they come out of the tight left-hander and again back through the gears onto the pit straight to see if he can extend that advantage. But Rhys Clayton now has got a tidy couple of car lengths over John Moore in 2nd place. 3rd place still now for Mike Williams. Some of the other cars down the further in the top 10. Phil Goodwin indeed in 6th place in that kind of very bright, sort of fluorescent yellow car in 6th position. It's then Les Tyler 7th, Tim Shooter 8th, Robbie Kelly 9th, and Dan Willars in 10th. And there's Dick Trevette, who's up into 11th place. They come onto the second lap now to see if they can increase that gap a little bit further. As they come out of the left-hander at Palmer's, it's still, the gap across the line was 0.5 a second. One car running wide on the exit there in the background. I think that's Les Tyler in 7th place in car 21. Quickly finds the circuit once again. So top 3 just trying to make a small breakaway here from Ben Williams in that green and orange, almost BRM coloured car. There was the Rover 200, I think, that had that BRM edition. And it was that's got a BRM coloured British Racing green with that bright orange grille. Remember that? It's exactly the same as how the BRM single seater, the sports cars had the same colour scheme. So out now through the right-hander at Williams, back onto the Bentley straight once again. And as they start to tuck into the slipstream a little bit. And you see here, just under braking, Rhys Clayton was a little bit closer that time by, so I wonder if he's closed in a little bit, I should say, from John Moore just behind him. He's keeping in close proximity there was the 3rd place car. A lot of I thought for a second that was one of the MGs also having an engine failure, but it wasn't. It was just him running over a lot of the cement dust and kicking it up into the air. That was number 6. That was the number 6 Metro of Richard Cowley, which is in that bright sort of two-tone turquoise and orange. Certainly a car that you can't miss out on circuit. Across the line to start lap 3. Still Clayton ahead by only by 0.25 a second. It's actually 0.4 between the top 3. New fast lap of the race and Mike Williams. There could be a possible imminent change for the lead. Here it goes round the outside for John Moore. Big move up the outside into Richie's corner, but Rhys Clayton stands his ground. And he might have to go diving up the inside to defend his position, which he does. Later on the brakes, here goes Mike Williams sliding down the outside of both of them. Takes the wide approach, and here comes Ben Williams in the mix as well. So it was all spread out a little bit in that top 3, but now they're all concertinating together. It's now a quartet for the lead as they come onto the short straight towards Palmer again for the 3rd time. This has been quite the interesting affair at the moment. We're seeing it's getting quite dicey out there at the front of the field, and so it should be. Into the hairpin. Have a little look up the inside from Moore then. And they're still sort of closing up together. If they're not careful with that quartet, it'll become a 6-pack in a minute, because you've also got in there as well Matt Simpson, and then behind him Phil Goodwin in car number 3. After that little moment that they had at the start of this 3rd lap, they just calmed down a tiny bit, but John Moore just keeping in the wheel tracks of Rhys Clayton, who's trying his best to hold on to the position here if he can. And as they come back down the straight once again, John Moore trying to get into the toe here. Having a look up the inside, making a big dive. He's made the move stick. So a huge dive up the inside to take full advantage of Rhys Clayton, breaking that a little bit earlier, possibly to avoid the cement dust. And a big dive for John Moore. And after from pole position, slipped back to about 3rd, but now he's back to the lead again. So a really good turn of pace from John Moore this weekend. The 2 Williamses going to combat through the bomb hole. And it's now Ben Williams ahead of Mike Williams. So the green and orange car displaces the red and black car in quick succession. So changes for 1st, changes for 3rd. Also getting in there too, Matt Simpson keep watching brief as the 2 Williams again trying to swap positions as Mike Williams goes a little too deep. And the championship leader loses a couple of places, might lose another one if he's not careful, because Matt Simpson is lurking there in car 16. Meanwhile, the leaders come across the line again. Reese Clade's not quite done with John Moore, is he? He's back in the slipstream, and these boxed little Metros, it means they punch quite a large hole in the air. Not that aerodynamic, but for the best possible way. It means that you can make big passes and big drafts up the inside line. As Mike Williams goes sideways, he's run wide, he's onto the grass, he's way off the road. Mike Williams is almost going off into Thetford in a minute, never mind on back onto the circuit. In the olden days, it would have been potato fields there that would have stopped him, but they've all been cleared up now, so he's trying to go up the A11 at one point. It's not going to quite work, is it? So Mike Williams gets back on the road in front of rather bemused Robbie Kenning, I'm sure. That's put Mike Simpson down to 6th position because both Matt Simpson and Phil Goodwin have got past. And that's now demoted him just in front of the computer vision liveried car in front of them. So in towards the hairpin they go again. And still, Reese Clade not quite. Bit of unfinished business there with John Moore. I think he's quite keen to gain that position back if he can. I'm sure he's going to push extra hard to make sure he does so. The rest of the pack comes through, and Cassini just tailing in their wake. See there, Dick Trevette in the 10th place car behind Dan Willers and Les Tyler in 9th and 8th respectively. 11 and a bit minutes to go. There's still a chance here for Reese Clade to close back in. And remember, these cars have been quite unaerodynamic. They sit quite low on the ground as well. See the way they just squat on the ground on their low suspension. They're great looking little cars, these Metros. And they race pretty cleanly as well. Over the cement dust on the outside line. And Clayton just closed in a little bit more in the slipstream down the Bentley straight there on this 4th lap. Still keeping close. It's now Ben Williams into 3rd place, trying to lead the charge back towards them. Still with Matt Simpson and Phil Goodwin for company. There is Mike Williams. There's Les Tyler, in fact. There is Mike Williams, in fact, in the foreground. But Les Tyler with the kind of grey and white Union Jack on the front. And he's now being chased down still by Dan Willers in the red and white 58. He's back in again through the left-hander at Murray's. And still, it looks as though that Reese Clade has got that pace to keep up with John Moore. But whether or not he's got the chance to repass him for the lead in a second remains to be seen. They're going to come back down the pit straight. It's now at the end of lap number 4 onto lap 5 here at Snetterton. Still plenty of time for a few more. And John Moore's got a bit more of a gap down this time, but a better exit out of Murray's has helped him get a second gap on Reese Clade this time by. And I'm going to keep an eye on Phil Goodwin also. Phil was a couple of tenths quicker than 4th place man Matt Simpson last time by. There he is. So Matt Simpson in the orange and white car, and then the sort of fluorescent yellow, black and white number 3 machine of Phil Goodwin looking pretty good. No pun intended, of course. Here's another of the cars towards the back. This is car 17, and that's the 17 car for Richard Jessup. Just hanging back and running his own race back in 12th spot. John Moore continues to lead though. And slightly tighter approach there for Matt Simpson, trying to hold off Phil Goodwin because he sensed he was possibly going to try and mount an attack. But also Matt Simpson edging a little bit closer back towards Ben Williams now. So 3rd, 4th and 5th might start to compress a little bit more as they get towards the second half of this race. So Matt Simpson then continues to pursue a potential podium place. You can see Ben Williams in front of him there, just pushing on as hard as he dares, as there goes Phil Goodwin holding on to P5. So a top 5 finish could be good for him. Looking back at where he was, he came into the weekend. He had a bit of a rough first weekend at Brands Hatch, only picked up 13 points for his trouble, so in much better position this time. Again, some cars that weren't quite on the pace at Brands Hatch, certainly coming back to life here at Snetterton, particularly John Moore, came into the weekend 9th in points on 16. Now, of course, he's leading the way after having taken pole position in qualifying this morning. There's another battle that's going on just outside the top 10. This is just at the bottom of the top 10. Les Tyler, Dan Willers, and here comes Dick Trevette looking up the inside in the orange and yellow machine, but couldn't quite make that one stick as Willers chops over the nose and holds on to 9th place for the time being. I'm sure that Dick Trevette will try and come back and fight another day in a few corners' time. There's the recovering Mike Williams after his little grassy excursion up at Ritchie's. So new fastest laps put in from both the top 2, and interestingly enough, Reece Clayton's fastest lap of the race was 9/10 quicker than John Moore, so he's really woken up and found a bit more speed on this lap. I'm not sure if the toe certainly helped, but 9/10 of a second difference is pretty massive, and now this puts Reece Clayton right back underneath John Moore once again. The challenge for that lead position. He wants to get his first win of the season after he was denied it after a time penalty for track limits in the second race at Brands Hatch. Won on the road, but then was pushed down the order to second place because he was so dominantly in front at that point. So Clayton here pushing Moore as hard as he dares. Is there going to be a chance to try and sneak up the inside? He's having a lurk. He's putting himself into John Moore's mirrors, but John knows he's there. And again, rather than take the regular outside line, right on the driver's right, he's right to the middle of the road to defend from any chance that Reece Clayton might take in diving up the inside and sneaking a position. So still the top two stay as they were. There's the change for the lead, though, in the background. There it was. So Reece Clayton got a better run exit out of Agostini. And there goes Reece Clayton into the lead. So the yellow and black car of Reece Clayton goes into the lead then, past John Moore. And it's just almost out of our shot. I was wondering if he's going to set him up, if there's going to be something there. But a better exit from Agostini certainly lined him up for a move up towards the Hamilton. As the leaders come onto the Bentley straight, it is now a change around of positions. But it's now the hunter. Reece Clayton becomes the hunted, because here comes John Moore with the response. In the toe. Which way is he going to go? Inside. Yep, into the inside line. Has he got enough momentum to pull himself into the lead back once again under brakes? They both go under the bridge. And just as you like, with better slipstream and better momentum off the corner through Williams, it's as if the move never even happened at Hamilton's. Back to the order we go. Moore in front. Reece Clayton back to second place. And both of them have managed to clear a small gap now, even further. Back to Ben Williams in third place, with Simpson and Goodwin rounding out the top five. Still got Mike Williams in sixth position. This battle for eighth has still been raging on all race between Les Tyler, Dan Willers and Dick Trevette. And Willers now getting a good run through Nelson, all over the back of Tyler, who again goes to the middle of the road, decides not to let him through that easy. Why would you? You're a racing driver. You don't just let someone waltz past you. You try and defend as much as you can. Dick Trevette's having a strong race too, up in P10, in that distinctive orange and yellow number 96. You see it's a slightly older shape, ever so slightly boxier Metro. Metro's a boxy anyway. Over the curb he goes, trying to push hard to pick up ninth place from Dan Willers. We've lost Tim Shooter from the race, I've noticed on my timing screen, so he's retired out of the race. He stopped somewhere on track, car number 4. Sadly, Tim Shooter won't make the flag. And also, we've had number 9 come into the pits at the start of the race. That was John Wall. So John Wall also having troubles as well. He's out of the race too, having had an early issue which put him out on the end of the first lap. The lead gap in front has gone back out to 1.8 of a second. That's another one of the cars that's struggling. That's car number 6, Richard Cowley. So both the top two have put a lap on the number 6 machine. He's back in 14th place. And also moving out of the way of the scrap for 3rd and then 4th. Because you've still got here the Matt Simpson and Phil Goodwin battle for 4th and 5th. I thought for a second the top of the edge of the driver's door of Phil Goodwin's car was jutting out, but it's just an illusion at best on the paint scheme, I think. 5th still for Mike Williams, 6th still for Mike Williams. No change there. Now then, as it was last time, remember, it was Clayton ahead of Moore, and Moore got a really good toe down the back straight to reclaim the lead. Now, is it going to be the same here for Reece Clayton? Can he get the best draft down towards Brundle and Nelson, and can he reclaim the lead with 4 minutes to go here? That said, that John Moore car's got some poke in a straight line, but Clayton's got the draft, but he's just not close enough to make that move. So he'll have another chance to do so in a few corners' time, I'm sure. If he can stay close through here, through Brundle, through Nelson, and then all the way through Coram and Murray's, he might have a great chance to line him up down the pit straight. Because, again, the boxy nature of these little Metro hot hatches mean that they're not that aerodynamic, but in the best possible way, because it means they punch large holes in the air. Any cars following will certainly try and take advantage. Now here, following no more, seems to be Dan Willers, slipping up the inside of Les Tyler. And that's the move he was looking for all race, up into 8th place past Les. And then both of them have dropped Dick Trevette after his mistake at the exit of Murray's the lap before. So he's dropped back a few seconds. And this fight is these two cars all on their own here as they slide their way and lean on their axle stands, or whatever, lean on the lock stops through the bomb hole. The leaders come across the line. It's still, I think, the top two all together. Another new fastest lap of the race from Reece Clayton, 2:22.7. He was 4/10 quicker that time by. Still, Les Tyler running wide as he tries to repass Dan Willers. They now come down the pit straight. He might get a chance here to line him up in the slipstream. He's No, he's dropped back a few car lengths off the corner. Or I thought he had, but it's a bit of an illusion of the of where he is on track. He pulled out a little bit, possibly to cool his engine a bit more, because if you follow it too closely in these cars, of course with the slightly warm conditions that we've got here today, there's obviously a chance that that could have been different. What hasn't changed is this bit lead battle here. Still, I think this one more lap to go, I'd imagine, because lap times are in the low 220s. A lock up there from John Moore. He's just going to give the chance for Clayton to go back up the inside again like he did a couple of laps ago. I think he might do. They're going to be side by side down towards Hamilton's, and again Reece Clayton takes advantage of a mistake from John Moore exiting Agostini, and back into the lead goes the number 5 car. So excellent racing so far from both John Moore and Reece Clayton. I'm sure when they get to Parc Fermé, if it stays as it is in whatever order they finish, whether it's John or Reece in front, there's going to be quite a big handshake and even a hug, I think, from these two, because they'll certainly enjoyed the racing they're having at the front. And again, look, John Moore, we know how good his car is in a straight line. And here he comes again then in the slipstream, and Reece Clayton's got nothing he can do. He can only try and defend as much as he can, but the straight line momentum that John Moore has seems to be quite superior, and here he comes on the outside line. Is he going to be side by side again into the complex, under the bridge? He's on the dusty part of the circuit where the cement dust is, but he doesn't even care. Drives straight round the outside into Brundle, under brakes, onto the lock stops for Nelson's, and back in front he goes. But not as good an exit on the exit from the corner there as it could have been, and Clayton, I thought, was about to go into the back of him there, but he missed the shift. But thankfully he didn't. So they're going to go on to the last lap of the race here. It seems as though that at least off corner exit a little bit, going onto the long straights or off the corners, that number 72 car's got a bit more traction off there at least than Reece Clayton does. But Clayton just driving the wheels off that number 5 car as much as he can, just hoping for another mistake from John Moore, because if he does, he'll be straight back in there. It could even be a photo finish to Malign. There's a black and white flag going out for Les Tyler for driving standards / track limits. Whether that's a combination of both, I'm not sure. At the very least, it'll be track limits from running a little bit too wide. But the leader's now going back into Ritchie's for what will be the final time. Let's see if Reece Clayton's got anything left in reserve here to try and pick up a win, and this time keep it on the road after he lost it at Brands Hatch due to a track limits penalty. And he's pushing hard. He knows exactly what this would mean if he gets past John Lloyd. He knows it means a win, but also it's crucial points, at least over Mike Williams, of course, who's way back in 6th position. He really hasn't made the inroads on 4th and 5th that I'm sure he would have hoped. As we see our top 2 back down towards Agostini. And again, Reece Clayton's close, though. He's done this twice before. Better exit from Agostini sets him up for the inside move into Hamilton. Can he do it again? Can he force more into the mistake? Not quite here, but he knows again he's not quite good off his corner, and again for the 3rd time looks to the inside, but Moore knows exactly what he's up to. Goes left, goes right, looks up the inside, can't quite get through, and John Moore once again this time throws the block and goes, not this time, Reece. He did it to me twice before, ain't gonna happen this time. So in towards Oggies then. Surely Reece's best chance now has to be, at the very least, first of all, on the run down the back straight here, exiting Williams. He gets a good exit through Williams. He can set him up for a move, possibly, to Brundle and Nelson. Now, Moore was a bit wider off the corner. The time has hit 0, and here comes Reece Clayton in the slipstream. Can he possibly pull himself alongside, like John Moore did, and make the move down towards Brundle and Nelson? Number 5 car edging closer and closer in the slipstream, but compared to John Moore's momentum a lap ago, not quite the same. Under the bridge, into Brundle, nose to tail towards Nelson, under brakes, flick right, back through the gears again. Both clip the curb. Now on the short straight towards the final couple of the corners, there's the battle of a 3rd and 4th behind, but we can't really take our eyes off the lead battle because it's that close. It's the Williams, Simpson and Goodwin, and Mike Williams is still in 6th position. He'll drop points a little bit after his double win at Brands Hatch. But now towards the final couple of the corners, there is Reece Clayton as close as he's ever been. Will he dive up the inside into Murray's? Will he try and get him on the inside? He's having a look, he's having a peek. Is he going to force John Moore into a mistake? He doesn't do it this time. Exiting Murray's now, he's giving the sprint to the checkered flag. Here comes Reece Clayton. Might look to the inside line. Where's he going to go? Is he going to be nose to tail? Is he going to be a photo finish? Checkered flag is out. Who's he going to be? Moore or Clayton up to the line. Moore gets it in the first race of the weekend for the Hickford Construction, the MG Metro Cup. A great battle between the two of them, back and forth all the way. But John Moore wins it by just over 1/10.5 from Reece Clayton in an excellent battle between the Metros. Ben Williams gets 3rd. It's then 4th then for Matt Simpson, 5th for Phil Goodwin, and 6th for Mike Williams. What could have been for the double Brands Hatch winner after his little grassy excursion up at Ritchie's corner. He has to settle for 6th place. See if he can try again and do better next time later on this afternoon. Robbie Kenning picks up 7th. Dan Willers is 8th. Les Tyler is 9th. And it's 10th for Dick Trevette in his bright orange and yellow machine. I'm still waiting for Tim Davies, for Richard Jessup, for Richard Garrett, and for the 6 of Richard Cowley. A lot of Richards in this in this MG Metro Cup field. And the only cars we didn't take the finish were Tim Shooter's car that pitted in the opening couple of laps after 3 laps, and then was stopped on track. And then the number 9 car, John Wall, also pitted after a lap or so with technical problems. So the cars make their way back around. And back towards Parc Fermé. Well, I'm sure there's going to be 2 slightly exhausted but very happy MG Metro Cup drivers in John Moore and Rhys Clayton. And I'm certain even though he came second, Rhys will still appreciate A, the points he gets for second place, B, the fact he's beaten Mike Williams after he lost out to him twice in terms of points results, and C, just the plain enjoyment of a great back and forth battle between the 2 Metros at the front of the field. That was really good stuff from the top 2, and I hope that the cars in 3rd, 4th and 5th, like Williams, Simpson, Goodwin and even Mike Williams, get involved and we have a bigger battle pack towards the front in the second race. I hope we do, because we need more Metros towards the front scrapping for the victory. So John Moore then victorious in the first MG Metro Cup Cup race. That was then followed by Rhys Clayton in 2nd place and Ben Williams in 3rd place from Matt Simpson, Phil Goodwin and Mike Williams. Robbie Kenning was 7th, Dan Willers 8th, 9th for Les Tyler and 10th for Dick Trevette. I think the last car we're supposed to be waiting for, is the Richard Cowley car, number 6, but it hasn't come through yet. So either it's stopped on circuit somewhere or it's way back in the order. I think, given the fact the checker flag is still waving outside my commentary box window, suggests it's possibly on its way, I think. Yeah, there it goes. At a much reduced pace is Matt. He's about to say Matt Cowley, but that's the Formula Ford race. It's Richard Cowley at the wheel of the Metro Cup car. So as they come on to the end of the Parc Fermé section, all cars that can take the checker flag have done, and that means we're set for looking through the result once again. So congratulations to John Moore, who takes the victory. And I'm certain that both he and Richard thoroughly enjoyed that. I know we did. I did for the commentary box, certainly, to watching those 2 go back and forth. And here's the result on the screen. So John Moore then takes victory. Rhys Clayton in 2nd place. Ben Williams in 3rd for Matt Simpson, Phil Goodwin, Mike Williams, Robbie Kenning, Dan Willars, Les Tyler and Dick Trevette. Rhys Clayton also takes the fastest lap of the race, 2:22.758 in the middle of that great battle with John Moore. 11th goes to 29 Tim Davies, Richard Jessup, Richard Garrett and Richard Cowley, and we lost Tim Shooter and John Wall earlier on. Right, let's see how those 2 found that particular race. It was a brilliant battle. I think you'd agree, Rob. They should be very happy drivers down the Parc Fermé for the MG Metro Cup. I'll tell you what, that battle was absolutely mega.
It was retro goodness, wasn't it, Scott? John Moore here and Rhys Clayton now. John, first of all, congratulations on a fantastic win. These cars are coming up to, what, 30 years old now? I mean, the championship stemmed from the 1980s, but the racing doesn't get any worse, does it?
40, aren't they, the A series? But yeah, these, I think, 92, 93 was it? I can't remember. But yeah, good 30 years, yeah.
And you battling at the front with Rhys Clayton, just describe that race for us.
Oh, it was, 20 minutes went so quick. And I got half decent start. Mike got past me. I think it was a bit of a blur now. And then, no, Rhys got past me. That was it. Yeah, and I was defending Mike. And then, I thought I got him at the end of Brooklands and got past him. And then he'd get past me again. Yeah, it was mega. And then I thought it was last lap, and he got past me again. Oh no! And then we come round and still got a lap to go. So it was on again. Yeah, just kept it there. Brilliant race, best race of my life. It was fantastic.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you get a drink there. Congratulations once again. I want to chat to Rhys Clayton if he is about. Rhys, we've had a chat with John. Let's get your side of things as well. That was a mega battle up front.
It's good. Yeah, amazing. Yeah. John and myself, what an amazing battle that was.
And the series itself, I mean, the cars are getting on a bit now, but the racing just doesn't get any less from them.
Yeah, that's it. So this is my first season racing with the Metros. I did a Nankang tyre BMW before. They're like little go-karts, if I'm honest with you. Chopping and dicing between each other.
They certainly look like it out there. I mean, Greg Graham, who's one of the key parts of the BRSCC, was remarking himself. I think he fancies a go.
Oh yeah, Greg, come on. I'll give you a go for your money. Me and Greg actually raced BMWs up at Knock Hill. Yeah. So I got the better of him once, he got the better of me the other time. So it's even peggins at the moment.
So I think we better get him in one of these.
Come on, Greg, get out. Let's go.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on second place. Just quickly, Going for first place later?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. If you're not winning, what are you going out there for, eh?
Absolutely. We're really looking forward to the second race from these guys. And just quickly, I do want to chat to Mr. Williams over here, who is missing something.
Yeah, we've had a little mishap, but it's superficial anyway. Superficial anyway.
So the Metro racing is just absolutely brilliant. And how was that race for you?
Absolutely mental. The start was bonkers, got squeezed, but yeah, absolute no contact. Everything was clean as. Fantastic race. It was awesome watching Reese and John. I was almost getting distracted and almost let Matt past in a couple of points. But yeah, that was a lot, and that took 110% of my effort. Did that, but yeah, I just want to say thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Katie. Mercedes-Benz Harrogate, Juba. Yeah, I just want to say that was insane, and thank you very much.
No problem. Well, congratulations on a brilliant podium. I don't know about you, I'm looking forward to race 2 later, let alone you guys. I'll let you crack on. That concludes our MG Metro podium, and we've got BMW Compact Cup out for their warm-up lap, so it's time to head back to Scott, who will bring you the commentary.
Certainly can. Thank you very much on that one, Rob. Good to hear some 3 very enthusiastic MG Metro Cup races. We'll see more of them later on this afternoon. Speaking of enthusiastic races, there's plenty coming up here on our 3rd and final race of the weekend, sadly, for the Nankang Tai BMW Compact Cup. 2 brilliant races, 2 wins for Ian Howes. See if you can do it from P4 there, because the randomly drawn top 10 from the result from race 2 puts Rudy McMillan on pole position alongside Gareth Claydon. He's one of the best possible run cars. Then it's Matt Nilsson and Ian Howes, followed by Mike Doble and Dale Wurton. And then it's going to be 7th place on the grid for Matt Flowers and Jim Barrett, followed by, it'll be in 8th position, I think, it will be 9th for Oliver Fowler and 10th for Thomas Middleton. So, again, slightly random draw, but of course it's put some of the front-running guys from those first couple of races up there amongst the first 2 rows, but it means the big advantage comes from the fact that Gareth Claydon's up there on the front row alongside Rudy McMillan. He could be someone as a dark horse for at least the podium today. That could be looking pretty good. 11th place for Russ Cager, 12th for Peter Smith, then it's John Robinson and Matt Kendall, followed by Max Noble and Rod Langham. Of course, both Rod and Ian Howes are both guests this weekend, so no points scored for either of them. Then it's Chris McGinley and Gregor Pryor and Tim Seaford and Joseph Doble. And then towards the back of the grid, we should also have Ross Stoner and Jonathan Williams, who hopefully, if their problems from race 2 have been sorted, should be at the back of the grid in cars 22 and 73. So, looks like we've got Jonathan Williams, but I can't see if Ross Stoner's racing. So if he's not showing up on the grid there, sadly might mean that we have lost him from the start of this 3rd race, which is a real shame if so, because he won the first race in terms of the Masters category and had to retire for that second one with some kind of a technical problem, which it looks as though sadly has put him out of the race, which is a real shame. So the cars then make their way around onto the formation lap once again as the temperatures continue to be ever higher. Now as they come through onto the grid, we'll see if it can be 3 from 3 for Ian Howes, but of course I think we know his task is going to be made slightly more difficult by the fact that we've got a bit of a pack of cars forming up here in front of him. Rudy McMillan, though, I'll be intrigued to see what he can do from pole position, because he will certainly want to try and make the most of that. If he can get a good start, I think he could be a dark horse, at the very least a strong podium. Dare I say it, whisper, even a win possibly, but let's see how he gets on. He's been quite strong, and of course he's been around the Compact Cup paddock for quite a while. Of course he's been involved with his dad Gordon, who's been quite a regular frontrunner in the championship also on top of that. And again, the fact that we've got on the front row alongside Gareth Claydon, who has had 2 third places already, this is his best chance possibly to go at least 1 step higher. That's for Ian Howes, of course, how he would love to round off the victory with a trio of victory wins at his home circuit. We've got his family here, I'm sure, and they're all enjoying the sunshine as we all are. And those 30 races have been actually really good to watch. And the great thing is that BMW Compact Cup racing is very rarely ever dull. There's always something going on somewhere in the pack, something usually entertaining. And as we've shown, there's been plenty of entertainment going through this field, up and down in these first 2 races. There's Ian Howes, your double race winner from the first 2 races this weekend. Won yesterday, won this morning. So I wonder if he can possibly go 3 for 3. But to do that, he's going to have to get around Matt Milson and Gareth Clayton, the 2 drivers that have joined him on the podium all throughout this weekend, and then also get past Reedy McMillan, provided that all 3 of the cars in front get clean starts. So of course the track conditions will have been changed a little bit since they were last out. There's been more rubber laid down. It'll be warmer in the air temperature, warmer in the track temperature as well, so there might be a slight tweak in the setup, slight tweak in tyre pressures, maybe a tiny bit of suspension setup change as well to cope with some of the extra grip and rubber on the circuit and the warmer temperatures on top of it as well. There's been some little tweaks going on in the background in the paddock to get these cars race ready once again. As they come back around onto the grid once more, let's quickly run you through how they're going to start once again. So, Reedy McMillan on pole in grey and yellow on the left-hand side. It's white and blue for Gareth Clayton. It's the another black and yellow car of Matt Milson. The blue and red car of Ian Howes. That's won 2 races today. And watch out for Mike Doble as well, father of 2022 champion Mikey Doble, who's down BTCC. He starts in P5. He's also the defending Masters champion as well. So revs generally starting to rise. Watch for the little light at the top of the marshal's post on the left-hand side. When that goes on, the red lights will be on for the drivers when it goes out. Our 3rd and final race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup is set to get underway. The revs are rising, red light is on. Can it be 3 for 3 for Ian Howes, or will somebody else take glory here at Snetterton? Let's find out. It's the equal start for the first couple of rows. A good start also for Ian Howes from the 2nd row of the grid initially. Can he win the sprint down towards Ritchie's? They're still side by side for the lead between Clayton on the outside, McMillan on the inside, and watch for Ian Howes going round the outside of both of them, which he tries to. Goes wheel to wheel with Clayton. Also up the inside was Milson, and he might well get second, Ian Howes. He won't get the lead because it'll be Reedy McMillan who will head them down towards the hairpin. Look at the gap he's got already. So Reedy McMillan with a huge gap down towards the Wilson hairpin. Everyone under brakes piling in for 2nd place. 2 by 2 hurrah like Noah's Ark. And I think it looks as though it's going to be Milson who will just hang on, as they're bumping over the curb. There was Jonathan Williams going side to side with Rod Langham. And as they come into the left-hander at Palmer's, we'll see if they can hold on for the time being. So, McMillan leads. It's in Clayton in 2nd place now. Howes in 3rd, Milson 4th. And in 5th place, I think that's Del Worton, is it? Yes, it is. The orange car, Del Worton. Up to 6th has now gone Mike Doble. So he's actually down 1 spot. Faller's into 7th place, ahead of Matt Flowers. They're locking up in the mid-pack as well. Chris McGinley's in there too. Lots going on for jostling for position. And there's Joseph Doble right at the back of the field. He's got some work to do, having had a bit of a tumultuous weekend. He was looking good at one point in the pack in the 2nd race, but he dropped all the way back. I never really found he worked out exactly why he dropped that far back in the end of the 2nd race, but whatever the problem was, certainly hampered him a little bit. Here goes the pack, streaming its way through Williams' corner for the first time. Now they get to again open up those 1.9 litre engines onto the long Bentley straight. They'll tuck into the slipstream. And let's see if Reedy McMillan can hold on. Gareth Clayton with the headlights on. So come on, Reedy, get on with it, otherwise I'm going to overtake it. And almost having a look at it because he knows, because Ian Howes is going to be up there in 3rd place, looming around. Remember, of course, I mentioned that Ian Howes is a guest. He's invisible for points. So even if he finishes 3rd, he won't score anything for the points. So essentially, if he stays where he is and Matt Milson finishes 4th, it'll be the points equivalent of 3rd place for Matt Milson because, of course, Ian Howes is invisible for scoring. The rest of the field goes through the bomb hole. But Reedy McMillan then, looking good so far on the opening lap. Error-free, trouble-free for him so far. Turns his way through Murray's. And now to the pit straight once again. So, at the end of the opening lap, it's going to be Reedy McMillan who will lead it. It's Gareth Clayton in 2nd place. Ian Howes in 3rd. 4th place for Matt Milson. And 5th for Del Worton. As they come across the line, one after the other. Looks like 6th for Mike Doble. 7th for Ollie Faller. 8th for Matt Flowers. And then 9th for Tom Middleton and 10th for Jim Barrett. That's the top 10 at the end of lap number 1. So one more chance today for the Compact Cup for these guys to go for glory. One more race to settle it. And the brakes here. Big, huge dive up the inside for Gareth Clayton. Really catches McMillan off guard. And up the inside he goes into the lead. So Gareth Clayton then snatches the lead in car 46. He leads on the beginning of lap 2 here in the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup in race number 3. Now, the question's got to be, what response, if any, does Reedy McMillan have? Because he looks like he's quite strong through Palmer's. Can he hold on? There's a bit of a flash of the headlights back to Gareth. Right, anything you can do, I can do just as well. They're all gaggling up here now. Here goes Howes. What looks inside one way, then the other. McMillan moving under brakes. There's Wharton also getting locked up behind them as Matt Milson again he's taken advantage of the fact that Howes got boxed in behind McMillan. Now the inside for third place looks Milson. Also in there too is Wharton. Is there a change for third? Milson's up the inside. He's thinking about it. He might get himself on the exit. Off onto the grass, off the road goes Ian Howes. Through goes Wharton through the pair of them up the inside of both of them. Del Wharton shoots the gap and says, cheers boys, I'll go to third place. That was a great opportunistic pass of Del Wharton in the orange card just to the left of screen. It should be Del Wharton who's in third place. Yes, it is. Oh, there was a bit of a tap through, I think, there, possibly from Milson, or either if there was or not, sideways there for Del Wharton. It might kill his momentum a little bit, but they're all starting to stack up behind. Look at Mike Doble as well in 6th place in the 65 car. Here comes Ian Howes with the run on the inside to try and get back past Milson for 4th. It's still Clayton that leads. It's still McMillan in 2nd place. And it's now Wharton 3rd. Everyone trying to be 4th behind him. Milson, Howes, Doble, they're all over each other on the exit of the corner. Also getting to the fight now is Fowler and Flowers and Thomas Middleton. They're all over each other in towards the bomb hole. Fantastic stuff as they come. This is only lap number 2. Excellent stuff we've got going on here, this BMW Compact Cup race. There's still, it's a shortened race actually. It's 12 minutes rather than 15 because of the earlier red flag because of the oil spillage in the Evolution Trophy race. Here comes Fowler up the inside of Mike Doble, looking to get P6. Someone's running wide off the road on the exit of the final corner. Not sure who that was. Was it either Clayton or was it McMillan? One of the two. They're all over each other down the straight here. Still, it was Clayton. Clayton ran wide on the exit, and now McMillan's got back through. So McMillan then back into the lead here at Snetterton. It was off camera, but McMillan back through. Mistake for Clayton. It's Wharton 3rd, Milson 4th, Howes 5th. Everyone trying to be 6th behind him. It's Doble, Fowler, Middleton. Middleton go around the outside of Flowers and possibly Doble as well. Look at this. This is the best race of a lot. And it's only just lap 3. It's a shame it's been shortened, but this is a fantastic run. Big wide moment for Clayton. Another mistake. That's 2 mistakes in 3 corners for Clayton. He's under threat now from Del Wharton, who's all over the back of him now. Side by side between Middleton and Flowers. You don't know where to look in this race. It's brilliant stuff. Best race of the weekend so far. Wharton wide on the exit of the corner. Now he's side by side with Clayton. They're almost touching wing mirrors. And you got in there now. Milson trying to make it 3 abreast up the inside. Howes keeping a watching brief in 5th behind them, all 3 of them. Looks down the outside. They all compress up into the complex. Up at the apex, and it's Clayton who's just about held them all off. Wharton now has Milson to his inside line. Howes tucks in behind Wharton. Wharton's in the middle of the road now trying to defend him the 2 cars behind and trying to attack Clayton in front. There goes Ian Howes round the outside of Matt Milson towards Hamilton. That shouldn't work, but it absolutely did. Great stuff from Ian Howes. This is only for what? I say only for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. And all of this, I remind you, is benefiting only one man, and it's Rudy McMillan. Because look, he's not even in the shot as they come onto the pit straight, onto the back straight at return Bentley. I remember getting tongue-tied watching it. Look at the lead he's got already, look. So all the scrapping for 2nd backwards only benefits Rudy McMillan because he's now got quite a sizable gap now. That's not 4/10 for 2nd anymore. That has to be over a 2nd he's at. If I look at the gap he's got, look. Huge gap for Rudy McMillan. Not totally comfortable, but he's at least got a bit more breathing space from the cars in front, who are so busy fighting each other, the easier it is for McMillan to make a break, and he's doing that right now. So, where else do you look then? Let's try and size up the order here. There's Thomas Middleton with his Gaz number plate hanging off. There's Chris McGinley in car 44, scrapping with Max Noble, whose car was very twitchy on the exit there too. Lots of oversteer. 5 minutes to go. Can we have another, 10 minutes of this, please? Because it's really good at racing all the way through. So McMillan then, escaping up the road, but can Clayton and Co start to close him back in? It'd be intriguing if they can, but they've got to start working together here, and Clayton's got to try and bring himself and the rest of the pack with him in order to try and stop Rudy McMillan winning his first Compact Cup race. He sets the fastest lap of the race as Rudy, 2:23, gets taken by Oliver Fowler, 2:23.398. So quick succession. Fowler's in 6th position, there he is. New fastest lap holder, car 18. Finished 2nd twice at the Open at Brands Hatch behind Guy Davis. Ooh, twitch there for Thomas Middleton. Getting slightly wide as he was chasing Doble. And big dive up the inside and a huge lock up and going wide there for Del Wharton. He's lost 1 place, 2, 3. He was behind Gareth Clayton. That didn't work out trying to pass him. He's lost out to Howes, to Milson, and also possibly to Fowler if he can hold the inside line, which he does. So 2 places lost to Wharton. They're all over the place in this race. And again, he's run wide on the exit. He's now under threat from Fowler, who'll look to the inside line. So they're fighting over 5th place now. It's spread out the top 4 a bit more after that mistake. Wharton's car, very exuberant driving style, this Del Wharton. Very energetic. His 7th, 8th and 9th together. Mike Doble, Thomas Middleton and Matt Flowers. Look at that, the top 9 are in the whole shot altogether. And then 10th place now for Jim Barrett, 11th for Peter Smith, and it's Cager, Williams, John Robinson, Matt Kendall's back in 15th place, Chris McGinley 16th. As for Joseph Doble, not really the progress he wants to make either. Still back in 19th. So not a great run so far for Joseph. It's been a bit of a weekend to forget slightly. He didn't do race 1. Was as high as about sort of in the mid-teens at one point in the second race, then dropped all the way back to 20th and off the pace. And now really languishing back in 19th, and really a weekend to forget for Joseph. Better fortunes for Mike Senior though. He's up there in 7th position right now, having that battle for P7 with Middleton and Flowers. So 2 minutes 54 on the clock. We might possibly get only one more time around here in this third race of the weekend, and if so, that would be a godsend for Rudy McMillan. How great would it be for him to take his first victory? That would make him the 3rd different winner in 5 races in the season so far, and we haven't had a podium I think yet for Dale Worton, so that'll make Dale Worton the 7th different podium finisher in 5 races also, which just shows how competitive this year's Compact Cup really has become. Some of the more established drivers in the last couple of seasons just starting to come to the fore now. So, last lap board goes out. So I think, yes, it will, because it's 2 minutes 18 on the clock, and that was the fastest lap of the race. Well, first of all, Rudy McMillan, then by Gareth Clayton, then by Ian Howes. They've all set the fastest lap of the race on that respective lap. So if we look at them how it went, the fastest lap went from a 2:23.1 to a 2:22.7 to a 2:22.2. So the fastest lap got lowered by 9/10 of a second in the space of a few moments. Now, of course, remember, Ian Howes doesn't score points, so even though if he did get the fast lap of the race, he shouldn't get the point for it. Well, he won't, in fact, because he's an invitation clerk. He doesn't score anything whatsoever. So let's see if Rudy McMillan then can hold his nerve for the next 1 minute 40 seconds in this last lap around the Snetterton 300 circuit, and can he hold on for his first Compact Cup victory? It'd be a popular one because he's been around the paddock so long, helping out his dad Gordon, of course, helping to been working on his own race car since he was a teenager, a very young teenager working with his dad, and got into the championship a couple of years ago. He's been just making that steady progress ever since, and this 2023 seems to have found just something in the car this year which seems to work. But I'm talking him up, but there's still a lap and a half, about half a lap to go to decide it, because Gareth Clayton was giving him the headlight flash down the straight towards Agostini, and I suspect that Gareth might have something left in reserve here, but I know that Rudy will try and fight as hard as he can, and he's defending as much as he can here because he's got Gareth Clayton right on his back bumper here. It's not done just yet. Can he hold on for his first win, or is Gareth Clayton going to have something to do about that? Both of them, I don't think, have either won a Compact Cup race. They're going for their first one. They both want it just as much as each other. Who's going to get it? Who wants it more? McMillan, or is it going to be Clayton? Clayton looks to the outside line, but he can go to the outside. They're wheel to wheel, windmill to windmill. They're side by side. Round the outside goes Clayton. A great move round the outside into Brundle. Flicks it right for Nelson. Goes slightly sideways. He's over the curb. And here comes McMillan back up the inside line. Clayton throws the block. McMillan goes to the outside line to get the undercut through the bomb hole. And here comes Ian Howes for 3rd place. Sideways for McMillan. Looks up the inside line again. Looking left, looking right. Can't get through. Howes is in there too as well. With it back to Corwin for the top 3. They are nose to tail through Corwin for the final time. What can McMillan do? Can it be a sprint to a line? Can he make a dive up the inside? Either way, they come into the final corner, and McMillan might well be denied a first victory, because it's going to be, I think, as they come up towards the checkered flag for the final time. Gareth Clayton has been 3rd twice today. He will now come to the checkered flag for the first time in his career as a Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup race winner. Gareth Clayton wins his first Compact Cup race in a fantastic last lap pass. Rudy McMillan gets his best result of the season in 2nd place. He will have to wait another time for his first Compact Cup win. He was that close to it, but it will come one day, I'm absolutely sure. Ian Howes runs off his weekend with 2 victories and a 3rd place in race 3, but of course the points for 3rd will instead go to Dale Worton. Matt Milson picks up the top 5. Ollie Fowler picks up 6th, but it's Mike Doble, Matt Flowers, Tom Middleton and Jim Barrett. Top 3 were covered by 0.894 of a second. What a final race of the weekend for the Compact Cups, and what a final lap battle. That is what makes Compact Cup so good. And if you're watching that thinking, I want a piece of that, these cars are very cost effective, they're very raceable. You can find some really good second-hand cars, good pre-built cars for as little as, what, £7,000-8,000 upwards. Donor cars, if you can find one in the right place, for as little as £500 to put one of these cars together. And it is a fantastic little championship that's very well established, some great racing. If you want to join the grid, I'd absolutely urge you, get yourself in a Compact Cup car and give it a go. Look at that. Gareth Clayton then will be the happiest man alive in the Parc-Fermé when he gets in. Gareth Clayton then wins his first BMW Compact Cup race, and Rudy McMillan in second place takes the personal best, but he was so close to that win, but it will come one day. Ian Howes third place to front off his guest weekend. Dale Worson takes fourth from Matt Milson in fifth, then Ollie Faller, Mike Doble, Tim Flowers, Thomas Middleton, Jim Barrett rounds out the top 10, then Peter Smith, Russ Cager, Jonathan Williams, John Robinson, Matt Kendall, Chris McGinley, Rod Langham, Max Noble, Joseph Doble and Tim Seaford, and that was the 20 cars that took the start and took the checkered flag. And breathe, because that was quite an exciting end for the Nankang Tai BMW Compact Cup weekend. What a race that was between the first few cars. I'm sure there'll be a very happy Ian Howes for third place, and equally happy but slightly disappointed second place of Rudy, but an absolutely ecstatic Gareth Clayton with his team and his family that are here this weekend, who was celebrating his first victory in the Nankang Tai BMW Compact Cup. And what a way to do it, with an excellent last lap pass round the outside, down the back straight and into Brundle. Got the move done at Nelson, almost lost it on the exit. But he's going to get out the car, I'm sure, with lots of celebrations. I'm sure the first thing he'll do is shake hands with Rudy after an amazing drive all the way through. I can see it out of the commentary box. Yeah, shake of the hands. Very happy about that. Excellent job. So I think we can go down hopefully very shortly to have a chat with our top three. Let's head down towards them to hear from a very ecstatic Gareth Clayton, the latest winner in the BMW Compact Cup for 2023. He's down in Parc-Fermé with Rob Lewis.
Well, what a race that was. Scott, you enjoyed it. We all enjoyed it watching in the Parc-Fermé area up on the screen while they were sorting out the Metros, because we have quite a popular first-time winner here, Gareth Clayton. You said to me earlier when we spoke after the second race that you had to kind of split the guys in front.
Yes, yeah, I mean, that reverse grid or picked out a hat really put us up there. I didn't want to be in second. I don't like being on the outside going into turn one, but got the lead early, lost it through fault of my own at the top there. Yeah, and then just recouped and got it back. I was having a fierce battle with Dale Worton as well. He's quite a contender coming through, but yeah, first win, well happy.
Well, first of all, congratulations, but you say you don't mind going around the outside. It didn't look that way going into Brundle.
No, I know. I had to try it. It was last lap, so yeah, had to do it. So
lick the stamp and sent it.
Exactly, got to send it. So as long as you know, it's safe, we sent it, so.
Fantastic. Well, Gareth, that's safe to say that was one of the best races of the weekend. Congratulations on that win. Now, I need to have a chat with Rudy. Where's Rudy? Oh, he's gone. Hiding from me. Fantastic race. Obviously, last lap you just lost the win there, but nevertheless, fantastic second place. Describe your feelings.
Yeah, over the moon to get a podium here on my first ever time at Snetterton. I'm very happy, and yeah, Gareth, to be fair, he had the pace all weekend, so yeah, he deserves the win, I think.
That battle was absolutely fantastic. Scott was absolutely cock-a-hoop in the commentary box.
Yeah, no, that was brilliant. Probably hardest race for a while, but yeah, on to the next one.
On to the next one, which for you is?
Donington, in about 3 weeks' time, so a little break, get the car ready, and hopefully aim for the win next time.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations there. You've certainly provided us with some entertainment now. Let's talk to Mr. Howes. Third place this time.
Yeah,
congratulations.
Thank you.
Not quite 3 wins on the bounce, but just sort of describe what you were seeing in your mirrors in front of you, especially with the move around the outside of Brundle.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot to take in. There's a few big defensive moves, a few little collisions and stuff, but hard racing. It's great to be out there again.
Always is. Will you be back for another round?
No, that's me. That's me done.
Either way, it's been a fantastic weekend. Even as a guest, congratulations. 2 great wins, a third place, and hopefully we'll see you back on the grid soon. Hopefully. Right, we've got a Masters winner, which I believe is this man, Mr. Mike Doble.
Yeah, hi.
Mike, another Masters win. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, that was a great race. I was held onto the lead bunch, and yeah, it was sort of single file once it settled down, but I had a good view of the Dyson in front, and I was quite happy just to sit where I was, really.
Going on to the rest of the year, do you kind of want to use that to build on and go for the Masters crown?
That would be nice to win it again, as I did last year, but Ross Stone is on the pace this year, and there's a couple of others that are going well, Rod and a few other boys, so that should be hard work, but I'm looking forward to the challenge, as usual.
As per usual.
Yeah, thanks a lot, cheers.
Fantastic. Well, I'll leave it there. Congratulations on the Masters win. That concludes the podium for the BMW Compact Cup for Nankang Tyres. As you can hear, probably, they've just set off on their green flag lap. It's the Audi TT Cup. It's time to hand back to Scott Woodward in the box to take you through this one.
Indeed it is. Thank you very much for that one, Rob. As the BMWs conclude their weekend, we've got one more race to go, of course, for the Audi TT Cup Racing Series. And you can see there one of our winners from the weekend, Rossmacher, starting towards the back of the grid. He can try and get himself in the mix if he can for a second victory. So the grid, as it forms out after the results of race 1 earlier on, sees Harry Yardley Rose, the race 2 winner, on pole position alongside Scott Parkin on the front row. Carl Swift starts third alongside Paul Maguire on the second row of the grid. Then Rossmacher in P5 alongside Patrick Booth in an all 4G Racing Martini liveried Audi third row. Then it's Anthony Park and David Robb on the fourth row of the grid, followed by looks to be in row 5, which will be row 5 will be Paul Hoggins and Christopher Jackson. Then it's Richard Sanders and Paul Bancroft on the 6th row of the grid from Ryan Edgecombe. And I saw that Luke Handley's car was back out, so thankfully the number 51, the red machine of Luke Handley, is on the grid. He will start from 14th. Then it'll be Richard Forber and Julian Daniel who will round out the 16-car grid to conclude our 3 races here for the Audi TT Cup Racing Series, their second weekend of competition after they debuted at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago, and rounding off their Snetterton weekend in the sunshine in the best possible way. Now, what's interesting, I saw that one of the 4G Racing cars, I think it might be Rossmacher's car, was right towards the back of the grid. It was behind the front runners. There's one of them. That's Patrick Booth's car. Rossmacher's car, though, is at the back of the grid. Now, there's been a second amended grid here, and it shows Rossmacher as being on 5th on the grid, but for some reason, Rossmacher is showing as being at the back of the field for the reasons I, truthfully, don't know why. I might have to quickly just double check and see why Rossmacher starts at the back of the field. As they come around onto the end of their formation lap. So yeah, you can see Rossmacher's the Martini liveried car starting at the back with Richard Forber. So there's no Julian Daniel either. So Julian Daniel doesn't seem to have taken the start. Essentially, it's kind of Julian Daniel's spot on the grid, if you like. He's being taken for some reason by Rossmacher. There he is in car 73. Why he's at the back is a mystery, but he'll have to pick his way through from the back, as will also Richard Forber. So that'll be intriguing to watch those two battle the way through. See if we can find out. Meanwhile, Harry Yardley Rose, I'm sure, will be looking to try and take his second win of the weekend. But of course, we had victories also for Rossmacher, and who knows, we could even get one for Carl Swift, for Scott Parkin. Could be in the mix there too. Paul Maguire was also looking pretty strong too. So anything could happen in this next 12 minutes. Again, slightly reduced race, 12 minutes. I think we're just trying to do so in order to rattle through the races to get them through on the timetable, because we had a little bit of time delay because of some oil spillage in an earlier Evolution Trophy race. We saw a red flag and a clear up, so just to try and get things through the timetable. Slightly reduced race, but still 12 minutes for these Audi TT Cup cars to get themselves around Snetterton, see who can pick up the final piece of silverware on the top step here at Snetterton. So the cars forming up onto the grid with Harry Yardley Rose in silver with a black bonnet on the front row. The Darkside Developments TT of Scott Parkin on the second row, on the front row alongside him. The white TT just in the back of shot in the second row is Carl Swift, and the red and silver car with the white bonnet, that is Paul Maguire on the second row of the grid in P4. But watch, of course, for the two 4G Racing cars. The car on its own now in P5 in the front on the third row being Patrick Booth, and Rossmacher in the second 4G Martini liveried car right at the back of the grid. So 15 TTs for 12 minutes here at the final race of the weekend for the Audi TT Cup Racing Series. Revs are rising, red lights are on. Can it be 2 from 2 for Harry Yardley Rose? Or can Parkin, Swift, Maguire, somebody else take the crown? Let's see. Good start for the first couple of rows, but as they charge off towards Ritchie. So it's a good start from Parkin initially. Got Swift and Maguire swarming around to try and take a podium place, but down towards Ritchie, who gets the whole shot. It's going to be side by side between the top two. Parkin was looking around the outside in towards Ritchie's corner, and they're still side by side on the exit. Might be an inside pass. Here comes Carl Swift in the 45. There's a bump in the rear of Harry Yardley Rose, but he just about survives that one. A little deep there for Parkin. Up the inside goes Harry Yardley Rose. Wide there goes Christopher Jackson in the black 888 car as he tries to keep racing room or jostling for position. Patrick Booth with a fast start. He's alongside Luke Handley. He started back in 14th on the grid. Now as they turn their way out of Palmer's and towards Agostini for the first time, a couple of cars wide. I think one of them there was possibly Luke Handley. Another one there I think was trying to work exactly who that might have been. It might have been, I think, David Robb, I think it was, that was going slightly wide. But again, side by side for Billy. These two still haven't left each other alone. On the outside, Scott Parker gets shown the grass. Then Harry Yardley-Rose quickly goes to the inside to try and throw the block on Carl Swift, which he does. Parker goes right, sailing back around the outside into the left-hander at Hamilton's. Still wheel-to-wheel for second place. I think Scott Parker, with his first half of a lap, has not been side by side with somebody. Has been side by side with somebody for the entire half a lap. It now ends as they turn in towards the right-hander at Williams for the first time. They've got Paul Maguire joining into the fun, and also I think there's Anthony Park in 5th position. It might well be. So a strong start from Anthony Park from 7th on the grid. It's got him into the top 5. And they're still side by side again this time, but it's Carl Swift looking for the lead on Harry Yardley-Rose. Here they come. There goes Scott Park. It's always 3 abreast down towards the complex of Brundle Nelson. Careful, boys. It's a brand new race car, so don't go too aggressively. And side by side for Carl Swift. Somehow gets it stopped. He was all over the place. He was all sorts of arms and elbows. Under brakes for Brundle. Gets the car anchored up for Nelson and somehow does it without making contact and takes the lead. Incredible stuff for Carl Swift. He now leads then. As they come onto the long right-hander at Coram for the first time at Racing Speeds. And now they come onto the pit straight now to end lap number 1. So Swift leads, Park in 2nd place. It's now Maguire in 3rd and Harry Yardley-Rose, the race 2 winner and pole sitter for this race, all the way back down in 4th. So now towards Wilson Hairpin for the 2nd time out of Ritchie's. Oh, slightly wide there for Paul Maguire, outbrakes himself. He's going to let Harry Yardley-Rose back through. And also Anthony Park was in there to try and take advantage of that. As for Ross Macker, car 73, started at the back in 14th, up to 11th. He just got past, I think, Richard Sanders in car number 30, the white car with the green and yellow graphics on the side. Now make the way down towards the hairpin once again. Still side by side. Here comes Yardley-Rose back up the inside of Harry Maguire. This is Paul Maguire, excuse me, up towards the hairpin. Cars getting a little sideways and over the place as they come through the exit of the final cut of the hairpin. And still, as they battle their way through, it's going to be quite the interesting scrap as they come towards the end of the 2nd lap here. Carl Swift trying to pull away. Scott Parkin in 2nd place. This is also, of course, good track time and practice for Parkin, who is, of course, doing the race at the end of the day, which is the Cubsport Trophy race. So we'll see if he can take full advantage of that going forwards. And get back into the complex again. Yardley-Rose is still trying to hold on to what looks to be 3rd position. Trying to chase after the top 2. They're all grouping up behind him, though. This is really close racing at the front. So out through Coram, out through the bomb hole. Up now through the left-hander at Murray's once again. Just trying to group up a little bit more here. Now down on the pit strip once again to end the 2nd lap of this race. And they make their way in towards Ritchie's once more. So the gap at the moment, see Luke Handy there just watching, because David Robb was going side by side with Ryan Edgecombe. Off for 2 was onto the grass there. There's a huge kind of screen of dirt there. Couldn't see exactly what happened on the exit there. It's still Carl Swift that leads it from Scott Parkin and Harry Yardley-Rose. And it's Maguire, Park, a little deep there for Richard Forber, who's picking his way through. Sideways and also wide there was both David Robb and Richard Sanders battling over position. That would have been over a little further back up of the cars. I think Richard Sanders has dropped quite far back, in fact. He's now battling with David Robb. That would have been, or was it with David Robb? It might have been somebody a little bit further, maybe Paul Hogg or Ross Macker. No, it wasn't Ross Macker because it's one of the red cars in the mix. But there's all sorts going on in the 2nd half of the field. And they just calm down a little bit more now for this end of this 3rd lap. Through Hamilton's and through Oggies. See here still Richard Forber trying to press on here. He's got the gap now to... We've got Luke Handley just behind him now, so Forber now, as he did in race number 2, trying to pull himself forwards here if he can. And as they come through onto the Brundle Nelson complex again. Looks like Carl Swift's got this race under control with Scott Parkin trying to chase him down. They've got a 2-second gap or so to Harry Yardley Rose in 3rd position. 58 there is Paul Hoggins, being chased after Richard Sanders. And still the battles go on, as see that's Patrick Booth holding on ahead of Rich Sanders and Richard Forber, and then we've got just behind, he's behind Patrick Booth in 6th position. 5 minutes to go. It's just gone past half distance in this slightly shortened 3rd Audi TT Cup racing race of the day. And still Yardley Rose in 3rd, Maguire in 4th, Anthony Park in P5. They come back down towards the hairpin again. Top 3 still fairly evenly spread out. All the action appears to be 4th place downwards. Paul Maguire holds it. Everyone else wants it. So they're really going for it here as they come up to the start of another lap. As they come back through again. Still Swift looking to make it 3 different winners out from the 3 races. Of course, Ross Macker won the 1st race. Harry Yardley Rose won the 2nd. And Carl Swift, who had to bounce back a little bit from getting 2nd on the road with that time penalty, is now trying to really push as hard as he dares now to make this victory happen. Still lots of jostling going on here. I think it's Paul Maguire just trying to... Anthony Park just trying to hold back Patrick Booth, and also trying to get really into the mix now of both Richard Forber and Luke Handley. Now to the back straight they go, and now looks like Patrick Booth's got a good run here on Anthony Park down the back straight. Into the complex they go, and it's Booth who holds on to the position. Forward still in there, and over the curb goes Luke Handley back with Anthony Parks. Anthony's lost about, 3 spots in his main positions. And Ryan Edgecombe in the 454 car just behind. There he is, the black and pink car with the kind of multicoloured graphics on the side. He's trying to get involved here too. He's looking up the inside to try and make that pass stick. Almost succeeded. They come back onto the pit straight once again to complete yet another lap. So Carl Swift then with 2 and a bit minutes, over 2.5 minutes to go then. That's Richard Forber trying to get past Patrick Booth for what would be 5th position. And quite make that stick. As for Ross Macker, not really made the progress he wanted to. A little off the pace in this 3rd race. Again, not quite entirely sure why he started at the back of the grid. But he's now in the mix now. There's the other car, which is 33, Patrick Booth. The other sister team car for 4G Racing. It's still Carl Swift by 1.4 from Scott Parkin in 2nd place. Harry Yardley Rose in 3rd. 4th now still for Paul Maguire. 5th for Patrick Booth. 6th for Richard Forber. And now we see here, I think that's Patrick Booth who... Well, Forber's now got past Patrick Booth now. This means Luke Handley's got his best chance now to squeeze up the inside and get another place off the 4G Racing car. He's got the inside line for Hamilton. Pulls himself level, under brakes. Can he make the move stick? Well, as Forber manages to slot past Paul Maguire. Likewise, the same move for Luke Handley on Patrick Booth. And now just behind them, Ryan Edgecombe just trying to pick his way through too. As they come onto the back straight once again with 1.5 minutes to go. So they're going to get, I think, one more time around the Snetterton circuit to end off the TTCR weekend. Eddie TT's have put quite a lot of entertainment and great racing on so far, and hopefully those who are still looking to, in the middle of building their kits or looking to try and purchase one for the season, hopefully will look at this and think it's quite a worthy series to be a part of. Carl Swift then continues to lead the way, pulling that gap even further on Scott Parkin in second place. Harry Yardley-Rose in third, Maguire in fourth, and it's Patrick Booth, Forber, Handley, Edgecombe, Park and Macca in the top 10. David Robb's back in 11th place, 12th place for Christopher Jackson, 13th place for Paul Hoggins, and Richard Sanders in 14th position at the moment. And that's the order as it stands as they come onto the last lap of the race. There's Forber holding on to that fifth position now, because he's got past Paul Maguire. Paul Maguire down to, I think that's fourth actually, in fact, isn't it? Because four pushes you up to four, because he's past Patrick Booth and also now Maguire, so that should be fourth place now for But yes, it is, because the leader's coming into the turn one now, and Handley now going on the attack. He's got past Maguire too, so better run off of Murray's and push Maguire down another spot. So Handley up to P5. He was only just ahead of him on the line by 31 thousandths of a second, so that was pretty close stuff between 5th and 6th position. Richard Forber's pace there looking pretty good for 4th place. Very deep on the brakes there for Patrick Booth, almost going off onto the A11, but manages to get the car anchored up and makes the corner. And now he'll try and fight back to get a couple more spots before the end of the lap. But Carl Swift then, who got that penalty for track limits in race number 2, as far as I can see, no such troubles this time. Yeah, nothing on race control, thankfully, by the looks of it. Actually, car 75, I think he's going to get Anthony Park, I think. Looks like he's about to get possibly a 5-second penalty for track limits. So just as Carl Swift did, it's going to be a penalty for Anthony Parks in car 75. That'll push him down a couple of spots outside the top 10. Meanwhile, Ryan Edgecombe is the latest driver to nudge Paul Maguire down a place, and Paul Maguire might try and fight back if he can. He's having a sneaky look up the inside to repass Edgecombe into the hairpin at Oggies, but couldn't quite pull that one off. No, nothing doing quite just there yet. Let's see if he can hold on for the time being now. Now out of the complex of Rundle and Nelson for the last time. We'll head up towards the checkered flag now. And it will be 3 different winners to 3 races if Carl Swift can hold on through Coram and up through Murray's and onto the pit straight to take that checkered flag. They're going to keep on racing all the way to the end, but Carl Swift, who was a late addition to the series before this weekend, has made the most of his first inaugural trip to the TT Cup, because he's made himself going for pole position in qualifying, and this time a race win in race number 3 of the Audi TT Cup Racing Series. Scott Parkin for 2nd place, Harry Yardley-Rose picking up 3rd, then Richard Forber ahead of Luke Handley, who must be absolutely delighted with P5. He thought he set the fastest lap of the race, but Ryan Edgecombe on the last lap just behind him stole it away from him on the final run to the flag. So Luke Handley, though, has had such a headache of problems and issues all the way coming into the weekend with car troubles and going into it. But, however, all being solved and fixed for the final race, he'll be justly rewarded with a very strong drive to pick up 5th place. You've got to be absolutely delighted with that. Across the line goes Richard Sanders. He will cross the line in 14th place. Of course, Anthony Parks' penalty puts him down to 12th position. But here's the result then from race number 3 of the weekend for the Audi TT Cup Racing Series. Carl Swift takes the victory from Scott Parkin in 2nd place. Harry Yardley-Rose, the race 2 winner, takes 3rd from Richard Forber and Luke Handley. Got to be delighted with P5. Then Ryan Edgecombe takes the fastest lap of the race on the last run to the line. Paul Maguire slipped to 7th. Patrick Booth and Ross Macca 8th and 9th. Rounding out the top 10, David Robb. And there's 11th place for Christopher Jackson. Then Anthony Park, after his 5-second penalty, goes to 12th. Then Paul Hoggins and Richard Sanders round out with the 14 cars that made the finish. Right, time to see how Carl Swift & Co found that 3rd race of the weekend for the TTs. Here's Rob Lewis, them back down in Parc Ferme.
Right, we're just playing Hunt the Race Drivers at the moment. Scott Parkin's disappeared up round the corner there. He wants to get ready for some club sports. Great camaraderie between the drivers. This is the bit I love about club racing. Great win there for Carl Swift. Luke Yardley-Rose in 3rd place. I'll get my teeth back in. I'll just wait for Carl to get his kit off. He's obviously a bit warm out there, isn't it, Carl?
I think I've swollen into it all. It's not food, honestly. Oh.
Right, Amber Heath, lovely win out there.
Oh, yeah, good race that. It's a shame that we got split up towards the end, but then first few laps were good and manic. Nice, like that. Another 3 out of 3 great races. You know, great people, side-by-side racing. Perfect.
You'll be back for more then?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Roll on, Donning.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations, Carl. Great win there. I'll speak to this man in second place. I didn't get a chance to talk to him after race 2. Scott, you had to shoot off to obviously go and qualify because you're quite a busy man this weekend, aren't you?
Yeah, 3 qualifying sessions and 5 races. I think I bit off more than I could chew. Didn't do very well yesterday, but seems to be making up for it today. So now I can concentrate on one car rather than jumping between 2 very different cars. It seems to have worked out pretty well.
So let's talk a bit about the TT. First of all, how was that race for you?
Yeah, mega. Got an average start, but looked pretty equal, other than this guy who with his DSG just seems to disappear off the line. Yeah, and then a little bit of rubbing here and there, but as close as it's going to be in single make series. Yeah, and then me and Carl just sort of made a break for it, and yeah, I didn't trouble him, but he didn't trouble me either, so.
And now to get the car ready for a bit of Club Sport Trophy action later.
Yeah, that's it. Swap the tyres and send it. That's all we're doing. So
fantastic, fantastic. I would shake your hand, but you got your helmet in your hand. But yeah, great results, Scott, and hopefully see you back for more. No problem. Luke, he's disappeared. Luke Yardley Rose in 3rd place. They always disappear away from me, these drivers. Scott goes and gives him a pat on the shoulder. Luke, can I just grab a chat? Obviously, great win earlier, great podium this time. Great weekend.
Yeah, it's pretty good. You know, we did some minor adjustments, but we felt like the tyres gripped up a little bit. So yeah, we started to understeer towards the end of the race. So yeah, it was a decent result. You know, 2nd podium of the year. Can't really complain of it. So yeah.
Beautiful. And looking forward to Donington.
Yeah, it's my best circuit. I'm hoping to get a couple of victories there. Possibly even some podiums. So yeah, I'd like to thank TSR Performance again and my mum and dad for obviously helping me through this year. So thank you.
No worries. Congratulations there on a fantastic podium. Good to see them there. Now I was hoping to catch Paul Maguire, who was a worthy Masters victor there. Unfortunately, as you can hear, we've got Formula Fords out on the circuit, so it's time to head back to the commentary box and Scott Woodwis.
Thank you very much on that one, Rob. Yes, the National Formula Fords are just heading out for their formation lap for their 3rd and final race of the weekend. It's a partially reversed grid, which means that our race 2 winner from earlier on, Jordan Kelly, will be starting back in 6th. The top 6 have been reversed for this one. So that means that on pole position, I think for the first time in his Formula 4 career, is Bryn Kinch, who starts on pole, for Charlie Mann, who's our top independent on the grid in 2nd place alongside. Morgan Quinn, Elliot Budzinski then make up row 2 for Lucas Romanek and Jordan Kelly on the 3rd row of the grid. Of course, race 2 winner, his first National Formula Ford win. It's then 7th place for Nathan Yu, his teammate at Team Dolan, Brandon McCorkin, who came out in 8th position. And it's Chris Middlehurst, who sadly retired from that race after a problem on the final lap, which put him out, which sadly he starts 9th alongside Tom Nippers in 10th, and Nolan Alleye will start in 11th place on the grid towards the back, because looking at the result from race number 2, car 52, which was Nolan Alleye, was dubbed to be responsible for the collision between himself and Brandon McCorkin. He was disqualified from the result, which means he will start his 3rd race from the very back of the grid. So the cars again off on their formation lap in what's still increasingly quite warm and clear conditions. Little wisps of cloud in the air, but still quite pleasant conditions out there. Not too hot out there, but at least the circuit is nice and warm and dry. It means that we're going to get hopefully another few more minutes of excellent Formula Ford action. Race length for this, 12 minutes as the other ones have been, because of course we've cut down a couple of minutes just so we could get to the end inside, of course, the Snetterton curfew, because of some of the earlier red flags and stoppages that we had. And as they come around on the formation lap. So Bryn Kinch then has got quite a good chance here to see if he can actually pick himself up one of his best finishes in Formula 4, but of course he's got some very competitive and very fast drivers set to line up behind him, which is going to make it very difficult for him out there on track, but I'm sure that he will try and push as hard as he dares to get himself towards the front as quickly as possible. So this is going to be interesting to see how at least there's a few fast drivers that are spread all around the pack. You've got You've got Morgan Quinn starting in 3rd, Elliot Budzinski in 4th place after he finished on the podium. Lucas Romanek starts 5th, Jordan Kelly starts in P6 after winning race number 2. Brandon McCorkin starting in 8th, Chris Middlehurst in 9th, Tom Nippers is looking pretty fast too, he's back in 10th. And Nolan Orlai, after being disqualified from race 2, is right at the back in 11th, but again, he was someone who was up there in the top 5, challenging for at least a top 5, if not a podium position. So the cars make their way back towards the grid. See if Bryn Kinch can make the start that he needs in order to try and maintain pole position, if he can. And so Charlie Mann, I imagine that it will probably be a decent getaway if either Morgan Quinn or Elliot Budzinski can get a really strong start from the second row of the grid. They will certainly be up there to try and challenge the top 2 on the grid if they can, to get themselves up towards the first corner as quickly as possible. So just last couple of the cars getting into place at the back. Tom Nippers and Nolan Orlai getting set to go. And as the cars get into position, the green flag we waved at the back. And then once again for the 3rd and final time this weekend for the National Formula 4 Championship, we're set to go racing. Bryn Kinch on pole, Charlie Mann alongside him. Some of the faster guys towards the back. What will race 3 bring us here at Snetterton? Let's find out. Lights out. We're racing in Formula 4 to the final time this weekend. Strong start for the first couple of rows. Good start for Lucas Romanek from the 3rd row. He's already beat Elliot Budzinski away, challenging Morgan Quinn for 3rd place, looking up the inside in the Oldfield Motorsport Van Diemen, in towards turn 1 for the first time. And some of the faster guys just trying to pick their way through if they can. And all good, all clear so far. One of the looks like possibly Elliot Budzinski running wide a little bit there, in towards the hairpin for the first time, and it's going to be Charlie Mann that leads the way. He's beaten Bryn Kinch. I think he's back to 4th at the moment. One car running very slowly towards the back. That is 62. I think of this car, 2 cars have come together. It's 2 of the Team Dolan cars possibly the touch to come together. Nathan Yu and Jordan Kelly are slipping back a little bit. Wide for Charlie Mann over the exit of the left-hander at Palmer's. Now it's going to be Morgan Quinn, as I suspected it would be. No, it's beats Lucas Romanek, in fact. So Romanek from 5th on the grid in just a few corners has gone from 5th to 1st, making a lightning start from the inside the 3rd row. It's a great getaway then from the Alton Park race winner, and how much he would love to end the weekend with a victory. I'm sure he's going to be trying his heart out to try and make it happen. And look at this, Charlie Mann's been almost attacked from all sides. He's got Elliot Budzinski to his outside. He's got now Morgan Quinn, and also in there looks like that is going to be Brandon McCorkin in there too. Plus, you got Chris Middlehurst in there too, and Tom Nippers, and also I think Nolan Orlai has made a quick start too. So Charlie Mann has got the entire pack charging after him. Here goes Budzinski to the inside line. Here comes Quinn. Now, careful, guys. You can't really go 2 or 3 abreast in towards the complex. Something's got to give here. Romanek is up the road and trying to escape, if he can. And as they turn in through Brundle and Nelson, it is going to be Romanek with the lead. Everyone else trying to be second. It's then the 62 of Budzinski into 2nd place. There's Orlai past Nippers, so that he's made that move stick in car 52. Now they make their way towards the complex of Murray's now for the final time. Across the line they go. Romanek has the commanding lead then. Budzinski in 2nd place. It is now second place for Budzinski, 3rd for McCorkin. It's McCorkin in 3rd place now. So McCorkin's made a storming start through that final couple of corners to pick his way right the way up to 3rd place. That's incredible. So it's now 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Everyone trying to be 4th now. Charlie Mann, a little bit of the cork in the bottle here, but trying his best there to try and hold back the tide of Chris Middlehurst and Morgan Quinn, and also Nolan Orlai in there as well. I don't seem to see your either. Let me see a couple of the cars. Who are we missing in the order? We're missing Nathan Hughes carried on, but I don't see Jordan Kelly, and I don't see Bryn Kinch either. That's a shame. So both drivers seem to have dropped back with issues or just further back down the order with problems. I thought, of course, Nathan Hughes looked like he was caught up with Jordan Kelly, so Jordan Kelly might have come a cropper because of that. And Jordan Kelly, and that's from Bryn Kinch. I'm not quite sure what happened to him. I saw an Ammonite car running wide as Middlehurst tries to look up the inside of Mann in towards the complex. Couldn't quite make that stick. towards the left hand, but Williams still chasing after, so still the top three as they were then. Romanek, Budzinski, McCorkin, but Middlehurst knows he has to try and pick off Charlie Mann as quick as possible to try and get after the top three, which he does. He's on the outside line. Mann will try and defend it if he can. Here comes Morgan Quinn. Is he going to dare to make it three abreast? He might well do. And also there's no one all eye. Can't make that stick, but Middlehurst has gone through. So has Quinn. All eye watching on as well. Now up through the right-hander and into Murray's once again. So Romanek then charging away to try and take his first win of the weekend, his second of the season. So Oldfield Cars first and third, a little wide over the curve there was Charlie Mann. So under threat from Nolan All-Eye and Tom Nippers. And now as they come on to the start of another lap now. So lap 3 now for this one. McCorkin sets the first proper flying lap, fastest lap of the race. And as they come back into the hairpin again, All Eyes got past Charlie Mann. Next on will be the man he's directly battling for the Independence essentially win. And that will be Tom Nippers. So he'll definitely want to try and stay ahead of him if he can. Otherwise Nippers will have full advantage of that. Let's see if he can try and hold on to this. Into the hairpin they go, but Agostini, still Romanek, Budzinski, McCorkin. So as they come up towards left-hander Hamilton, back in again. Romanek showing he's got some good pace here in these slightly warmer conditions. Come out of the infield section and back onto the short straight towards the complex once again. Let's see if there's anything left in the tank here for Charlie Mann to try and hold on to the position against his independent rival. And Brandon McCorkin now, even though it's slightly more relaxed for the top two, I have a feeling is being quite quickly caught by Chris Middlehurst. He was right on his tail as they came up through onto the back straight and then through Brundle and Nelson. So I think that Middlehurst looks to be setting up a move here possibly for third position, although he's got Morgan Quinn for company also, so maybe he might decide to have a go too. Cross the line they go to end lap number 3. And oh, that's Nathan Yu's car that's come to a stop, I'm afraid. So unfortunately, Nathan Yu has the race too. So 2 of the Team Dolan cars hitting problems in the early stages. And with Romanek still holding station, and Budzinski looking at his last laps, he was about 2 and a bit tenths quicker. The gap is still 1.3 seconds out in front for Romanek. Romanek making the most of his race lead here with clear track in front of him. Down to the hairpin they come. And Budzinski trying to close that gap in now. It's still Oldfield Motorsport from Ammonite from Oldfield Motorsport. The 2 Team Dolan cars in 4th and 5th keeping close. 6th now for All Eye, 7th for Nippers, who's got past Charlie Mann. So that will be Tom Nippers hoping to try and pick up his second Independence win of the weekend. But now McCorkin feels as though he's feeling a bit of the heat under the collar here, if possible. How much Budzinski would like to get himself his second podium of the weekend after being disqualified from race 1 due to contact with Morgan Quinn, which saw Quinn's car off the road as a result and out of the race. That was up at the very section they're coming up to now. All Eye ahead of Nippers. So Romanek and Budzinski just turning in there. Not sure if they touched a bit of the cement dust. Both those cars sort of twitching a bit as there's a lock-up from All Eye up the inside to try and defend from Nippers. Nippers had a good run through there. Little twitch over here as he tries to get back on the power, exiting Nelson. Still tucked into the wheel tracks of the Ammonite Motorsport cars. They swing through the bomb hole. 4 minutes to go. They're going to get, I think, maybe 2 more laps, I think, of this time around. So 2 more laps to decide who wins this final race. Is it going to be Romanek? Is it going to be Budzinski potentially? Is it even going to be possibly even Middlehurst or McCorkin or Quinn if they can get themselves close enough in the next 2 laps? It's going to require Budzinski to really close in. In fact, actually, last time by, Budzinski was 0.8 of a second quicker than Romanek, and Middlehurst quicker still by another 0.2 to set the fastest lap of the race. So you know what? That was being speculative a little bit, but it could happen. It could definitely happen here. So Budzinski's clawed in the gap that Romanek had. Middlehurst is bringing 3rd, 4th and 5th into the mix here. There's Orlaya, who has managed to hold off Tom Nippers, and he in turn, Nippers, has pulled away by a couple of seconds from Charlie Mann. Now as they come down towards the hairpin at the end of the Agostini hairpin at the end of the straight, Budzinski putting Romanek under pressure here, but I wonder if Budzinski can force Romanek to start defending, it might well, at least after about a third of the way through the last lap, it might well bring 3rd, 4th and 5th into play. We could have a real grandstand finish here to complete the National Formula Ford weekend. Romanek has the lead, but Budzinski and everyone else certainly want it. But is Romanek going to hold on here? Was Budzinski got something left here in reserve to try and pick his way past and try and force him into a mistake? He'll certainly try, but nothing's ever guaranteed or ever certain. Middlehurst is nowhere near it close enough to get any kind of a tow. He needs these two in front to really start battling hammer and tongs to close up pretty quickly. But his pace is looking pretty strong too. Of course, the 2021 champion trying to close that gap back in, but of course it's probably not helping the fact that Budzinski's pushing hard. Romanek is probably responding to whatever pressure Budzinski's putting on him with the fast pace he's showing. Through Coram, back into Murray's now, into what will be the second to last time. Start the last lap of the weekend for the National Formula Fords, and there is Brandon McCorkin pushing hard on the back of Chris Middlehurst. So of course there's been a change around in the last couple of laps between Middlehurst and McCorkin. The gap between the top two is only 0.35 of a second, and Romanek responded that time by. It's up the inside for 3rd place. That was McCorkin diving up the inside of Middlehurst into P3, into Ritchie's corner to take the final podium place away from Middlehurst. That's crucial for his championship chances, demoting Middlehurst down to 4th. Middlehurst tries to fight back on the outside line to get the undercut on the exit of the corner. Morgan Quinn's keeping a watching brief as rear gunner in P5. This is over 6th place between Nolan Orlaya and Tom Nippers. So down the back straight they go, and Budzinski's quite close. Meanwhile, McCorkin's not safe in 3rd place. He's going defensive on the inside line to prevent an attack from Middlehurst, but Middlehurst can go down the outside if he's confident enough. Defensive line turns in, and still McCorkin is going to hold on to that 3rd position. But you're just almost certain that Middlehurst will line him up down the back straight, possibly try and set him up for a pass, and likewise potentially for the race lead, because Budzinski was right underneath the gearbox of Romanek going through Hamilton. If he stays there through Oggies and onto the Bentley straight out of the right-hander at Williams, there's a real chance that he could start to size him up for a last lap pass. And we saw Jordan Kelly make that move after we saw lots going on after Chris Middlehurst dropped out on the final lap. Thankfully, his car appears to be all okay. Meanwhile, Romanek is trying to go a bit more defensive to hold off Budzinski. He's going to keep on pushing right to the end of the lap as Middlehurst does get back into 3rd place. So what I suspected might happen has happened. Middlehurst has reset up McCorkin for a pass down the back straight, which he's pulled off. It might well be a sprint to the flag for 3rd place, because the Morgan Quinn will watch on, but it's going to be McCorkin versus Middlehurst in that last lap drag race to the checkered flag. Meanwhile, Romanek is going to head round through Coram for the final time, with Budzinski all on his tail through Murray's and up towards the checkered flag. It could be a drag race for the win as well. At the final couple of corners, and McCorkin's very close on the gearbox. Could we get 2 grandstand finishes here? Up to the checkered flag. Lucas Romanek, is he going to take the victory side by side for the race win? And Romanek does hold on, but only just by a couple of tenths of a second. For 3rd place is Middlehurst, only just ahead of McCorkin. And the gap between the two, well, it was 0.062 of a second between Romanek and Budzinski at the line for the win. It was 0.137 between Middlehurst and McCorkin for 3rd place. And Quinn was only another 2 tenths back from McCorkin in P5. There's Jordan Kelly, who has carried on in this. No, Nathan Ewer, actually, sorry. So Nathan Ewer has carried on. Jordan Kelly was the one that we saw parked up earlier on, so excuse me for that. But Nathan Ewer has had damage to that left side pod, has carried on to pick up 9th place. So whatever damage he has really severely hampered him. But for Nathan Ewer, he manages to take the flag in 9th place. And of course, we lost, of course, Bryn Kinch and Jordan Kelly. Jordan Kelly, I'm not sure if he got tangled up with his teammate, because the two Team Dolan cars were together at that point in Wilson Hairpin. So I wonder if maybe there was a bit of a, well, let's not speculate too much, but I wonder if there was something that happened between the two of them. Anyway, Lucas Robinette, in the meantime, takes the race win. He takes victory for the third National Formula Ford race of the weekend from Elliot Budzinski in second place. Chris Middlehurst in third, Brandon McCork in fourth. Then it's Morgan Quinn, Nolan Orlaya, Tom Nippers, Charlie Mann and Nathan Yu who round off the top 9. And then, of course, it's Bryn Kinch and Jordan Kelly, who are the 2 cars that didn't make the flag. I'm sure they will be recovered shortly to get back to pit lane before we get our next race underway. So, top 3 will be down in Parc Fermé very shortly. There, I think that's Jordan Kelly's car that is just crawling its way back from where it originally parked up. It's still at least drivable enough to get back into the Parc Fermé, so the Durden car can have a look at it. But let's have a chat to our top 3 from that final National Formula 4 race of the weekend. They're in Parc Fermé now with Rob Lewis.
Well, you actually come across to us as the winning driver. Lucas Romanek is, well, he's got to do some personal training, just getting his car pushed into the scrutineering bay. They'll get it onto these 2 patches here and weigh it eventually, but I'll let him get his kit off before we get to interview him. We've also got our podium contenders behind us, so they're just busy doing a 3-point turn and getting their cars ready for the post-race scrutineering part of things. So we'll just let our winner get weighed up. He'll stand on the scales, and if the scrutineer looks happy with that, we can maybe talk to the driver.
Lucas, take it away. Park him over there.
It's just like that, he's being taken away again. So we'll follow our winner out just while the others get their checks done. Lucas, great result there. You've had a very good weekend. I've spoken to you twice already. Good podiums, but to finally come out on top must really be the icing on the cake.
Yeah, definitely put it on a tee there, really. Icing on the cake, definitely. Yeah, we just got a brilliant start and a good getaway. A little mistake under the bridge sort of allowed him to catch up a bit, but we knew what we were doing. And yeah, came away with a win and all good from there, really.
It was with Jordan Kelly dropping out as well, and Chris Middlehurst having his issues earlier in the weekend. It's just a good bank of points for you, right?
Yeah, exactly, and that's what we're here to do, really. Just try and rack up as many points as we can. Of course, wins are sweet, but points are better.
Absolutely. Well, I'll let you get sorted out. Congratulations there on the win. We're going to our second place driver, which is the American lad Elliot Budzinski. Elliot, fantastic second. Happy with that?
Yeah, for sure. I think got a poor start, but I think steadily we kind of reeled in Lucas, and I think towards the end, you know, we lost a couple minutes, which maybe it would have been different, but you know, that's how it is. I still think it was quite close towards the end, so yeah, I'm happy with it. Another podium is definitely good after yesterday.
Absolutely, and the key thing is it builds up those points towards the championship.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing we're focusing on is, you know, maybe take a little bit less risk, but make sure we're there the whole way through instead of, you know, maybe getting into an incident or, you know, something of the sorts.
Something a bit calamitous. You don't want to have the mistakes. You just need that consistency.
Yeah, and also big thank you to all the people that are supporting me, Doug Mockett, Team USA for the help last year, and yeah, just everyone involved at the whole team. So
fantastic. Well, congratulations once again on a good result. I'm going to see if I can catch our third place driver, which is Chris Middlehurst. Now, someone who's used to be out the front. Certainly your weekend started off very well. Bit of an issue in race 2 and you've come back strong in race 3.
Yeah, quite a tough race really. A lot going on the first couple laps really. Cars going off, and yeah, both teammates they took each other out, which is unfortunate. Then I got sort of held up for about a lap or so really by, I think it was Charlie Mann, just defending on the inside, just parking it on the apex. So I had to sort of like, you know, buy my time and just kind of slingshot him, and I got him down the straight with ease really. But it just kind of, yeah, it put us quite far back then, and you're catching him, but I wasn't quite in the slipstream of Budzinski ahead of me there. So, yeah, a few more laps it would have been closer, I think. And then Brandon lunged me up the inside of turn 1, made a really good move. And then I didn't want to defend. I thought I've got enough gap here, but he slung it up the inside. And then I got past him again, of course. But, yeah, I just want to go full steam ahead to try and catch them, but I couldn't quite in the end.
but in the end, still good points recovered after race 2.
Yeah, we started almost last in that race, and there was only sort of 11 cars in it, but still, you know, a fair few cars overtaken. We kept it on the track that first lap, first corner. Well, say the first corner, the hairpin, should I say, was just chaotic, really. So had to have me eyes in the back of my head, really, and everywhere, just to try and sort of make sure no cars were going to hit into us, and just make sure we got, you know, first lap out of the way with it, and then try and hunt them down.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a good result, and good luck for the rest of the year. So that concludes the National Formula 4 Championship. Although we haven't had the big bulky numbers this weekend, the racing, as you'll agree, has been absolutely top notch. I'll say it again, best junior single-seater formula in the country without a doubt. Now, as you would have heard, we have the Evolution Trophy out on track, which is a mixture of the Classic VW Cup, Classic TTs, Cook Sport Cup, Renault Cup rather, and all the rest. So it's time to go back to the commentary box. We're going to speak to Scott Woodward.
You are indeed. Thank you very much, Rob. Good to see the National Formula 4 drivers out as always. And of course, as I echo what Rob said, yes, grid numbers aren't usually the high numbers that we normally have, but the racing between what we have had has been absolutely exceptional. And hopefully that will inspire some more young drivers to come and give the National Formula 4 to go to give their first steps in single-seaters. Right, on to our second Evolution Trophy race of the weekend. Nick Gwinnett, as the result of winning the first race outright, starts on pole position. He'll be alongside Simon Tomlinson and his VW Golf on the front row. There's Tony Hunter in his Renault, Adam Marshall in the Golf in fourth place, Dave Tyson in his Gen 4 Clio Cup car, and Donald DeVar in his Mark 1 Golf GTI start on the third row of the grid. Dawn Butcher in her Mark 5 Golf is next, Richard Clark in his Gen 4 Clio Cup car, Nick Sanderson in the Seat Leon Super Copper, and Harry Scott the sole Audi TT Cup, Classic TT Cup car. I hope there is possibly Philip O'Halloran on the grid. If not, that would be a shame. Then it's Frank Petit and Joseph Ritchie, who was the winner in the Mark 4 Mazda MX-5s earlier on, ahead of Bruce Hadfield and Stephen Watson, who sadly retired from that race. And hopefully, from that rest of this group, we've got Ken Lark on the grid also, and it says unknown competitor, but I'm sure we'll figure that out in a second if there is a 16th car on the grid. So we'll see that one. Also in the grid, hopefully should be, if they are there, Ben Taylor and Tim Moll in his VW Golf Mark 1 Berg Cup car. And that should make up the 18-car grid. So the cars again on their formation lap against the getting towards the later part of the afternoon. We're now coming up to around about, it's 4:15 in the afternoon. And you can see that it's sun's still shining pretty brightly out there today. It's been beautiful weather all weekend at Snetterton. You can really tell that we're right at the end of spring and towards the beginning of summer now. And I'm sure that the summer months will only start to get even hotter, I'm sure. Now, maybe that's in the unknown car that we weren't sure about. I was about to suggest possibly was Philip O'Halloran's car, but it's not. But I'm pleased to say actually that I can see not just Ben Taylor's car, but I can also see it right at the back of the grid, the little blue Mark 1 Berg Cup Volkswagen Golf of Tim Moll. So he has actually made it onto the grid, thankfully. I'm really pleased to see that. That's really good. So hopefully he can have a nice good race and make a good start initially from the back of the grid to pick his way up through the order. So the field makes its way now around onto the grid once again. There's Frank Petit in his Petit in his Renault Clio, and if he can get a good start, that will certainly be one to watch out for, I think. So cars just getting into position now. So it's going to be Renault and VW, Renault and VW, Renault and VW on the first three rows. So it's Cook Sport Renault cars on driver's right on the inside of the first, second and third rows. On the outside of the first, second and third rows, it is all Volkswagen. So it's then two Clios, kind of 172 or 182, so Gen 2 or Gen 3 Clios, alongside Gen 2 Clios and a Gen 4 Clio Cup car against two ex-VW Cup cars and a little Mark 1 Golf GTI as well. So the car's almost in position now, and all set to get underway by the looks of it. Revs are rising, and now for the second time today, the BROCC Evolution Trophy all set to go. There's the red light at the top of the Marshall gantry. Can Gwinnett make it 2 from 2? It's going to be a VW on the top step of the podium. Could be Tony Hunter, though. Great start from the second row. Number 1 car leaps away as Richard Clark struggles to get away in the Gen 1 Clio Cup car. But meanwhile, it is Renault Clio's first and second. And Donald DeVar, what a great start he's made in the short little Mark 1. He's humiliated the two VW Cup cars. He's up to third place. What a start that was for the Mark 1 Golf with Donald DeVar. Where's that come from? So Nick Gwinnett leads into the hairpin again. He picks it where he left off in race 1. Donald DeVar goes very deep into the hairpin, but holds on to 3rd place behind Tony Hunter. So it's Renault Clio Gen 2's 1st and 2nd. Little Mark 1 goal for Donald DeVar with a lightning getaway in 3rd place, and it beats the 2 slightly clumsier and heavier Volks VW Cup cars into 4th and 5th. Tomlinson ahead of Marshall. Then it's Dawn Butcher in 5th. It's Dave Tyson in P6, and also he's been challenged by a very fast starting Mark 1 Audi TT by the looks of it, and that would have been of Harry Scott, who's in the mix as well. Is that the TT? It is, so he's now under threat, and also in there too appears to be, that looks like Nick Sanderson, and Ben Taylor, who retired from the first race, is now charged from basically the back of the grid and already into the lead of the Mark IV trophy. Meanwhile, Donald DeVar goes up the inside of Tony Hunter to take 2nd place. Hunter will try and fight back, and here comes Simon Tomlinson thinking, can I come and play too? My car might not be quite as small, but it's got quite kind of punch on the straights. So this is going to be 3 great stuffs. The Clio, the Mark 1 Golf and the VW Cup car all together in towards Williams. And Donald DeVar's car gets almost pushed out wide by Hunter and then by Tomlinson. Marshall will come back at him. But look at the straight line speed of that Golf. Look at it. It's fantastic. He's gone past Simon Tomlinson, coming back at Tony Hunter. This is brilliant. And through all of this, Nick Gwinnett is just sailing away, absolutely oblivious to what's going on. He's missing out on all the fun here because all the battle's going on for 2nd place backwards. So it is Gwinnett that leads, Hunter in 2nd place. Donald DeVar is somewhere in the pack. He's now lost out on the exit to the better traction of the 2 VW Cup cars of Tomlinson and Marshall, and also getting Gwinnett to try and catch up. There's going to be Dawn Butcher in her Mark 5 car, and Dave Tyson his Gen 4 Clio. So they're going to be looking pretty quick out there in the early stages if they can catch up. Down the pit straight come the leaders then, as the rest of the pack comes pouring through. Gwinnett with that huge lead he's got already. As for 2nd place, well, your guess is as good as mine, because here comes Tomlinson and Hunter side by side. These two know each other from Tin Top's series elsewhere in Club Motorsport. They've raced each other quite a lot, and Tomlinson was complimenting Tony Hunter's racecraft in race 1 earlier on, you remember, when he was talking to Rob Lewis. So they're definitely picking up the battles where they've left off before, and it has been a full 15-minute start for the Evolution Trophy. No shortened race for them, so they've managed to get themselves back. It looks like we've got ourselves back onto timetable, which is good, thanks to that. So diligent work where necessary from the clerk of the course and from our volunteers and our officials. But Nick Gwinnett just sailing away in this, having a literal casual Sunday drive. It's not so casual here for 2nd place though, because you can see that Tony Hunter going defensive on the inside, and I love the size difference. The potent little Renault Clio and the little Mark 1 Golf, they're both ganging up on these two these larger VW Cup cars and giving them the proper run around here at this front of the field. Also, you see Dawn Butcher's been passed in the background there by Dave Tyson. Tomlinson gives Tony Hunter a rather rude shove at Hamilton's. Out of the way you go. So through goes Tomlinson. I don't think Tony would appreciate that, but I'm sure there might be a quiet word afterwards about that. But Tomlinson just straight into the back of... Obviously, we don't want to see purposeful contact at the same time, but it's just the way he just almost like elbows him out of the way. It was almost slightly funny. So I shouldn't really laugh at that, but nonetheless, it's been a fun weekend, so what the heck. Anyway, Nick Gwinnett sailing away, spread-eagling the field here in this 2nd Evolution Trophy race, and by far and away the runaway Cooksport Renault Cup leader. He's almost thinking, is no one else coming to play? I've got this racetrack all to myself, seemingly. Everyone else behind is having the time of their lives, and I'm missing out here, but I'm sure the trade-off for an outright and Cooksport Renault Cup victory will be all worth it. There's Dave Tyson in one of the 2 Gen 4 Clio Cup cars in the field, the other one being Richard Clark, but he's back in 12th place. He had that stumbling start off the grid and got away a couple of seconds later. And there's Simon Tomlinson, who's up to 2nd place, pulling away from Donald DeVar, who is holding off that other Clio Cup car of Adam Marshall. And it's Tony Hunter, who started the lap in 3rd. He's down to 5th now. And under threat from, Dave Tyson, who's up to 6th. Dawn Butcher down to 7th. Let's just compare lap times, actually. So what lap time on the first flying lap did Nick Gwinnett do? A 2:12.3. Everyone else behind doing at least 2:15. So he's already got a gap in 2 laps of 8.4 seconds. So it certainly is quite a potent machine, is this. Is this red Renault Clio that he sports. So to come out to the hairpin again, all stacking up once again. You see, I think there's that, I was about to say, is that Tim Mole that's come through It is Tim Mole from the back of the grid. I was almost surprised there for a second. There was the two little Mark 1 Golfs are biting off more than they can chew, seemingly, because they really are getting up there and picking off some of the bigger and perceptibly faster cars, which is brilliant to see. Donald DeVar currently sat in 3rd place overall. I'll tell you what, if you can pick up 3rd overall, that would be quite a story on that one. Here's more battles further back. This is Richard Clark up the inside of Nick Sanderson, so Clio Cup car past Seat Super Copper car. And in there too, also there is your Mark IV leader, and that's the Mark IV of Ben Taylor. And this is exactly what we had at Brands Hatch. You had essentially 4 different classes of car all together battling amongst each other. You had there Harry Scott's Audi TT, Richard Clark's Renault Clio, the Seat of Nick Sanderson, and Ben Taylor in the Mark IV MX-5. All 4 different cars in 4 different categories, but all evenly matched in this battle pack. It's great to see all 4 of them. Yes, they're not technically racing against each other, but on track at least, they're having great fun on track together, and they're all developing and growing the series at the same time. And that's really good, because it shows the competitiveness of each of the 4 categories amongst each other, which is really good to see them all getting in the mix. So we've now got this battle that's still going on for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. A little further back there goes Dawn Butcher, who's now been caught by Tim Mole. So Tim Mole in the little Berg Cup Mark 1 Golf is certainly doing his part to close up as much as possible. I can tell you already, you can see at the top of the screen, we're looking at the leads for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Nick Gwinnett has already passed the pit straight and is practically into Richie's corner already. And now they cross the line. What's the gap at the point between the top 2? 10.2 seconds at the moment. Another new fastest lap of the race, another 1.8 seconds extended out by Nick Gwinnett from that move. I'll tell you what, Donald DeVar, one of the drives of the day with this one in 3rd place, holding off Tony Hunter. And what is it they say? It's not about how big the car is, it's how well you can use it. And so these 2 cars certainly making the most of their diminutive size, but also big power to get through. There goes Tony Hunter up the inside of Donald DeVar. Probably didn't fight that too much, but I hope that Donald DeVar, nothing against Tony Hunter at all, because Tony's a brilliant driver, and if he can get an overall podium, all the power to him, that'd be fantastic for him. But there's a part of me that wants that Mark 1 Golf on the top 3 on the podium, so if Donald DeVar can try and get him back, secretly, I'll be quite happy with that. Although that said, they've both been passed by I've done it again, Adam Marshall. I knew I was going to do that again, so apologies to Adam and his team and family and Team Hard there, because I've mispronounced his name once again. Adam Marshall, they're in 3rd place now, took both victories outright and in Classic VW Cup at Brands Hatch. See there, DeVar trying to get back up the inside, but still P5 for Donald DeVar will still be a very strong result. And Tim Mole from the back of the grid after he missed race 1, currently into the 8th position. He was chasing after Dawn Butcher that last lap. Good efforts from the 2 little Mark 1s. They are quite popular cars, not just in car culture, but also in the paddock here, these 2 little cars. And again, these 2 little Golfs, they can really pack a punch in the straight line. They're quite small, which means they're lightweight. They don't weigh very much. Good power to weight ratio, working pretty well. Speaking of working well, there goes Nick Gwinnett, and again, he's already going towards the bomb hole, while Simon Tomlinson is already turning into Brundle and Nelson. Donald DeVar was having a look, just having a peek there to try and get back around Tony Hunter for 4th. There goes Marshall, there goes Hunter, DeVar, Tyson, and then there's Tim Mole. I was saying lots of nice things about Tim Mole, then he throws it off the road, ruins all his hard work. But Dawn Butcher's gone back on the road, but I'm sure that Tim Mole's just enjoying himself out there. The fact he's on the road after problems prevented him from taking the race 1 start, for him is probably all that matters at this point in time. So after this race, 2 more to go. The 2nd MG Metro Cup race coming up after this. Then we've got the 45-minute Club Sport Trophy race afterwards to round off the weekend here at Snetterton. There goes Marshall, there goes Tony Hunter, there goes DeVar. And Dave Tyson closing in a little bit. He took 1.2 seconds out of the Mark 1 Golf. There is the Gen 4 Clio Cup car of Dave Tyson, currently running 3rd in the Sport Renault Cup. We should quickly recap where each of the particular classes are in terms of top 3. So we've got Nick Gwinnett, who leads the way in Renault Cup from the number 1 of Tony Hunter, and then it is Dave Tyson leads the way. There is Nick Gwinnett continuing to spread eagle the field and continue to extend his gap, although his pace is backed off to the same sort of pace as Simon Tomlinson though. We've then got in the VWs, it's Simon Tomlinson who leads from Adam Marshall and then Donald DeVar. Of course, there's only the sole TT out there, Harry Scott, who's in 10th place overall. And we just saw there one of the Mazda MX-5 Mark IVs, and that would be Joseph Ritchie, who is in 2nd place behind Ben Taylor. And then the 3rd of those cars, which is an invitation car anyway, is Bruce Hadfield making his first appearance. But in terms of the actual Mark IVs on track, He's third place on the grid in the road at the moment. There goes Ben Taylor, wasting no time to try and go around the outside of Harry Scott. But look at this, a Mark 4 MX-5 and a Mark 1 TT, two small sports cars. We're still having some great fun out there on the circuit. A few years between them, but who cares? It's brilliant racing all the same. Ben Taylor, though, looking pretty good form to take another victory in the Mazda MX-5 Mark 4 trophy within the Evolution Trophy. I know there are a few more Mark 4s out there, so hopefully we do get a few more of them pop up before the end of the season. It's only the second event for the Evolution Trophy. Plenty of the year still to go for more cars to appear in VWs, and a few more Renaults to turn up as well, and a few more Mark 4s in there. Hopefully a couple more TTs in there too. So Dawn Butcher we see here, under threat again from Tim Boll, who has stopped running wide at the exit of Nelson. He's got back onto the tail of the Dawn Butcher Golf. Nick Guidet, meanwhile, has already passed the pits and set a 2:12.017, so I imagine we're probably going to get, lap time-wise, 2 more laps at this rate in this second Evolution Trophy race. There's Ben Taylor, who has completed the move on Harry Scott in the TT, and they're both being closed down a little bit by Nick Sanderson in the Seat. So he's not too far away. Just remember, with the Classic VW Cup, they do allow Volkswagen Audi Group cars, so it does include Seats, it also includes Audis, it does include, I think, Skodas as well. Good to see a Skoda out in this sort of series. I'm sure someone's got one. I drive a Skoda myself, but I'm not going to convert it into a race car anytime soon. But good to see a Fabia or an Octavia or something, which is a Skoda, which could be out there to get involved in this fantastic Classic VW Cup series. Seen Dave Tyson exit shot, still holding on to 6th place overall, the 3rd in the Renaults. Here's Richard Clark getting involved. He's on the comeback trail after his stuttering start earlier on, and he makes rather light work of Tim Moll's Mark 1 Berg Golf. Here is the scrap now for 3rd place outright, on the road at least. This is Marshall versus Hunter. And then you've got Devan Tyson. Here comes Butcher, Clark and Moll. So Mark 5 Golf, Gen 4 Clio Cup car and Mark 1 Berg Golf all together. And Richard Clark again took the tyre to line. He was trying to possibly just try to intimidate Dawn Butcher a little bit into the braking zone, but couldn't quite make that one stick either. So he'll try again in the next couple of corners, I'm sure. Good to see Dawn Butcher in the series. That car I know has come from, he used to race in the Production GTI Championship, but it's now of course been essentially repurposed, if you like, into this Classic VW Cup series, sponsored by Ricci Concept. Thank you to Ricci Concept for supporting. Of course, Cook Sport Renault Cup is supported by Cook Sport Performance, having been conceived by them and by their the founder of the company, of course, BTCC star Josh Cook. Of course, they're also quite well established with the Fiesta Junior Championship, having worked in conjunction with BRSCC to develop the brand new Mark 7 Fiesta Junior race car. But good to see that Cook Sport also delivering something a little bit extra for its Renault customers, and a chance to offer something different to anyone that usually comes and gets their cars upgraded or buys parts from them. And particularly, they do mainly look after Renault customers usually. It's good to offer them something a little bit different in the racing stakes rather than just parts or a track day or two. There goes Ben Taylor in the foreground. That was the Mark 4 leader in the MX-5s. Onto the last lap has gone Nick Guidet. And whilst that happens, Richard Clark is putting Dawn Butcher under pressure here. Let's see if Dawn can hang on here. Dawn, not just a racer, she's also quite a prominent and active marshal as well, hence the orange on the car. So good to see she's racing in front of her fellow Orange Army. And Tim Moll has actually got past Richard Clark, in fact, and actually he's going after Dawn Butcher again. So the good straight line speed of the nippy little Mark 1 Golf is working, but I think the superior grip of the suspension and the tyres in the corners gives the Mark 4, gives the Gen 4 Clio much more an advantage. So there is Simon Tomlinson firmly in 2nd place and firmly the leader in Classic VW Cup, and looking to try and hold on to pick up the win in that category. He'll be 2nd overall, of course. There is the man 2nd in Cook Sport Renault Cup, but 4th overall, Tony Hunter. But this man, Nick Guidet, can you catch him? Can you heck? Because the pace he's been setting all weekend, as Rob said, this little Clio's got some power in it, that's for sure. Now look at this. This is here's the Gen 4 Clio Cup car running wide. I think Richard Clark forgot he was at Stetson and thought he was in Sardinia on a rally stage, but back onto the road he goes. Loses the place again to Moll's Mark 1 Golf. But meanwhile, Nick Guidet has been pretty much unchallenged here today. It's quite a cosy couple of races, I think. And he goes into the bomb hole for the final time. And as he said, if there's anyone with a Renault Clio or even a Renault Megane race cards out there, do come and join in, because the Cook Sport Renault Cup is supposed to be dedicated not just within the Evolution Trophy, but it's dedicated to this particular category, this particular series, just for Renault race cars. So you've got a Clio Cup car or a Megane or a Clio 172 or 182 like this, you're more than welcome. So is Nick Gwinnett, of course, and so he's going to come up to the checkered flag, and it will be quite a comfortable Sunday afternoon for Nick Gwinnett. He'll come up to the Cup to take it 2 from 2 outright in the Evolution Trophy, and an easy win in the Cook Sport Renault Cup to boot as well. Great drive from Nick Gwinnett. Excellent job from him all round. It'll be 2nd and 3rd for the top 2 in Classic VW Cup. Simon Tomlinson wins that category outright from Adam Marshall in 2nd place. Top 2 in the GT class. And then 2nd place in Cook Sport, 4th overall. It'll be Tony Hunter in his Renault Clio 182. Donald Duval puts in one of the drives of the weekend for me. 5th place, he could have been 3rd, but ran pretty close. He had Dave Tyson right on his tail by 6/10 of a second. As for the sprint for 7th place, it's now Dawn Butcher versus Tim Moll. It's going to be close, but he's going to cross the line goes Dawn Butcher, who just holds off Tim Moll, and that was by 0.142 of a second. So well done to Dawn Butcher for holding on. But great drive from Tim Moll from not starting race 1, from the back of the grid in race 2 to 8th. Great drive. It's going to be 9th for Richard Clark, and Ben Taylor comes across the line. He will pick up the victory in the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV Trophy. Likewise, Harry Scott as the sole Classic TT Cup car. So he picks up 12th place overall. And the only other Mark IV we're going to have at the flag in MX-5s is going to be the invitation car of Bruce Hadfield, because sadly we lost at mid-race the Joseph Ritchie Mazda MX-5 earlier on. So great stuff from the Cook Sport, from the Evolution Trophy in general. Could you just remind you where they're going to turn up next as we wait for the last couple of the cars to cross the line. The next rounds for Evolution Trophy are going to be only in a few weeks' time at Donington Park, 17th and 18th of June. Well, I know we've got at least 20 entries already, which is good to see, and I'm certain there'll be more in the next few weeks, with about 3 weeks to go until that next round comes up. So the last couple of the cars across the line, and that concludes the Evolution Trophy action here for this weekend. Again, they'll be back out in 3 weeks' time at the next round at Donington Park. So to confirm the results, it's Nick Gwinnett who takes his 2nd win of the weekend, and in quite fine fashion too. He wins by 8.2 seconds in the end from Simon Tomlinson in 2nd place, Adam Marshall in 3rd. Of course, it's Cook Sport Renault Cup victory for Nick Gwinnett. Simon Tomlinson wins the Classic VW Cup in the GT class as well as outright in that category. Adam Marshall 3rd, 4th place for Hunter, 5th for Devar, 6th for Tyson, 7th for Butcher, 8th for Tim Moll for the back of the grid. Richard Clark was 9th, Ben Taylor 10th overall, a Mazda MX-5 Mark IV Trophy winner. And the rest of the order is Nick Sanderson from Harry Scott, who was the sole Classic TT in the order. Then Frank Pettit, Stephen Watson and Bruce Hadfield, with Joseph Ritchie the only non-finisher. So back down to our top 3, to our individual category winners down in Parc Ferme. Once again, let's head down to Rob Lewis.
Just this shot here can show the diversity of the Evolution Trophy. So I'm going to interview some different drivers. It was a fantastic win by this guy, Nick Gwinnett, but I want to have a chat to his mate, Tony Hunter, who's been a long-term racer in this Renault Clio. He's just getting his helmet off now. I'll let you get your helmet off first, Tony. It's absolutely fine. Good to see you.
How's your nan's cakes?
They're still just as good. Don't worry about that. We'll have to get some more ordered. First of all, I just want to talk to you a bit about Cook Sport Renault Cup.
Absolutely brilliant. It's a fantastic idea. It's nice to see a lot of Renaults of different stages in their life coming out to play. Absolutely brilliant.
And of course, it means you can go out to play with your mate Nick Gwinnett.
Well, of course, yeah, my boyfriend. He's known as my boyfriend, so there you go. That's just one of those things. But no, Josh approached us, so it's just like, yes, why not?
Absolutely, and it just gives a series like this a chance to develop while racing hard with other categories.
Well, we're used to racing with the VW Cup guys, so they're a brilliant bunch. Very fair racing. It's just absolutely brilliant.
Fantastic. Well, great to talk to you, Tony. Great results. I'm going to go and find some more drivers, one of which is Dawn Butcher, who I've known for and raced against before. So Dawn I've known for a few years. And she's out in the VW Cup in this ex-production GTI Golf. Dawn, good race. Just tell us a bit about the Classic VW Cup.
Oh, it's so different from what I've done before. You're allowed to tinker with the cars without going too mad, so it's just enough for me to progress that little bit more from being standard in production GTIs to be able to play about. We've lightened it a little bit, plastic windows, things like that. So apart from me needing to be a bit lightened, we're slightly better than we were.
And during the race, you were having a fantastic little battle there towards the end with a Mark 1 Golf, so it kind of shows the diversity in age throughout the field.
Completely. There's such a range of Volkswagens. I mean, you've got the Audis in there as well, you've got the Seats, and so yeah, it's all the whole VAG group. And it's the Evolution Trophy so that we can expand our grid. So with any luck, as the grid improves and moves up, we can have our own grid one day, you never know.
Fantastic. And just quickly, tell us a bit about the B42 side of the car you're running.
Oh yeah, the B42's Motorsport. I run the car for promoting marshals. I'm a marshal, I'm a rescue trainee, I'm now a driving instructor, but the marshals don't get any thanks or gratitude of hardly. Some clubs give them token gestures and it's lovely, it's much appreciated, but most, they do it all voluntarily. They get hardly any lunch break, if at all, if we've fallen off the track. But yeah, I need to promote the marshals, keep them to the forefront of all the motorsport, otherwise we can't race, can we?
No, exactly that. Well, fantastic, Dawn. Great weekend.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
No worries, thank you. And the other person I wanted to chat to, the other sort of part of the series, it kind of ties in with the classic VWs, but it's the Audi TTs. And as part of that classic TT Cup, I'm going to have a quick chat with Harry Scott, who I actually know from racing KAs a few years back. Harry, good weekend for you. Just tell us a bit about this TT.
Yeah, it's great fun. I mean, being four-wheel drive, you know, off the start, it's great. You know, they're quite heavy, plus me in it, it's very heavy, you know. But no, they're great fun. Yeah, super quick when they go right, like any other race car. But yeah, really good fun.
And just tell us a bit about that race there that you had.
Yeah, it was good. I think, I started P10. I got up a few places at the start. And then, I dropped back a few, so I'm not actually sure where I finished. But yeah, it was good. I raced with a few other cars. In the first race, it was a bit quiet, but yeah, that second race was good fun. I raced against a few cars, which was good. So.
Fantastic, Harry. I'll let you crack on there. And it's another one of those series in the Evolution Trophy that we hope is going to grow. And we're hopefully going to talk to a man that's involved with the Mazdas, Ben Taylor. Ben, thank you for having a quick chat to us. We just want to talk to you really about these. So these are the Mark IV Mazdas. So what is it about these that has got the potential for a good future?
Well, looking at the next level MX-5 moving forward from the Mark III, it's a bit of a step up really, and they're performing very well competitively. Even with the lack of straight line speed, we're able to keep some really quick cars behind us. So for that, the capability of the car is phenomenal, and really enjoy it. So I can't fault them at all. So we've got two more underway being built at the moment. So we're progressively getting more onto the grid, and hopefully we'll get some more on board mid-season and make it more interesting.
Fantastic. What is it about these cars that just makes them that extra step up from the Super Cup cars?
I'd say the handling, a little bit more power. That's just another level, really. They definitely feel, you just get more feel. Well, it's hard to say. And I've not driven myself a Super Cup car, so comparatively it's hard to say on my step of things, but driving against Super Cup cars, then it's shown itself last year. That was here actually, against a load of other Super Cup cars, and we were 2 seconds ahead. So it's obviously the car's got the ability, and as long as the drivers are there, then they're a good step forward as far as I'm concerned.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations there. A couple of good results.
Thank you very much.
And so, again, we just wanted to stipulate with the Evolution Trophy, it's about getting these series to thrive and progress. And with 4 series looking to add to grid numbers, develop their cars, this is the perfect place for them in the Evolution Trophy. However, we've got a green flag lap under race for a series that were very entertaining earlier on when Scott was on the commentating for that. He's on the commentary box again, and it's time to hand over to Scott to talk us through the Hitford Construction MG Metros.
Certainly can, thanks to Rob, and of course thanks to him having a chat with some of the different individual drivers from each of the 4 series that compete in the Evolution Trophy at the moment. And of course, good to hear some stories from the drivers themselves. Right then, let's get our second race of the MG Metro Cup underway. It should be John Moore on pole, not unknown competitor on the front row of the grid. He starts alongside Reese Clayton on the front row of the grid in there too. Not sure why the grid disappeared off the screen, but we'll give you the I'll give you the grid at least that's in front of me anyway, so I can tell you who is where. It's the grid set by the results of race 1, as in for many of the races this weekend. So it's going to be race 1 winner John Moore on pole position, alongside Reese Clayton on the front row of the grid. Row 2 is Ben Williams and Matthew Simpson, ahead of Phil Goodwin on row 3, alongside Mike Williams, who was the double race winner from Brands Hatch. Work to do from P6 on the grid, see if he can work his way up through the order. Now, it's going to be 7th place of Robbie Kenning alongside Dan Willers on the 4th row of the grid. Then Les Tyler and Dick Trevette round out the top 10 starters. Then it's Tim Davis and Richard Jessup from Richard Garrett and Richard Cowley. Then Tim Shooter and John Wall should make up the 16-car grid. However, look at the front row of the grid. Unless I missed John Moore going through, I thought the first car at the head of the field was actually Reese Clayton. If that's the case, the question's got to be, if he's not there, where has John Moore got to? That's interesting. I'll see if we can catch up with the leaders again and see if John Moore is actually there. There's Reese Clayton, but I'm not sure if there's anyone in front of him. That's interesting. If that's the case, first of all, it's a real shame if John Moore's not there, of course. He had a great race in that first encounter, just beating Reese Clayton. But if he's not there, then that's a real shame that he's not going to be on the front row of the grid on pole position, which is... I was looking forward to another Moore versus Clayton battle, but it might well be, if Mike Williams can work his way through, a chance for him to try and redeem himself for what will be 6th on the grid, but it's essentially de facto 5th in the end, in that sense. There's Tim Shooter in car number 4. And yeah, indeed, sadly, no John Moore on the grid for reasons we don't know why. So that's a real shame. I was hoping to see John Moore back at the front and going for 2 for 2, but it looks as though a post-race issue, an issue that's cropped up between race 1 and race 2, has prevented him from starting the race. Unless, a quick look, I can't see a Metro sitting at the end of the pit lane, or if he is in the pit lane, he hasn't come down to the end of it just yet before the cars have come through. Hopefully, if the car can be fixed, and if he is able to take the start, you can do it from the pit lane, but if not, I'll be a little bit disappointed, because that was a really entertaining battle between John Moore and Reese Clayton at the front. Opportunity also now for the likes of Ben Williams and Matt Simpson to get themselves onto the podium if they can. Phil Goodwin also, for these very smart-looking number 3 car in that sort of fluorescent yellowy-green colour with the black and white flashes on the side. But it is the ex-Compact Cup man Reese Clayton, who's already seen his sibling, his fellow Clayton family member Gareth Clayton take his first Compact Cup victory. Reese has already, of course, been... No, he hasn't been a winner, actually, of course, in Metro Cup yet, has he? Because... Of course, he took the win on the road at Brands Hatch, remember, in the second race. For those who watched back at Brands Hatch, if not, you can go back and watch that stream on the BRSCC YouTube channel. But those who watched it will remember that Reese Clayton, as I mentioned earlier on in the first race, he took the victory on the road, but then a 5-second penalty for track limits pushed him down to second place. So he wasn't quite far enough ahead to hold on for the victory. I think he was about 3.9 seconds ahead. And so it pushed him down to 1.1 seconds in the result behind Mike Williams, who was then declared a double winner from that weekend. So as I mentioned, the inside of the front row is going to be on vacant, which means that on the outside of row number 1 is going to be Reese Clayton. So the cars starting on the inside, such as particularly Ben Williams and Phil Goodwin, are going to certainly have quite an advantage to try and squeeze their way past. Likewise, also watch for the cars on the outside of rows 2 and 3. Watch for Matt Simpson and Mike Williams, because if Reese Clayton has to move across to defend from the inside line, maybe both Williams and Simpson might have a good run down towards turn 1 if they can get a strong run. So, cars all in position, waiting for the start of race number 2 of the weekend for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. And so on his own on the front row of the grid is Reese Clayton, looking finally for his first MG Metro Cup victory if he can take it. Revs rise, red lights are on. Any second now, the MG Metro Cup is going to blast back into life. It was a really strong start from the front row. Great getaway from Reese Clayton, really dropped the clutch and got it way beautifully down towards Richie's corner. He should have quite a commanding lead down towards the first turn. As for second place, as anyone's guess, you see up the inside there, Phil Goodwin defending there from Ben Williams. Round the outside of everyone goes Mike Williams, past Ben, past Phil Goodwin, but it is Matt Simpson into second place in the orange and white number 16. The rest of the pack goes streaming through, but Reese Clayton with the perfect start from the front row of the grid into the lead as you expect. It's then Simpson in second place, the 2 Williams cars of Mike and Ben are battling over third place. And also a strong start for Phil Goodwin, as I expected in the number 3 machine, is up there into P5 as well. Out of the Wilson hairpin now, up towards the left-hander at Palmer for the first time, and it's still as it was. Clayton, then it's Simpson, Mike Williams from Ben Williams from number 3 car. That'd be Phil Goodwin. Also a strong start for Robbie Kenning. He's up into 6th place. Lock up from Mike Williams into the Agostini hairpin, trying to poke his nose up the inside to get 2nd place from Matt Simpson. And Robbie Kenning in that proper kind of Austin Rover Works inspired livery with the computer vision decals on the back and on the side. It really does invoke the times of when these cars used to race in the British Touring Car Championship, when it was proper multi-class action. I think it must have been either Class C or Class D, and there goes Robbie Kenning, in fact, just to the left of screen, past number 3, Phil Goodwin, up into 5th position. So the computer vision car is looking pretty racy. In fact, look at that, he's already passed him, Phil Goodwin, and straight onto the rear of Mike Williams, who's been passed by Ben Williams in that sequence of corners, and straight onto his tail on the slipstream. So watch out for Robbie Kenning, in fact. Great start for the 89 car. Meanwhile, leaders back towards the complex again, under the bridge for the first time at racing speeds. And it's Claydon, Simpson, Ben Williams, Mike Williams. Oh, that's a shame. That's number 6. That is Richard Cowley out of the race. He was struggling at the end of race number 1. Whatever issues he had, sadly, have come back to bite him at the beginning of race number 2. That's a real shame. So unfortunately, he will go no further in his Metro Cup adventure this weekend at Snetterton. The rest of the pack goes filing through the bomb hole, one after the other. And there goes Claydon. Second down to 5th, looking pretty racy here. We've got Simpson, Ben and Mike Williams, and Robbie Kenning in there. Phil Goodwin just dropping back now into the clutches of Les Tyler in 7th place, but now to come down the pit straight, side by side for 2nd, possibly side by side for 4th. So Claydon's got a nice commanding lead now. Side by side, here goes Ben Williams to try and get past Simpson on the outside, and Kenning's just tailing back of Williams. He's got the inside look to try and get past if he can, but no move there. Such a great looking livery, that computer vision livery of Robbie Kenning. It's really glad you get some of these cars that paint their cars in almost period liveries and take them back to the days of when, yeah, the proper times of motorsport back in the 1980s. Before my time, because I was born in 1990, but nevertheless. More important things though, the 2 Williams cars going firmly into combat, and Ben Williams has been deposed not just by Mike Williams, but also now by the fast charging Robbie Kenning, who is trying to get himself further into the top 5. If you can try and just push, not literally hopefully, Ben Williams out of the top 5 and put himself into 4th place. Claydon, meanwhile, trying to pull that gap as there goes Mike, Ben darting up the inside of Mike Williams, trying to repass him for 3rd place, which he does. And is Kenning going to follow suit? Oh, you had to think about that there. Stumbled on the exit, he puts him under the pressure. Widen off the road goes Mike Williams. Now up the inside of Kenning goes Phil Goodwin in the number 3 car, the sort of greenish-yellow car. And he might well just get that move done, because Kenning had to check up. He didn't really get a proper turn through Agostini. He had to take a second bite of the cherry, and because of that, he really just kind of stopped his exit a little bit too much, and Phil Goodwin took full advantage of that. Great momentum off the corner, pulled himself alongside up towards Hamilton, and 3 went. Out to Williams once again. It was Dick Trevette running a bit wide there in the foreground, but he's managed to keep that car keeping on the straight and narrow. And this race slightly shorter than the first race, 15 minutes for the second MG Metro Cup race, not the 20 minutes we had before. Slightly sort of mixed race lengths for the 2 MG Metro Cup encounters. A little wide arc there for Mike Williams trying to rotate the car into Brundle Nelson. A bit over the curves, slight rush for Kenning, trying to put himself alongside all over the tail of Phil Goodwin now. I wonder if Goodwin and Kenning are going to start fighting enough that it's going to see them drop back a little bit behind the top 4 that are pulling away. Claydon, meanwhile, doing everything he needs to do to take, at last, finally, his first MG Metro Cup victory if he can. And he will make it. 3 different winners for the first 4 races if he can pull it off. Of course, you've also got him the likes of Matt Simpson and Ben Williams can make that happen. Mike Williams, of course, if he does win from where he's currently at, which is 4th in the race, would of course mean it'll be 3 wins from 4 races for him. But at the moment, sat back in 4th, a few seconds back behind Rhys Claydon, is not going to happen, and neither does the move for Ben Williams into Richie's corner to try and just spook Matt Simpson a little bit, pulled himself to the inside, put himself into his mirrors, just reminded himself, I'm still here. Here comes Mike Williams scything down the outside, thinking, right, remember me. There's the undercut he's looking for, but again, just not enough momentum off the corner for Mike Williams to haul himself alongside Ben to make that move stick. 9.5 minutes on the clock to go in this 15-minute race, and Rhys Claydon several seconds ahead. Again, another driver who's enjoying well, it looks like a casual Sunday drive, but I think it's much farther from the truth when you look at the reality, because he's trying his hardest to pull away and finally get that first win. How great would that be for the Claydens to get a first Compact Cup win for Gareth Clayden, and then a first MG Metro Cup win, fight at last, that will stick hopefully this time for Rhys Clayden. So the Claydens will certainly go home with plenty of smiles on their faces and lots of silverware to take home, particularly for the mantelpiece. Great weekend for Gareth in the mix, in particular, because of course he's had 2 podiums and a win in the Compact Cup, whereas Rhys has had a second place. He said, well, 3 second places in a row, plus now potentially a victory if he can hold on for the next 8.5 minutes. It could well happen for him. This is Les Tyler and Dick Trevette. And Dick now has got a good run on Les Tyler, up into 7th and 8th. Also in 9th now is Tim Shooter. And Tim Davis, I think, in 10th position, rounding out that top 10. So here comes Simpson, under threat from Williams. Using all the curb on the exit, all the road, as is Mike Williams, carrying plenty of speed through the corner. And Les Tyler, meanwhile, is going to keep on pushing. But these small cars, it's all about momentum. It's all about how much you can keep the car in the power band, or how much you can keep them motoring at a certain speed. And of course, being quite sat low down to the ground, these cars do have quite a small centre of gravity. So therefore, it makes them quite nimble and quite fun to watch. As here comes Robbie Kenning diving down the outside to make a wonderful pass. We can pull that one off. Yes, he can. Great move from Robbie Kenning. That now puts him now into the top 5 now. 5th place for the number 89 machine. Past the 3 of Phil Goodwin. Really good pass there from Phil Goodwin. Well, it was, but Goodwin with a better momentum off the corner on the second part of the straight goes powering back past him before they turn into Ritchie's for the next time. Likewise, here comes Tyler. Oh, and Trevette, and there's a little bit of touch there between the two. I don't think Trevette really expected Tyler to go diving back down the inside, and so because of that, went to turn in and found Tyler right there on his apex. And he kind of spooked him a bit, forced him to kind of dart out of the way, and through he went. So still the battle for 3rd and 4th. This is still with Dick Trevette, and that was Tim Shooter behind him. Here's our lead group. Well, battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th anyway, because Rhys Clayden's gap at the head of the field right now as they come back towards Agostini on lap 4 is 4.1 seconds. A new fastest lap of the race also put in from the leader. And the cars behind, at least everyone in the top 6 at the very least set a personal best. Of course, Clayton, of course, was the best personal best of them all, because of course it was the fastest lap. Let's see if Simpson's got anything here to try and defend from Ben Williams. It's a good exit from Oggies there for Williams. See if we can possibly try and line him up for this pass all the way through Williams and onto the Bentley straight. So that was Williams going through Williams' corner. And let's see if we can use that to full effect to push himself along the back straight and keep in the toe of Matt Simpson. He's giving it a good go. It's not too far away. But he's not too far away, but at the same time not close enough to make that move stick. So into the Bowden Nelson complex. Mike Williams also keeping an eye on things in 4th place. He's keeping close proximity, just hoping for a mistake from either of the two in front to pull himself back into contention for a podium place. There we see that's Tim Shooter chasing after Les Tyler. And that will be Dick Trevette, who's dropped back another spot as well. So that means that Dick Trevette started the lap in 7th. He'll end it 9th because it's Tyler and Shooter have both got past him. So 5 and just under 5.5 minutes to go in this second Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup race. Clayden again across the line. There's a 2:24.2, 2:24.0, 2:23.8 for Simpson and Williams. So they were slightly quicker, but the gap is already now 3.9 seconds. So at this late stage in the race, we're now going into the final third as we look at Phil Goodwin now in 5th position. I have a feeling unless Clayden really starts to lose the pace, touch wood, that Clayden can kind of only lose a couple of tenths here and there per lap and still be more than comfortable to get to the flag without too many dramas. And there goes Robbie Kenning, who has made that great pass going through Coram initially to get 5th position from Phil Goodwin, but Phil's better momentum off the corner allowed him to just scythe past on the pit straight back down towards Ritchie's and got himself back in front before he even hit the brakes. So fine race car from both drivers in that instance. It's Mike Williams there taking a very wide entry into the hairpin. That's now allowing Phil Goodwin into the mix now. Here comes Tyler, Shooter, Trevette. 7th, 8th and 9th. Tim Shooter in that white and green machine, number 4. And so far from the, I think, the 13 cars that we had start, still 12 circulating. And you see here, that's now Ben Williams up the inside. Finally, Matt Simpson, who fights back on the outside through Williams' corner, but not going to make it stick. And with a better line and better traction, better momentum into the right-hander, it's Ben Williams now up into 2nd place. So Simpson will now tuck into the slipstream, darts out to see if he can try and put himself alongside, which he does. Comes back at him on the approach towards the Brunton Nelson complex under the bridge, and as if it never even happened, Simpson back into 2nd place and making the move stick. See if Simpson can just try and get the car anchored up. He does. And again, if they battle too much, it's only going to bring Matt Williams into contention here. Sorry, Mike Williams into contention, excuse me. Here's still Tyler versus Shooter, and they've dropped Dick Trevette by a couple of seconds now anyway, so he's now a little further back to be in a position to challenge here. Yeah, he's back by about 2 seconds already, over that now. Here comes Simpson and Williams, briefly changing positions at Williams' corner, but only just a couple of turns later. The positions were reversed back to what they were. Now we've got, I think, now 2 more laps to go in this 2nd MG Metro Cup race. Still Reese Clayton, who leads now by a fraction over 5 seconds. So it's looking good so far. And there goes Tim Shooter in the background, just chasing after 2nd, 3rd and 4th. He looks good for a top 5 finish if he can hold on to where he is for the next lap and a bit. There is Phil Goodwin. It's actually, truthfully, one of my favourite looking cars in the field. It's really nicely put together, nice neat white wheels, nice sort of slight edgy enough livery on that car. Unique colour as well, you definitely can't miss that car. It certainly stands out with that sort of that yellowy green. It reminds me of the Minardis in the 2000s. That's a shame. Robbie Kenning's off the road, and he's parked up at the entrance to Ritchie's by the looks of it. And that's a real shame. That car was running so well at one point, making a great pass of Phil Goodwin, but I'm afraid the 89 machine has tried enough, and that means Robbie Kenning has to observe the rest of the race, the remaining 2 minutes or so from behind the barrier. So that now promotes Les Tyler up into 6th place, Tim Shooter up to 7th, and Dick Trevette up to 8th. But everyone else behind gets promoted up a spot. But now Reese Clayton, 5 seconds to the good now, only got a lap and a bit before he can finally clinch that first MG Metro Cup victory since he joined from the BMW Compact Cup. And again, it'll be celebrations all round for the Clayton family if he can pull this one off. Still got a lap and a bit to go. There is Reese Clayton. Relatively comfortable lead. Under the bridge he goes. And I imagine he's only pushing as hard as he needs to without pushing too hard in order to just get to the flag and get the job done, I imagine. There could be a possible late charge for Phil Goodwin if he closes it. I was about to say, before that was happening, we'll go back to that in a second, because there's Tyler defending hard now from Tim Shooter into the complex here, and there's Tyler very wide on the exit. He tries to get the power down out of Nelson. That's for rather bemused Tim Shooter, I'm sure. And again, a wide run through the corners. There gives Shooter the chance he needs to go up the inside in towards Coram. He's there and alongside him with his nose about possibly a third of the car alongside. But again, not close enough to make it happen, and backs out of it. Last lap board goes out, or at least last lap will go on the gantry. Last lap was a 2:25.1 for Clayton, compared to 2:23 for Simpson. 2:23.9, so they closed the gap in by another about 1.4 seconds. It was a personal best for Matt Simpson also in 2nd place. But even so, even if Clayton does lose another about 1.3 seconds, he will still win by 2.3 anyway. But he can't afford to relax too much, because he knows that both Simpson and Ben Williams, and also Mike Williams and Phil Goodwin, are also still charging along in order to close him down. So time has ticked to 0 as the leaders come onto their last lap. Got a battle further back here between, this is now between Jessup and Davies. So Richard Jessup and Tim Davies started together on the 6th row of the grid. And now further back, battling over 9th and 10th, so the final top 10 spots. 2nd to 5th looks as though it's pretty much keeping as it was, no issues there. And I do suspect that Clayton possibly is only running the pace he needs to, just to get this to the flag, rather than push too hard. So out of Oggies, up towards the Williams corner for the final time and down along Bentley Straight. And as the sun starts to hang a little bit lower in the sky here and the shadows start to lengthen at Snetterton towards the end of the day, we've just gone past 5 o'clock here at Snetterton in Norfolk. The checkered flag is being briskly, sort of gently waved in the air by the marshal on the start line, and she's preparing it for, hopefully, all things being well, Rhys Claydon, who is making his way into Brundle and Nelson for the final time. There could be some late challenges for second and for fourth, though, because Tim Shooter is... Goodwin is keeping... Phil Goodwin is keeping close to Mike Williams, who had to settle for a weekend off the podium this time after his double Brands Hatch victory. Further back, they're still battling. This is Les Tyler, Tim Shooter, and Dick Trevet's also closed in as well in the 96 car, the orange and yellow machine at the tail of this 3-car scrap. But this man is about to keep on giving the good vibes for the Claydon family. Meanwhile, could he make a late change for second? Not quite, because Matt Simpson will hold on for the time being. But as he comes to the checkered flag, it's been a first BMW Compact Cup win for Gareth Claydon. Now Claydon's going to be even happier. It's going to be a first MG Metro Cup win for Rhys Claydon. He takes the victory in the MG Metro Cup for the very first time, and this time it sticks. Fantastic for Rhys Claydon. Second place for Matt Simpson. Third for Ben Williams. He's happy with the podium finish. Fourth for Mike Williams. Fifth for Phil Goodwin. Now for the sprint for 6th, 7th and 8th, this could be a real charge to the flag. It's either going to be Tyler Shooter or Dick Trevet up to the checkered flag. Here they come. And it is going to be in that order. Tyler Shooter, Trevet over the line. And they were separated by about 0.6 of a second between the three of them. Here come Jessup and Davies finishing off their race-long battle. It's going to be the 17 car of Richard Jessup just holding off Tim Davies to the line. And Tim will be happy to make the flag after he, I think, dropped out late in the race due to issues earlier on. And the other car to wait for now is car 49, which is Richard Garrett. And he will take the checkered flag to finish off the weekend. So, well done, and great entertainment once again from the MG Metro Cup. Great stuff to have them once again, both this season on the BRSCC Formula roster, but also back on the timetable again after their great debut, full-time debut at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago. Their next outing for the MG Metro Cup is going to be at, I can tell you in a second, in a few weeks' time again, Donington Park on the 17th and 18th of June. I'm sure there'll be more Metros that we wanted to get themselves out on the full Grand Prix circuit, so keep an eye out for that. That will surely be quite a fun weekend at one of my favourite circuits, at least. I'm sure the Metros will feel that too. So, at last, the first win of the MG Metro Cup for Rhys Claydon to keep up the feel-good factor for the Claydon family is then Matthew Simpson in second place, Ben Williams ahead of Mike in third and fourth, Phil Goodwin fifth, there's Les Tyler, Tim Shooter, Dick Trevet, Tim Davies and Richard Jessup rounding out the top 10. And then we've got Richard Garrett rounding out the 11 cars that finished. And we lost, sadly, Robbie Kenning, who stopped at Richie's corner. And then just at the exit of Williams, I think, it was Richard Cowley who lost out as well. Right, time to head down to the top three to, I'm sure, some more celebrations for the Claydon family. This time, it's Rhys's turn. He's won his first ever MG Metro Cup race. And he's down with Rob Lewis.
It's a good looking podium here, some retro Metros, and let's go and see our man, the winner, Rhys Claydon, on what has been a very good day for the family. Rhys, fantastic result there. Unfortunately, you didn't have your sparring partner alongside you for this one, but still makes it very sweet.
Yeah, first victory, first place ever. So yeah, I'm over the moon with that. It's gutted that John's not out there. I would have liked to battle with him, but it's racing at the end of the day, I'm afraid.
A few drinks to celebrate tonight, perhaps, as it's bank holiday.
That's it. A couple of drinks. Ain't got to wake up too early tomorrow, so be all right.
Was it just a case of you knew you had the pace in the car and yourself? It was just you knew John wasn't there. Just go off and dictate your own race.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I knew John weren't in there, and the guys behind were about 7 seconds in the first race behind me. So it's just getting the gap and then managing it.
There is something really cool about these Metros, though, isn't it?
The spectator sport does look good to watch, eh?
A lovely retro race, and now race winner.
Thank you very much.
Now, congratulations there to Rhys Claydon. Let's go and speak to second and third place. They're having a conflab at the back of Ben Williams' car. I like the colour of this. He's still got the missing vent, you notice. Let's speak to Matt Simpson first. Second place in the tiger striped MG Metro. I love these. Great race from you.
Yeah, brilliant. It was hard work. I couldn't quite catch up to Rhys because I had Ben all over my tail. We had a brilliant battle. A couple of wing mirror touches and things like that, all good fun. So, yeah, it's a good race. My best result yet in the Metro, so been a big improvement this weekend.
So next time out at Donington Park, you're looking to get an even better result and get that first place.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Double podium first would be great.
Absolutely, and the fact that you can still get all these cars together and produce great racing 30, 40 years after they were first on the mainstream market is testament to the series, really, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It's fantastic championship. The cars are brilliant fun to race. There's a real family atmosphere, and we battle really closely, but nobody punch somebody off deliberately. I mean, there are accidents, but it's just such a great championship to be in. We need to get some more drivers out there. It's not that dear to buy one of these cars and come racing.
Fantastic. Well, that's the rallying call to use on the social media there. So if you have got a Metro, get involved, because the racing these cars produce is phenomenal. Now, I've come to Ben Williams at the worst time, just as he's taking a drink, but we'll call it the drinking the spoils of another third-place finish.
Yes, another hard-fought third-place finish. Absolute hash of the start. Quite embarrassed. Dropped down to 5th, but yeah, that was a hard-fought battle with Matt. Congratulations to Matt and to Reese and to everyone. Another fantastic weekend, and proves that these little cars are better than they look.
Well, you say that, I mean, better than they look. They're still 30, 40 years old and they can produce great racing.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's close, it's fun, it's fair, everyone gets on, we all get out and shake hands and congratulate each other. The cars speak for themselves, I don't need to say anything. The live stream will prove that it is what it says on the tin. They're fantastic, and that's the only word I can use to describe them.
Well, I think, to be honest, there's no better word to leave that on, really. It's just absolutely fantastic. Congratulations to you, sir. Another podium finish, and that rounds up the podium interviews for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. I'll get my teeth back in now. It's time to hand back to Scott, because we've got an endurance race to finish the day off. We have the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy for a 45-minute race, and it's time to head over to Scott Woodwis.
It is indeed. Thank you very much, Rob. And good to see the MG Metro Cup. As I mentioned, they'll be back out next time at Donington Park, but great entertainment from them all weekend long from their 2 races today. Yeah, as Rob mentioned, it's time for one last dance this weekend, and it's going to be the big one. It is for this today. It's going to be our 45-minute pit stop race for the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. 25-car grid here. Not as big as we normally have at Club Sport, but still some very good variety and plenty of top cars in this field also as well to certainly get things going in a few minutes' time. So here's how the grid lines up. Then it's Lloyd Chafer on pole for Class A and overall in his BMW M3. He's alongside the busiest man all weekend, Scott Parkin, in his Audi TTCR car, who's on Class B pole on the front row of the grid. It's A-Class cars next with Liam Crilly in his 200th race. He'll start in his BMW Z4 third, alongside for Rose Billamoria, and the Glennon Embury BMW M235i race. That's a great looking car for 5th on the grid. Paul Bancroft in his Audi TTCR car is next and 6th on the grid. Nick Tasker in Class C pole on his VW Scirocco, alongside Jonathan Hunter in his Honda Civic. Evans and Hart in their Honda Civic Type R are next, followed by Pascal and McKee in their Honda Civic, and then 2 more Honda Civics, Harold and Elborn in 11th place, Andrew Bond, who won Class C last time out at Alton Park, he starts in 12th. 13th place for Ben Walkinshaw, ex-City Car Cup racer in his Scirocco, but it's Adam Chafer, I think a family relation of Lloyd, I think. He's got a very similar looking car in that Peugeot 206. Class D pole goes to Stephen Wiggins and Steve Hyde in their Mark III MX-5. They start 15th alongside Brendan Murphy in their BMW Compact. And it's Josh Beardsley and Chris McGinley, who's on Class E pole in the BMW Compact. And that's followed by Matthew Footman in his Ford Puma. Dan Blake making his first appearance in Club Sport, I believe, in the Renault Clio 197. He's now in Class E, I think, because he's had a change of class, I believe. Kate Morris hopefully should be there on the grid, because I'll tell you a story about her weekend so far in a minute. She should be starting 17th alongside Dougal and Shaw Mazda 2. And there should be another 2 Sport of Risbridger and Shaw. And Colin Whitehouse should round out the 24-car grid in the BMW Compact as well. Although I did see a 25th car on the grid, and that's the White Mills car 155, and I think that's a Mini Cooper, I believe, the Christian White, I think, and Mills at the back of the grid if they are starting in 25th position. Now, the story I was going to say about Kate Morris's car is that in testing yesterday, she's really had the last sort of 24, 48 hours, I won't say from hell, but kind of it's very testing 24, 48 hours with that Renault Clio. She was out testing on Friday, blew an engine, and then she put out a plea on social media to see if anyone had an engine to suit that car to be able to replace it. They didn't just find a replacement engine, they found a replacement car, a complete donor car to bring that engine from. And as I left the circuit on Friday evening, they were changing the entire engine. They were mid-engine change. They completed it by the time, completed later that evening. By the time I got back on Saturday morning, the car was sat there as it should be, all pristine and ready to go. Then I believe it stopped on track in qualifying earlier on, and I hope it wasn't another engine problem, because if it was, then that'd be a real kick to their efforts to get that car out. Which means that Kate Morris, if it is there, a great effort by her team to get that car going again. So, cars lining up on the grid for our 45-minute SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy pit stop race. There are 5 classes here, maximum power to weight ratio of 235 brake horsepower permitted. Across 5 classes, A, B, C, D and E. Everyone has to make a mandatory 2-minute pit stop. It's 2 minutes from pit in to pit out. If you are short on the pit stop, you get a time penalty based on the length of time that you are short by, whether it's a second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, heck 30 seconds. That's your time penalty that you get applied as well. And you get a massive mix of cars all in here. You can do it solo or with 2 drivers. Lots of solo efforts here in this grid, but also a few 2-driver efforts to share the driving. And you can see all sorts of cars turn up, from BMWs, Audi TTs and the TTCR cars, Honda Civics, VW Scirocco's, Renault Clio's, Minis, Mazda MX-5s, BMW Compacts, a Ford Puma in there. All sorts of cars can turn up for this one. So long as you fit the regulations and be at least the car is at the very least at the maximum power to weight ratio of no more than 235 brake horsepower per tonne. And that's what we call true power to weight ratio. What does that mean? It means if the car has got consumables in it and the driver in it with full race kit, which is crash helmet, overalls, gloves, boots, the whole lot, on the dyno, that's the power to weight ratio in terms of the car. So it means it's the power to weight ratio what the car is on the circuit. So that means then, rather than giving a figure pre-race, you actually get the figure of the car as it should be, including the driver's weight, as it should be on the racetrack. So you get a proper true power to weight ratio. Therefore, the car can be accurately placed in the right class based on that entire weight that's factored in. So the last few cars just being placed on towards the back of the grid. And we'll be getting set for racing underway very, very shortly. So there are a few regulars in this series, one of which is Feroz Billamori. He's the green and white VW Scirocco. He's been out the first couple of rounds, including, I think, if I remember correctly, I should know this, but he was at the front. I think he actually took the win. No, he didn't. No, he was on the podium at Alton Park, because it was Scott Parkin who took the victory at Alton Park in the TTCR car. So Scott Parkin, literally the busiest man this weekend. I know that Rob's already spoken to him, and he's even saying it was probably a slight mistake he was doing 5 races all at once. But even so, it's great to have him in all these races, and so he's definitely getting his weekend's worth of racing here at Snetterton. 4 hours of Fun Cup racing yesterday, and they also did TTCR qualifying that morning as well, 1 TTCR race as well, and 2 more TT races today, and then qualifying and the 45-minute Club Sport race he's doing on his own here to round off the weekend for him. So off go the cars on the formation lap then. It's a standing start for Club Sport Trophy. I know in other endurance races it's a rolling start usually, but for Club Sport it is a standing start, 45 minutes. And again, some great multi-class racing here. And again, as we say, yes, 25 cars. We usually get a lot more cars turn up, but just some other cars either have other commitments or weren't able to make this weekend. However, usually this grid tends to get some very popular numbers, somewhere usually into mid to high 30s plus. The biggest grid it's ever had. It's matched it. It's done it twice in successive years at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. 61 cars, which is quite an impressive feat. And I know that Series coordinator Charlotte White is very, very proud of that, and she's done a fantastic job alongside the BRSCC to build up those grids. And the great thing about this series is that people come in, they dip in and dip out. You get some regular drivers that will dip in and do it all the time, drivers that follow the series around, like Feroz Billamori, like Scott Parkin, others who come around and do regular races in this series. But you do get some that just drop in because it's their local circuit, or it's a race that's available that weekend, or if you get other BRSCC championships and series that will take place, like BMW Compact Cup, like Audi TTs, and other weekends you'll find Mazda MX-5 Championship cars and Super Cup cars, and either Fiestas and for the ST150s or ST240s. That's the great thing about this series, that so long as the car fits the power to weight ratio of 235 brake horsepower per tonne, and it runs on a list 1A, 1B or 1C tyre as determined by Motorsport UK, everything else is detailed in the regulations. Within reason, most of the regulations are quite open, but of course there are some specifics which I don't know off the top of my head, but if you want to find out these specifics, you can head to the BRSCC website if you're interested in Club Sport Trophy, look into the regulations to see if your car will definitely fit, and if it does, you're more than welcome to come and get involved. But usually I do advise, typically for most events, do book in early, because usually these events are quite popular, particularly at certain circuits like Silverstone, Donington, and others are quite popular, and they do fill out quite fast. The next round for Club Sport Trophy which I believe is at Donington Park, is usually quite a popular one. It usually sells out pretty quickly. Yeah, the next one is actually 17th, and it's on the weekend of 17th and 18th of June on the Sunday, and that's quite a hefty grid already for that race as well. So Lloyd Chafer in the BMW M3 E36 leads them around with Scott Parkin back out in his Audi TT Cup racing car. Again, that car's already had 2 Club Sport Trophy races at Silverstone and at Alton Park, and of course went on to win the Alton Park race because courtesy, I think it was Matthew Bolton, the BMW M3, had a small spin whilst he was leading that race at Alton Park, and then got a pit stop penalty for being too short. So that means too short on the pit stop. So that means that, well, that's how that sounded. It wasn't. He did get a pit stop penalty being short as in height-wise. That's not what I was getting at all. I realised what I said there for a second. I had to quickly correct myself. But he got a pit stop penalty for being too short on his pit stop. That's what I meant by that. So it was then a case of Scott Parkin picking up the victory instead. And so the key thing is that, yes, you might find the A-Class cars are the fastest cars in terms of paper and pound-to-weight ratio, but you can get some of the Class B cars will get in the mix as well. And I always say to expect the unexpected with a Club Sport Trophy race, because you never can tell sometimes whether it's going to be a straightforward Class A car winning the race, or somebody else might come through and just pick their way through. And again, also a shout out, as I mentioned on the grid run through, Liam Crilly in his 200th race in his club racing career, and his trusty BMW Z4, which has been a multiple-time Club Sport Trophy race winner. He actually won the opening race at Silverstone, so how much would he love to add a second Club Sport Trophy win to his trophy cabinet? Of course, on his landmark race this weekend as well. So the black, pink and green BMW M3 of Lloyd Chafer on pole position on the inside of the front row. Alongside him, which is the dark, almost grey, almost black number 6 Scott Parkin Audi TT. It's the grey and green BMW Z4 with the front splitter and rear wing. That is Liam Crilly, and then it's the green and white for VW Scirocco, and also watch for the BMW M235i of Glennon Embury. Watch for that too. That's going to be quite a car to watch for, and it could be in contention for overall victory, if not at least a podium in Class A overall. So here we go then, 45 minutes of Club Sport Trophy action to finish off our Sunday and our Easter spring weekend here at Ceston. It's a great start from the front row of the grid from Scott Parkin. He really judged the lights properly. Not a great start from the pole man Lloyd Chafer, going nowhere on the start. And here comes then up towards turn 1 for the first time. It's going to be Scott Parkin who turns in. Lloyd Chafer trying to come back up the inside of both. I think that was Feroz Billamoria, and also, by the look of it, that was the Simon Glenn car in the mix as well. In towards the hairpin for the first time. Scott Parkin away and gone here at the front of the field. It is Liam Crilly in second place, Feroz Billamoria in third, and then Lloyd Chafer in fourth position as they turn out of the hairpin at Wilson for the first time and up towards Palmer's. Everyone grouped together a little bit here, but everyone just jostling for position, trying to find a bit of racing room. They push and shove and look for options here to try and get through. But it is Audi TT that leads, BMW Z4 second, but here comes Feroz Billamoria in that quite potent XVW Cup for VW Scirocco. It's quite a fast car, that machine. A regular in Club Sport and always up towards the front. The rest of the field goes pouring through. There goes Paul Bancroft and another of the TTs. There's also the that's the Adam Chafer Peugeot 206 in there in very similar colours, so obviously very related. Oh, that's Billamoria. Oh, I talked him up too much. It's a problem there for Feroz Billamoria, I'm afraid. Oh, that's a shame. On lap number 1, and the VW Scirocco has faltered just on the exit of the Agostini hairpin and pulls up on the inside, just exiting Hamilton's. Oh, that's a shame. That's a real disappointment that he's out of the race on lap number 1. He was certainly one of the contenders for victory there, so hopefully, if you can get it, if it's simple as a Control-Alt-Delete, he can get himself back in the mix and try and get himself a good result. But I'm afraid that is a real shame for Feroz Billamoria, one of our Club Sport regulars that has sadly pulled to the side of the road and out of the race on lap number 1, it seems, unless he can get it refired. So the rest of the pack then, coming up through Brundtland Nelson, there's one of the Area Motorsport Civics 241, which is the Pascal and McKee Honda Civic Type R, started back in 10th. There's the Adam Chafer Peugeot 206. I think that's making its first appearance in Club Sport Trophy, along with Lloyd Chafer in the BMW. Here then comes the Audi TT of Scott Parkin, then showing what the TTCR cars can do. And then it's going to be Liam Crilly in second place, Lloyd Chafer in third. It's then the Glennon Embury BMW M235i in fourth position. And then it's going to be fifth and sixth for one of the Honda Civics. I think that might be Jonathan Hunter in the Civic. We'll look at the number in a second as they come across the line. So in fifth and sixth now, it is 323 in fifth position. There he is. And the threat from Paul Bancroft has a look up the inside. And then Nick Tasker comes across. In terms of class leaders at the end of the first lap, it's the overall lead in Class B lead for Scott Parkin. Liam Crilly leads Class A in the BMW Z4. It's 7th place overall and Class C lead for Nick Tasker in his orange VW Scirocco, just going through the shot there in the background behind these two. Class D lead at the end of lap number 1 is the Wiggins and Hyde Mazda MX-5 Mark III. And then in Class E, the lead is held by Chris McGinley in the BMW Compact car number 44. Of course, he's had plenty of racing today this weekend after having done 3 BMW Compact Cup races, so that's an extra race for him to go the distance. So they come through the end of the straight towards Agostini. You see that Jonathan, the Hunter, is just trying to put himself into the mixes to try and get back past Paul Bancroft, but proof that these TTs have got quite some pace and they fit quite nicely into the Club Sport Trophy. And again, that's the kind of ethos, as we see just in the background there, I spotted the green Feroz Billamore Scirocco, so sadly he's parked that car up on the barriers on the outside of Oggie's, I'm afraid. So that's a real shame that he's out of the race. But yeah, good to see that we've got, again, cars from TTCR, and also we've got the couple of the BMW Compacts in here as well. Good to see there's a couple of extra VW Cup cars, and again, like I say, you get cars regularly that will turn up from other BRSEC series, like, you know, Mazda MX-5 Championships and the Fiestas, and also in the City Cup. Well, I don't think City cars are in this series anymore, but you get some other different cars turn up from different series that will come in as an extra race, because if they have the 4 days weekends worth of racing, they get a chance also to have a bit of a play and enjoy themselves as well. And that's Ben Walkinshaw. Speaking of City Car, Ben Walkinshaw, ex-City Car Cup racer, has now switched into Club Sport in this new VW Scirocco that he has. Let's see if he can make his way up through the end of lap once again. And essentially, the pit window, I think, lasts for, it opens, it's essentially like a 15-minute pit window. So it'll open after 15 minutes, and it will close after half an hour race distance. So you've got to make sure in that pit window that you make your pit stop in that window, because if you miss the window, of course, then you'll get yourself a penalty and drop down the order as well. So there goes the 37 car. That's the Semprini Racing machine. Good to have Semprini Racing out with us this season. That's the Everton Hearts car. They've also got a Renault Clio they put out in the races as well occasionally, but they've brought their Honda Civic out to play in Club Sport this weekend. And they made, I think, their first appearance in Club Sport at Snetterton, Silverstone, forgive me, Silverstone GP, and also then came out to play at Alton Park at the last rounds too. So good to see Semprini Racing as one of those other teams that are getting into Club Sport and liking the format, liking the competition, liking the variety of cars that turn out, and just like racing as part of it. And it's quite fun to be racing against other cars, not just in your class, but other cars around you. So good to see that they're out there too. Further back, there's Ben Walkinshaw, and he's just ahead of the Hurrell and Elborn number 143 Civic. There it goes. Can't miss that on track, can you? Bright green, just straight in Ben Walkinshaw's mirrors. Instead of giving him plenty of run around at the moment. So looking at lap times, the first proper flying lap through, Lloyd Chafer was the fastest man on track with a 2:10.586. He's third at the moment and was 0.3 of a second behind Liam Crilly's BMW Z4. But Liam Crilly's one of those drivers where he's got really good outright pace, but he might not always be the absolute fastest driver. He might be the second or third fastest driver on track, but he's usually very good at these pit stop races where he can judge the strategy really well, and he knows how to pace himself and get a really good rhythm going, get the solid lap times in, pit when he needs to, use all the clear track where he can, and just try and get himself towards the front. And usually, more often than not, he's up there towards the front, if not at the front of the field, and that's where he's become so successful in a few different Club Sport Trophy races. I remember the first time he turned up in Club Sport was way back in 2021, and that was at the 2021 that was, and it was at the first round at Croft. It was incredibly wet Club Sport Trophy race. It just had a massive rain shower that had saturated the circuit. Made his first appearance in the series, and went on, I believe, back to win the race that day as well. So Liam Crilly does quite like Club Sport, and gets around doing plenty of other series as well on top of that. Lead gap at the front between Scott Parkin and now Lloyd Chafer is now 1.8 seconds, because he has now got past Liam Crilly, and not only did he make up those 0.3 of a second, he's also pulled another 1.3 seconds on top of that. So 1.6 seconds better on that lap, and powering away at the front. There goes the Area Motorsport car. So into the hairpin they go then. There's the 323 car. That's the Jonathan Hunter Honda Civic, who's still holding station in 6th position. Nick Tasker looks as though he's got a decent lead at the moment of a couple of seconds over the Pascal and McKee Honda Civics. That's a battle that could be developing for Class C in 1st and 2nd. There is the 115 car, Nick Tasker. Looking pretty solid at the moment, holding 7th place overall. As they come through Williams once again, there is the Sempridi Honda. So it's the Evans and Hart car, 9th overall at the moment, 3rd in Class B. Still chasing those 2 Audi TTs that are out there in 1st and 2nd place, but he's also keeping the Pascal and McKee car, which is a class below him in honest contention. That's the 241 car from Area Motorsport. Area quite prominent in club racing, do quite a lot of club level endurance stuff, but also running cars in TCR UK as well, and also quite quick. They've got quite a few Hyundais that they look after. Before that, they were running Cupras, still do run Cupras and other club series around the UK. And there's Parkin, new fastest lap of the race, immediately eclipsed by the charging BMW of Lloyd Chafer. And Lloyd Chafer puts in a 2 minutes 9.691 to bring the lead gap down by another 0.7 of a second to 1.1 seconds out in front. But Scott Parkin, you can be sure, is going to be pushing pretty hard out there at the front. One thing I was going to mention as well, I've just remembered, is that this is the first time, I believe, properly, that both Scott Parkin and Liam Crilly have properly faced off on track, because they were at the Silverstone season opener together, but I think Scott Parkin only lasted a lap and he was out of the race, sadly. Whereas then at Alton Park, Liam Crilly was not present, but Scott Parkin went on to take the victory. So this is the first time that both the front row, both cars started up from right on the front row of the grid at the first round at Silverstone in March. First time they've actually got ahead to properly square off face to face in terms of proper on-track competition, because Crilly and Parkin never really got the chance at Silverstone, given that Parkin had his early issue that put him out on the opening lap. Now, what kind of more pace has Lloyd Chafer got here? I imagine this BMW's got quite a lot of poke in a straight line. You can see just how much horsepower it's got. The advantage it's got, look at the way it just streaks down the Bentley straight. Must be waving past Scott Parkin as he blasts past him. So down in towards the complex of Brundle and Nelson. And again, he's trying to get him back under brakes, because that TT might be slightly better under brakes than the BMW, but it's the straight line speed that M3 has. They just saw him absolutely charge through into the lead. So Lloyd Chafer then takes the BMW that sat on pole position into the lead then at Snetterton in the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy. Let's see if we've got any response from Parkin, although the pace that BMW's got, just watch it charge away down the pit straight. You see the gap extend in no time. Watch this. And Chafer then charged away. Look, the gap just opens out to quite a bit. In fact, the last lap time was a 2:11.5. Lloyd Chafer was a full 2 seconds faster on that lap. Another new fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 9.5. Scott Parkin looks pretty comfortable in 2nd place, though. Crilly will try and keep pushing as much as he can. He's 3.3 seconds behind. And he'll certainly try and keep him on. His last lap was actually 7/10 quicker than Parkin, so Parkin might find himself under threat from the BMW very shortly. Still Glenn Embury in the number 168 BMW MT35i in 4th position. Bancroft in 5th in the Audi TT. We're looking at the 2 Honda Civics here in 2 different classes. It's the Class B Evans and Hart Civic from Semprini Racing, passing the Area Motorsport Civic 241 of Pascal and McKee. That was for 8th position on the track, but the cars still respectively 3rd in Class B and 2nd in Class C between them. So coming up to, gone past 10 minutes in this race. The pit window should be opening in around about 3 minutes time. And this will be the strategy to see, essentially you can pit whatever you want within that 15-minute window, but you have to make sure at the very least, if you're leaving it right to the end, that you're in the pit lane, making your pit stop before that the pit window closes. If you go into the pit lane, let's say with 5 seconds to go, you cross the line with 5 seconds to go in, and you go in and start making your pit stop, that's fine, that's allowed, because you've got into the pit lane to make your pit stop. You've crossed the pit in line before the pit window actually closes. If you cross the line let's say 5 seconds at 40 minutes for 55 seconds to go, you're too late. That's a pit stop. That's a penalty for missing the pit stop outside the windows. That's the key thing there. I just spotted there the Cape Morris Renault Clio's. Thankfully, that car did get out after its engine problems. That's great to see, and it's stopped in qualifying as well. It looks like it's not going as quick as it would like to be at the moment. And also I noticed that the driver's side window on the right-hand side, it's kind of flapping around. It's come loose, dislodged, and therefore it's flapping around in the wind. In fact, there it is. There's Kate Morris's Renault Clio. It's had a really tough weekend as Kate, and she even really properly turned a wheel of competitive anger, but that car really trying to struggle around whatever issues it still has, and it might be heading for the pit lane. Yeah, that's a shame. That's a real shame for Kate Morris. It won't be cut. I'm afraid it looks rather ominous that we might not see that car out again for the rest of the race, and that's a real shame. A bit of an uphill battle as Kate this weekend, and sadly, the Clio not wanting to play ball very much. There it is. She'll be back, I'm sure. She's starting to become a regular in Club Sport 2. It's out at Silverstone, out at Alton Park as well. And hopefully that car can be back to full strength for its next appearance, whenever that might be. Here's a car I quite like in the field. This is the BMW M235i Racing. I think this is one of those, either like a special, like one of those sort of factory-built, purpose-built race cars. I think, I'm not sure whether it's just that or it's been called an M235i. We'll see. Problems for what was the Class C leader, and that was Nick Tasker. So he was in the lead at one point. Who took pole in Class C. Of course, you can't class that as a pit stop. The Kate Morris Clio is also going back out again, so whatever the issue might be, she might just be going around to circulate and just get a finish if she can. Now this is interesting. Lloyd Chafer has been re-caught by Scott Parkin here. Now, is that either an error for Lloyd Chafer, or dare I say, a problem developing? Well, he got some good squirt off of the right-hander at Oggies towards Williams. Let's look at the power difference then down the straight. If everything's all okay with the BMW, he should blast past and go and start pulling away, and yeah, he does. So either just a mistake, I think, for Lloyd Chafer, although he's not pulling away with the same gusto that he was a couple of laps ago. So it's either just backing off and playing a little bit, causing a bit of a race between these two, I wonder. I'll wait and see. But Lloyd not at the same pace he was before. A bit way with there who Nelson, and parking all over his rear bumper. So he's going to challenge him for the lead now. Critty still third. The Glennon Embury BMW M235i in fourth place. Pit window is now open, so anyone that's coming past this time by can make their mandatory pit stop. Remember, it's 2 minutes from crossing the pit in line to crossing the pit out line. So the pit stop can be within reason however quick you want it to be, but that's interesting there. Now, what's even more intriguing is that Lloyd Chafer has just lost the lead to Scott Parkin now. Now, I'm not sure what's going on here, but Lloyd Chafer will come back in down the pit straight and actually still leads the lap. So even this is just a bit of racecraft, a bit of play here for the race in terms of them enjoying themselves out in front, or something's not quite right handling-wise with that BMW. It's plenty fine in a straight line because it just blasted back past Scott Parkin, but seemingly either under brakes and or in terms of its actual handling, not great. And there goes Parkin again up the inside, sneaking past the BMW into the braking zone, and back through goes Parkin in the TT. That's interesting. So again, on the straights, the BMW's got plenty of pace out there. There's also a black and orange flag I can see being waved out of my commentary box window, and there is a ball being held out. Now the question, of course, is for whom is it being held out for? Let me see if there's any race control messages. Black and orange flag. Right, for car 45 it's been held out for, and car 45 is in 13th place. That's the Brendan Murphy BMW Compact, fourth in Class C. As we see Andrew Bond on the slightly slanted part of the pit window. He's one of the first cars to pit. That's the car that won Class C at Alton Park. So one of our first pit callers to make their mandatory pit stop. What's interesting here, though, is that at least on these slightly twisty bits on the longer straights, Lloyd Chafer hasn't got back past the TT. He might well do so here. Yeah, there goes the power of the BMW, and straight back past he goes. Also noticed a novice cross on the back of that car as well. So unless that car is one of his first few races, what a way to do it, what a car to do it in, the BMW M3E36. It's got quite a lot of horsepower in it. And no, Park has got back, is either got back past or remained in front of Lloyd Chafer. So either this is just a really good back and forth battle between the two of them, or there's a bit of racecraft at play here, I wonder. Either way, it's great entertainment. I'm not complaining at all. It's just these two having an interesting race, and particularly through the corners and into brakes, his TT's got better pace. Even though it's Class B, it's certainly working really well. Lloyd Chafer, Now, that's an odd one. It doesn't like, it's having problems through corners and under braking possibly, or just not as good as the Audi TT. But interesting to see. Here's the Ford Puma. Don't see too many of those racing these days as much, but Matthew Footman in that car. 125. That car in particular is second in Class E, so it's behind the Class E leader, Chris McGinley. We should probably give you quickly just where things stand with classes, just before we really get busy in the pit lane. So at the moment, Scott Parkin leads Class B and is first overall. Class A leader is still Lloyd Chafer ahead of Liam Crilly and the Glenn Embury BMW. So it's BMW's first, second and third. The Class C lead is now Pascal and McKee in their Honda Civic Type R number 241, 8th overall. Class D lead is being held by the Wiggins and Hyde Mazda MX-5 Mark III in 16th place. And they're a place behind the Class E leaders, which is Chris McGinley in car 44 in his BMW Compact. So Jonathan Hunter there in his Honda Civic, making his mandatory 2-minute stop. And despite the pace it was really showing, nothing really changing there. There's Nick Tasker getting up the inside of one of the other BMWs. That would have been, I think that's Brendan Murphy's car, 45. Yeah, that's the car that's been shown the black and orange flag. And is it Murphy in the pit lane, just to confirm that? Yes, it is. So he's coming in, I think, if not to make his pit stop, at the very least to observe his black and orange flag, which is still being held out. There's another one of our compacts in the order. That's 516. 516 is... So 518, sorry, that's Colin Whitehouse in his BMW Compact. He's currently sat right towards the tail of the field, fourth in Class E. Meanwhile, the leaders changed again overall between Lloyd Chafer and Scott Parker through the traffic, putting a lap on Dan Blake's Renault Clio. Dan Blake currently running in second in Class D, and actually not too far behind the Class D leaders. They're actually, there they are, in fact, Wiggins and Hyde, and the Clio is actually closing up on them, so that's interesting. Could be a change for Class D in a second. Chafer, though, has the track position ahead of Parkin, as we know. BMW's got plenty of spare horsepower left to use. Chafer puts his foot down, and yeah, the gap just increases a bit more across the line. And he was still 1.4 seconds quicker on that lap, even though Parkin was in front. So the pit window's been open now for 5 minutes. And there is Dan Blake, who I think... Yeah, because Wiggins and Hyde have now pitted, so he now takes over for the moment. The class lead in his Renault Clio. Been having a play a couple of times in that Clio in Castle Combe in their particular Hot Hatch Championship. And there goes Dan. Of course, has been racing the MX-5s before, also quite a prominent sim racer too in the past. There goes the 323 car. It's made its stop, so that's Jonathan Hunter finishing his pits, and he'll gets back out in about 16th place and about 5th in Class A. But of course, at the moment, after you come out of the pit stops at the moment, it's all a bit elementary until everyone makes their pit stops and it all shakes out into the last 15 minutes. There's Andrew Bond in his EG Honda Civic. Great to see an EG Honda Civic. You can see a lot of the EP3 Honda Civics out there too, but great to see some of the older Honda Civics being represented, particularly that one. Andrew Bond, it's quite a potent little Honda Civic as well. Of course, has taken at least a class win in the Club Sport Trophy previously. Here's another of the EP3 Civics in the pit lane. That's the Harold and Elborn car, pitting from 9th overall and 5th in Class B, so pit stop underway. And other cars coming in. Got Adam Chafer, the Peugeot 206. Nick Tasker is in the VW Scirocco. Also in as well, we've got the Wiggins and Hyde Mazda MX-5 Mark III. And sadly, also in as well, after trying to get out there for another lap to see if the car would get any better, is Kate Morris in the Renault Clio. So sadly, I think her race is unfortunately done for the day, and that's a real shame, as I mentioned. So pit stops are plenty at the front at the moment. Now, back to our leaders. They're getting stuck behind the Class E leader, which is Chris McGinley, who might well be thinking, please don't get involved with me. I'm just holding my own race, so just leave me alone, just let me do my own race here, and don't try to hold me up a little bit. He keeps the drivers right. It's a good driver from Chris to let the faster cars through and to hold his line. Across the line go over to top two. Still Chafer and Parkin together. I suspect they're secretly enjoying this, these two. Whether or not Lloyd Chafer is simply just going back and forth and holding back on pace so he can have a race with somebody at the front, whether it is just simply just how it is in terms of their overall pace, and whether or not Parkin finds the TT a bit more superior under brakes and into corners, remains to be seen. Right, there's Kate Morris's Clio back out again, so she's tried again to see if we can fix the problem for a second time. She'll probably go out for at least another lap and see if the problem is fixed. Here's one of our front runners. That's the Glenn and Embury BMW M3 235i. In from 4th, also in is Paul Bancroft in the 53 yellow Audi TT. Oh, and Chafer and Parkin getting past both the Wiggins and Hyde MX-5 and Kate Morris's Renault Clio as they charge through, continue their lead battle, looking back up the inside again. And remember, these two are not in the same class. They're leading Class A and B, but they're in their own fight for the overall win as well. And it's just they get the trophy for the class win, but this is also for the bragging rights of winning outright. And you just see Parkin's TT just so much better, a little bit better under brakes, and a bit better into the corners, much more confident in the handling, whereas the Lloyd Chafer is a bit more kind of pointing in a straight line and put your foot down and see what happens. Not that it doesn't handle, but of course you can see that the TTCR car is demonstrably better in handling under brakes than the BMW M3 already is, which is interesting to see. There's our Class E leader, Chris McGinley, up to 8th overall at the moment, hasn't pitted yet. Highest placed car that has pitted, which is on track, is the Jonathan Hunter Honda Civic, 11th place and 4th in Class A. But they're about a lap behind anyway, so they won't gather too much time back. And a lap here takes about 2 minutes 11 seconds, 2 minutes 10 anyway for the fastest cars. So a 2-minute pit stop is pretty much almost the entire lap which you might lose. Out the pits is going another one of the Honda Civics. I think that's the Pascal McKee. No, that's the Beardsley car going out in 207. Just pitted from, and then going back out in 18th place and 5th in Class A. As for the top two, no pit just yet for either Scott Parkin or Lloyd Chafer. Still enjoying themselves. Down the straight they go together, still side by side. I wouldn't be surprised if either of them are going past, just waving to each other as they go through, because it's such an entertaining battle at the front. Again, whether they're just putting it on for the fans or they're actually having a proper battle out there, it's proper hammer and tongs. Either way, it's great entertainment. I don't care if it's real or them just having a play. It's great to watch, a great battle at the front. Now, meanwhile, a few more cars here. That's 323. That's the Jonathan Hunter car, which we've just seen, highest placed car that's pitted, now into 11th place. And behind him was Dan Blake, who actually was in front of him. He's in front of him now because he's caught both Matthew Footman in the Puma and Dan Blake in the Clio, who now at the moment, before he makes his pit stop, leads in Class D. So he's currently leading the way at the moment. He's got another 5 minutes to go until the pit window closes, so he's one of the drivers who's making a late pit stop. Still got about roughly 9 or 10 cars yet to make their pit stop yet, including the top 3. Parkin, Chafer and Creddy yet to do so. The 4th placed Evans and Hart Honda Civic number 37 is in. That's in from 2nd in Class B and 4th overall. And Glenn Embury car has come back out in 6th in the M235i. Came out in 3rd in Class A at that point. There goes Jonathan Hunter, climbing his way back into the top 10. A little wayward over the curb there, but keeps himself going. As you can see, the circuit now in this late May afternoon sunshine, early evening, starting to get a really wonderful warm golden glow on the shadows of the circuit as the sun shines down, shadows lengthening. One or two of the cars just popping the headlights on as well, just for to get that slightly more endurance feel on top of it as well. There's the Beardsley Honda Civic going through, but also trying to keep out of the way of the top two that just squeeze through right around it into Coram and then Murray's. And again, on the straight line speed, the BMW's got quite a bit of pace. They both come in together. That's interesting. So both Lloyd Chafer and Scott Parkin are going to continue their battle in the pit lane, which is the top two are in then. Also is Ben Walkinshaw, and so also is Liam Creddy carries on. He's not pitting yet. But in comes Lloyd Chafer, in comes Scott Parkin. Now the question is going to be, now you anticipate that they're going to come out pretty much nose to tail again, but of course the question is going to be, in which order? Is it going to be BMW ahead of Audi, or Audi ahead of BMW? Let's wait and see. Oh, one car's pulled off, and that's Dan Blake! Oh, Dan Blake from leading Class D is pulling off on the side of the road. Oh, that's a shame. He was so close to making his pit stop, but he could have possibly had the pace to go on and challenge the Wiggins and Hyde MX-5 for victory in Class D. That's a shame. And out of the car gets Dan. Oh, that's a real heartbreak for him. That was looking good for him in that class, but sadly, whenever it's the commentator's curse, but I've talked him up too much, and he very quickly sprints away. He's been a rugby player in the past, and I wonder if he's quite quick to sprint away from the car. So that's another car fallen by the wayside in Class D, I'm afraid. That means that the lead will go back to, once all the pit stops shake out, it should go back to Wiggins and Hyde in the MX-5 then. And if Kate Morris can carry on, she'll be 3 laps down, but if she carries on, she'll get herself a second place in Class D, which would be quite interesting. So Scott Parkin then, near the end of his very busy weekend at Snetterton. I remind you, 4 hours of Fun Cup racing, 3 Audi TT Cup races, now a 45-minute Club Sport Trophy pit stop race. There goes the Mazda 2, one of the 2 Mazda 2s. They've always been popping up in these races. Great to have the Mazda 2s in the grid. That is the Dougal and Shaw car that's coming out, number 18. Yes, it is. That's the Nick Dougal and Neil Shaw car. Now, the Scott Parkin Audi TT gets going. Is he ahead of the BMW? The answer is, I think he is, you know. He is. Yeah, he's done that. So great work from the Darkside Developments team to finally time that pit stop, and out he goes, and he beats Lloyd Chafer out of the pits. So now it's going to be a straight up fight between these two, I'd imagine, for the victory, unless Liam Criddy can throw his hat into the ring and also be the proverbial cat amongst the pigeons. Speaking of Liam Criddy, he's into the pit lane. Off the road he's gone 518, which is Colin Whitehouse in the BMW Compact. He's made his mandatory stop, bit of a rotation down at Murray's. The only cars, no one else is left to make their pit stop that's still running, because of course Dan Blake's car was showing us having to make a pit stop, but sadly his car has pulled up to a halt, and that was just on the outside, on the exit of Hamilton's onto the grass. And he's pulled it right onto the grass, which should mean that he should be okay in terms of anything there. Now this is intriguing. Straight after the pit stop, Scott Parkin is looking pretty strong indeed. I'm surprised that the BMW's not closer, but maybe just Lloyd Chafer after his pit stop is trying to just go at a steadier pace and get himself back into a rhythm. But that's really interesting. Scott Parkin's got now quite a sizable lead. He was only, what, a second or so, a couple of seconds ahead in the pit stop anyway, so that's very interesting. But Scott Parkin, though, going the right way about, possibly taking an overall win. He's by far and away the top Class B car at the moment. Just waiting for Liam Criddy to finish his pit stop, and we'll give you a proper rundown of where we are with classes. What's intriguing, when Parkin came out, the gap was 1 minute 56 to Liam Criddy. So that means that Criddy was about 4 seconds back anyway, I think. So I will be interested to see what the gap is going to be when they come out. Yeah, pit window is now closed. As we say, Liam Criddy is in pit lane making his pit stop, but he crossed the line obviously before the 15 minutes to go point had elapsed. I think we can probably go to the pit lane, in fact, because Rob Lewis has got a bit of a story for us from pit lane. What have you got, Rob?
So, Scott, I don't know if you've been looking specifically at the pit stop times, but it looks like Scott Parkin, when he left the pit lane, he was perhaps a bit too hasty. The circuit commentary have reported that he left the pit lane 2 seconds too early, and as a result, he could end up with a penalty. So that could decide the outcome of this race. We'll wait and see what happens. Back to you.
Well, that'd be a real shame if it did. Thanks for that information, Rob, for finding out on that one. So apparently, if the circuit comms have got it timed right, potentially, and I hate to say it because no one wants to see the race decided like this, but Scott Parkin might be getting himself a pit stop penalty if he was possibly 2 seconds too short. If the timing from the comms team up in the commentary tower, Kieran McGinley and Jack Rowe, if their stopwatch is accurate, then it might well be a 2 second penalty for Scott Parkin's car. If that's the case, that would be a shame. Now, Liam Criddy's come back out again, and the gap on the timing screen said half a second. So I wonder what's happening with Criddy and Parkin if they're that close together again. And also, the Lloyd Chafer car's really dropped back. He's dropped quite far back in the order. And what's also intriguing is that the gap between them is now, what, 5.4 seconds or so. If Lloyd Chafer keeps on dropping backwards, and if even Parkin gets ahead, he needs to try and see if he can get ahead, and then whatever he is, let's say, does get a 2 second penalty, if he can extend the gap by 2 seconds at least, he might well even keep the victory. That's if he gets a penalty. Let's not speculate if he will or not anymore. Let's just focus on the rest of the race and see if race control throws anything up right at the end of the race, because these penalties do tend to appear, if they get applied, right at the end of the race. So we'll see if he gets anything, and if he does, if he was short on the pit stop, by how much. So now the pit stops have been completed, Let's just see where we are then in terms of class leaders. It's Liam Crilly who has come out of his pit stop showing himself in the lead by half a second from Scott Parker, but it might just be in terms of lap time and where they are. So he leads Class A at the moment. Class B is led by Scott Parker in second place in the Audi TTCR car. He's second overall and leading Class B. Class C is being led by Nick Tasker in the VW Scirocco car 115, and he's just got past again Andrew Bond in the Honda Civic. So it looks like Tasker could be on his way to taking a win in the VW Scirocco. Class D is going to be the Wiggins and Hyde Mazda MX-5 Mark III in 16th place overall, and then just ahead of them is a very strong drive for Chris McGinley, who looks as though he's possibly on his way to pick up a win in Class E in car number 44. There's the Glenn Embury BMW in 4th place overall, 3rd in Class A. Nice strong drive from them. Good work from the BMW pair. Also, he's just ahead of the Honda Civic of Josh Beardsley. He's just ahead himself of the Paul Bancroft car. So the Paul Bancroft Audi TT is actually only a couple of seconds away on the same lap as the BMW, and they're of course in different cars, but these TTs, they can get around. They can really kind of give some slightly faster cars a bit of a run around here, particularly when Lloyd Schaefer was battling away with Scott Parkin. Speaking of Parkin, he's come across the line 3.3 seconds ahead of Liam Crilly. So now the pit stops were shaken out. It is Scott Parkin who leads the way in his Audi TT Cup racing car. It's Crilly second place in the Z4 Coupe, 3rd for the BMW M3 of Lloyd Schaefer, 4th overall for Glennon Embury in the BMW M235i Racing, 5th for Paul Bancroft. That's good effort from him so far, P5. Oh, that's him going up to time for 4th. Oh, don't tell me there's a problem for the M235i. Oh no, not another problem for one of the leaders. It's now the M325i, so now it's the Glennon Embury car that's slowing down. Oh, that's a shame. From 3rd in class and 4th overall. And is it going off into the escape road? Yes, it is. Oh, that's a shame. So off the road goes the BMW, and I'm afraid pulls to a halt, and it's technical problems for that car. Out of it with 10.5 minutes to go. So that means it's up to 4th place goes Paul Bancroft. Up to 5th overall will go Jonathan Hunter. He now takes over the 3rd place in the class, in Class A. Next cars moving up the order, which will be the Evans and Hart Civic into 6th place, Harold and Elborn Civic into 7th. The Nick Tasker Class C leading VW Scirocco will be up into 8th. Andrew Bond will be up to 9th in his Honda Civic. And then it's the Ben Walkinshaw VW Scirocco up into the top 10. So the top 10 is going to be populated, by the looks of things, by a pair of Audi TTs, a BMW Z4 and an M3, 4 Honda Civics, and 2 VW Sciroccos. So if you want to succeed in this Club Sport Trophy race, clearly those are the cars that you need. At least outright, anyway. Of course, it's, if you've got a potent enough car, you can make it right up the front and it's set up well, and technically, almost any car that's eligible to race can do well in Club Sport Trophy, provided it can win it runs well, it can win its class. But there you see there, Scott Parkin in the BMW, in the Audi TT, just here, leaving Liam Crilly to deal with Lloyd Schaefer. Now, these two, of course, are going to be fighting over Class A, because Liam Crilly leads it. Lloyd Schaefer is in 2nd place, might want to get it back again. The gap between Parkin and Crilly at the last time across the stripe was 3.5 seconds. Again, if, it's a big if there is a potential penalty hanging over Scott Parkin, hasn't been applied just yet. Keeping tabs on race control, see if anything comes up. Just showing pit window closed at the moment. So onto the back straight go the 2nd and 3rd place cars overall, and the top 2 in Class A. And again, just look at the power advantage that the M3 has, just breezing past the Z4. But I'm sure Liam Crilly, again, if he's got superior traction and grip around the corner, might try and fight back around the outside, which he does. And that was to be expected. Of course, the aero that will be produced from that front splitter and rear wing certainly playing its own part, but of course on the straights here hasn't got exactly the same kind of horsepower to deal with the straight line grunt of that M3. Probably got an extra, what, 20-30 horsepower within the class. It's enough at least to make sure that it's up there in contention. So there goes Crilly, there goes Schaefer. Now let's see if Schaefer's got enough straight line speed here to try and pull himself level again like he did down the pit straight. Or down the Bentley straight, I should say. There's his I think one of his other family members, Adam Chafer, in another of their team cars. Coming up to the Peugeot 206, which Scott Parkin's about to lap. And again, in towards Ritchie's. Again, better handling and better running into that corner. Just allows the Z4 to hold station. What about into the hairpin here again? Just holding station here in second place here. This is for Class A victory, and again with the straight line speed off the corner, Chafer powers his way through, and by the time they get towards Palmer, he's into the lead then of Class A and second place overall. It looks like at the moment that Scott Parkin has this one at the moment under wraps. Whether or not there is a potential penalty looming over him for a short pit stop, if it was short, we'll wait and see. Back up the inside for the Class A lead goes Liam Crilly. That was pretty straightforward, but again, off the corner, watch the BMW M3 on the left, puts his foot down, has enough pace to go up the inside back into Hamilton. No! Again, the better handling of the Z4. And this is great about Club Sport Trophy. Two different cars that set up for two different purposes. The M3's got all the straight line speed, but doesn't handle as well as the Z4. The Z4's got slightly less power, but it's superior in terms of aerodynamics and grip. And you can see the two differences in the cars, but they're relatively evenly balanced in terms of pits, in terms of actual performance in some cases. That equates to relatively similar lap times in a way. Lloyd Chafer, last time by, just set the fastest lap of the race again, 2 minutes 9.238. It's at least half a second quicker than what anyone else has managed in terms of their personal bests. 6 minutes 20 seconds to go. 2 Honda Civics in contention. Oh, that's a car off. That's Ben Walkinshaw. It's 5th from Class B. Off the road. He was up as high as 10th place, but he's probably dropped behind maybe... At the very least, he's 5th in class, or the rest of the Class B cars are all up there towards the front. Because the 4 cars in front of him are the 2 Audi TT Cup racing cars of Scott Parkin and Paul Bancroft, and then the 2 Honda Civics of Evans and Hart and Harold and Elborn. And that's Brendan Murphy off the road, another car hitting problems. So sadly his Club Sport Trophy race comes to a premature end. There is the Area Motorsport car still battling with the Civics. I think this is for position. These 2 Civics. It's definitely in there the Harold and Elborn car, and I think that's the Evans and Hart car they're duelling with over the final podium spot in Class B. Meanwhile, these 2 can't leave each other alone either. It's Crilly versus Chafer again. What do we expect? Yep, puts his foot down, and the BMW M3 again has the power advantage. Through into Palmer as he goes. Now again, that Z4 will come back at him into the corners, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's the braking zone here at Agostini. It's a lock up there from Scott Parkin as he's pushing. He'll get him back, and as I expected, better on the brakes, better grip, better aero, and straight back into second place overall and into the Class A lead. So these 2 are going to almost fight forever, all the way to checker flag, and this time you saw what they said. Right, I know what you're up to now, Lloyd. Throws the block to the inside line, and this time Lloyd has to back out of it. He's wise to Chafer's tactics because Liam Crilly knows that he's much better in a straight line than he is in that BMW M3. But he knows at the same time that Crilly's got much better manoeuvrability and aero grip in that BMW Z4, and he will not give it up until the checker flag. His objective has to be surely to try and put himself as much of a gap as possible, so by the time they get to the end of the pit straight, when that M3's power kicks in, and he's just edging himself alongside down the back straight, he's basically still fired off alongside and still in a good enough position to hit the brakes and to hold on to the position as they turn in towards Brundle and Nelson. So 4 minutes left in the race now. There's the 241 Pascal and McKee Honda Civic. And I thought this was for position, but it turns out I don't think it is. It's because it's the 143 car that's just behind them, and they're also putting a lap on the Class D leaders. There's the Matthew Footman for Puma being put a lap on, and also there's the little Mazda 2 of Neil Shaw and Nick Dougal. And again, these 2 won't stop battling each other back and forth, I can see, because Chafer, now he'll have the advantage on the straight now. He'll have that straight line speed to pull away by about a couple more car lengths from the Z4. Scott Parkin again turns his way through Ritchie's corner, and again nothing on race control at the moment. They seem to think that his pit stop was at the moment okay, unless there is something brewing in the background. But again, we'll wait and see if there's anything on the timing screen. There goes Nick Tasker in his bright orange VW Scirocco. He leads Class C in 8th place overall, Yet again, off the Wilson hairpin, Schaefer has the better straight line speed. I think even though we're looking at class winners, I think if Rob's listening, he needs to have a chat to both Liam Crilly and Lloyd Schaefer about this battle at the end, because I want to hear both of their sides of the story. We'll have time at the end with the broadcast. We'll have a chat to a few drivers. As there goes Liam Crilly. Ooh, that was close. He went to go for a third move up the inside line, and Lloyd Schaefer had just enough, because there was also the back marker of Matthew Footman's Puma in the mix as well, and that was almost a bit of a collision between the two. Thankfully it wasn't, and Liam Crilly really stood on the anchors enough to prevent an incident there. But the car really much more agile in these tighter and twistier sections, and still potent enough in a straight line to keep Lloyd Schaefer honest through here and getting the power down pretty good. Again, the traction off the corner is much better, but then once the M3's engine kicks in, it's just bye-bye Z4 for a couple of seconds, and away it goes. But watch Liam Crilly really reel him back in under brakes and back through these tighter sections of Brundle and Nelson. Watch how he really eats that gap up once again, particularly in this tight section. And from what was a couple of car lengths, he's almost right back underneath him. So Scott Parkin is going to cross the line this time to start the last lap, not just of the race, but of the weekend here at Snetterton, to conclude our two-day fantastic spring weekend here at Snetterton, to see off spring as we approach the summer months. And great racing all round from everyone involved. And now, as you see here, it's a battle going right towards the end here. They're going to put a lap on Andrew Bond's Honda Civic, second place in Class C. And good run from Andrew, 9th overall as well. He's ahead of the Adam Schaefer Peugeot 206. Scott Parkin turns his way in towards Ritchie's for the final time. Lloyd Schaefer in second place, Liam Crilly in third. But again, I really want to hear from both of these drivers here. In fact, all three, I'm sure, because Scott Parkin had that battle with Lloyd Schaefer. They both pitted together, and it was Parkin who was in front to hold on. But just the better handling of that Audi TT has allowed Parkin to not be the ultimate fastest car out there, but have enough pace to just keep enough of a gap so that Schaefer, if he does start eating into it, doesn't actually gain too much time on him. His last lap was about 7/10 quicker, but I imagine at the moment that Schaefer's so preoccupied with trying to keep the BMW Z4 at bay to hold on to Class A honours, he's not too fussed about trying to catch Scott Parkin. Well, at least probably he is fussed about it, but too busy battling Liam Crilly to try and do anything about it. So last lap of the race then, last chance for Liam Crilly then. Has he got anything left in the tank handling-wise, or braking-wise, or cornering-wise, to try and outfox Lloyd Schaefer on this last lap? There's the 37 Honda Civic. That is the Semprini racing car. And that car at the moment is sat in... Where's that gone on the timing screen? 6th overall and 3rd in Class B. I was looking where it was. It's actually running a very respectable 6th overall. That's pretty good for that. Onto the back straight for the final time. But initially, yes, the Z4 creeps up. It's in the slipstream. But again, the horsepower of that BMW will push it away for a couple more car lengths. But how close can Liam Crilly get here under brakes? Can he get close enough to make a challenge, possibly into the final couple of corners? He's having a look. He's getting close. He almost gives a bit of a love tap into the first part of Brundle, into Nelson, stays close. He'll be a better cornering here through the bomb hole and through Coram as well. Can he set him up for a last gasp move? Slightly sideways, a twitch of oversteer, and here comes Liam Crilly. Can he go for the Class A lead? Meanwhile, into the complex for the final time. He will win Class B in overall for Scott Parkin, but for the Class A lead, round the outside goes Liam Crilly to the inside line for Brundle and Nelson. For Coram, can he make it stick? He can't get it done, and he knows Schaefer has more horsepower. He can't make the move stick, but it's the checkered flag, a victory outright for Scott Parkin in the Audi TT Cup racing car in the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy in Class B in overall. Class A victory in the end does go to Lloyd Schaefer in BMW M3 after two magnificent race-long battles, one with Scott Parkin for the overall lead, and then for the Class A lead with Liam Crilly. Crilly gets 3rd place overall and 2nd in Class A. And now we wait for our class winners. Chris McGinley's also taken the checker flag, so he's confirmed as Class E winner provisionally in the BMW Compact. All provisional, of course, until we get everyone across the line, and just in case there's any penalties or not. The actual race control doesn't show there was any penalty for Scott Parkin, so it looks like Darkside Developments timed it to perfection by the looks of it. So 4.6 seconds was the winning margin in the end. It's going to be a couple more class winners. There's the Neil Shaw and Nick Dougal Little Mazda 2 coming to the line. It's going to finish in 17th and 3rd in Class E. So a class podium for the Mazda. That's pretty neat. Nice tidy drive over the line, and it's home in 17th place. Good drive from them. to get themselves onto the podium. Still 2 more class winners to confirm. We're looking for that's our 3rd place man in Class B, but we're looking for the Wiggins and Hyde number 65 Mazda MX-5 in Class D, and also our Class C winner, which is the bright orange VW Scirocco of Nick Tasker. We've had our 3 more class winners come across. We've of course had Scott Parkin winning Class B, and overall, of course, Class A won by Lloyd Chafer's BMW, and in Class E, of course, Chris McGinley won in the BMW Compact. So 2 more class winners to come to take the checkered flag, and there's a bit of a civic battle going on here. 207 and 241, different classes, but it is for position. Who's going to get 12th place to the line? Is it going to be the Pascal McKee Civic or the Josh Beardsley car? Across the line they come together, and Beardsley just gets it by 37/1000 of a second. So great drag to the line. Here's another class winner. This is now going to be Class D victory for Stephen Wiggins and Steve Hyde. Great drive all race for the Mazda MX-5 Mark III. Strong in qualifying. They'll get 14th place overall, but more importantly for them, it will be a SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy Class D victory for the Mazda MX-5. Well done to Steve and Stephen. And here's our final class winner. Nick Tasker just slowly ambling his way to the line. And a good solid drive keeping out of trouble for him. 8th place overall for Nick, just taking it steady on the last lap. And so our last class winner home, last car home in fact, and it is Nick Tasker. He wins Class D. Not sure if that car slightly wounded at the end, but again, flash of the headlights. He'll be pleased with that. A Class D victory nonetheless for Nick. Great job from him. So there we go. Every single car that was still running at the end makes the checkered flag, and the race is complete. So there's the result then. Scott Parkin wins in Class B and overall in the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy race here at Snetterton. He wins by 4.46 seconds in the end from Lloyd Chafer in 2nd place. Liam Crilly is 3rd. Lloyd Chafer wins Class A, of course, as well. Crilly second in class and 3rd overall. Paul Bancroft 4th. Jonathan Hunter 5th. Evans and Hart 6th, and Harold and Elborn 7th. Nick Tasker wins Class C from Andrew Bond, Adam Chafer, and Ben Walkinshaw, and then Josh Beardsley. Pascal and McKee in 13th overall, and they win their Class C in the 4th place in the Honda Civic Type R. It's Wiggins and Hyde who win in Class D, and that's the Mazda MX-5 in 14th overall. Chris McGinley just behind them in Class E in the BMW Compact. Then Matthew Footman, Badougal and Shaw Mazda 2, Colin Whitehouse BMW, and then we lost, of course, the 45 car of Brendan Murphy, the Glenn Embury BMW, Dan Blake's Renault Clio, and for Rose Bithamoria's car on the first lap, the VW Scirocco. Right, down to the Park Fermi for the final time here this weekend to have a chat to some of our class winners, maybe a few more interesting characters if he finds them. For the last time, the ever-brilliant Rob Lewis to have a chat to our Club Sport Trophy class winners.
Well, there's certainly a bit of variety down here, shall we say, with the power to weight classes. Now, our on-the-road winner, Scott Parkin, a great race in the TT earlier. Yeah. You had to get a bit busy and get this car out, and you've got the win on the road. Certainly, there's a bit of an issue with potentially a short pit stop.
Yeah, I think it was touch and go really. We wanted to get out in front of the BMW, who were just in front of us, and yeah. That was my call though, so it's not the team's fault. I said let's go, and yeah, we might have got a little bit too early. I think I'm here in 1 second or just over a second, which, you know, if that's where it is, I think I'll still get the class win. Because as soon as I came out, Luke said I think we went a bit earlier. So right, I'll just do quality laps every lap, just try and build a gap and just see what happens. So. But that was quite an entertaining battle between yourself and the BMW before the pit stops came. Yeah, definitely. I knew at the start that these guys are on Jerez and Nankangs, and I knew that I would have the advantage at the start until they got them to temperature, so I just went for it hell for leather, and then the BMW seemed to just cook its tyres part way through the race. I still had the grip, so that's why in all the twisty stuff I could keep on him. Obviously on the straights it just blasted straight past me, but yeah, in the twisty stuff managed to keep with him. So yeah, not much between us over a lap, but yeah, pretty exciting. All in all, another entertaining weekend. Yep, definitely. Absolutely fantastic. Well, congratulations, some good results there, Scott, some great racing. Lloyd Chafer in the BMW M3, so an entertaining race. Talk us through it from your perspective.
Very. I'm not amazing at standing starts, I don't profess to be, so I did make a little bit of a hash of it. But I managed to get away in 4th, I think. First, up to the run-up to the pit stops, I was catching Liam and catching Scott, which was quite a workout. It was quite a challenge, and then I think me and Scott, I was just ahead of Scott as we pitted. He came out the pit slightly ahead, and he got a little bit ahead, and then lap afterwards Liam came out, and then it was chasing Liam for the rest of the race. So really good fun though.
Fantastic. Well done on a fabulous race there. It was entertaining to watch, certainly at the front. Liam Crilly in the BMW Z4. Great race from yourself. It's a BMW, but not as we know it. Talk us through the race from your perspective.
Well, for starters, it's my 200th race. So I've had the race I was hoping for ever since I built this car, honestly. So yeah, good start. It gets off the line really well, but I didn't think I was going to hang on to back of Scott. Did my best, but tyres were... I thought I'll try and get 45 minutes out of the tyres rather than 10. So we settled in a little bit and just tried to keep... And then they started battling, and I thought, oh, yes, thank you. I'll do that. And then I've got to jump in the pits, and I got balked, and I had to go out and do one more lap before I came in. Saw Scott zoom out and thought, maybe, but no. And then I saw that, I thought, oh, we must have jumped the M3, and we had. And then I saw him coming. And then, I don't know, what was that, 4 laps, door handle to door handle? That was mega.
Proper racing.
Mega, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a great result there. Now, there's one lady I want to go and speak to because Kate hasn't had the best weekend. She blew an engine up in testing. They got a new engine sorted by actually buying another car, and it's a bit of a miracle she's got out onto the grid, so I wanted to grab a couple of words for her.
Please excuse the state of me.
Absolutely fine. I've seen worse. How has the weekend been for you? It's been eventful, hasn't it?
It's not been my favourite weekend, not going to lie. Yeah, we had engine failure in testing on Friday and had real problems trying to find a replacement engine. So in the end, I had to buy another car as a donor car. So we've taken the engine and gearbox out of that one, put it in this one. And then in practice this morning, the clutch went, in testing, not testing, qualifying. Yep. In qualifying, the clutch went, so we only managed to complete 4 laps of qualifying, and we couldn't find another clutch. The slave cylinder had gone, so we've replaced the slave cylinder but had to put the old clutch back in, so the race was horrific. I couldn't do a racing start. It was slipping in every corner, but we've made it. We're here. That's the main thing, and we're second in class. So, yeah, I think I'm going to go home and be pleased with the weekend, but it's going to take a minute for it all to sink in, I think.
It's a bank holiday tomorrow, so at least you've got the day to just kind of sit back, reflect on it, plan ahead and go for the next one.
For sure, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, thank you to everybody who helped us in the search for an engine on Friday. I know a lot of people made a lot of phone calls to try and get us sorted, so thank you very much to everybody who helped with that.
No worries, pleasure to speak to you there. So that concludes our roundup of the top 3 on the road, certainly, and we had a bonus interview there with Kate Morris as well. And that rounds up really our racing weekend, and certainly the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy, a lovely little endurance race for you to feast your eyes on to wrap up that weekend. That's all from me, Robert Lewis. It's been a pleasure to cover all the interviews, jump into the commentary box with Scott yesterday to cover the Fun Cup, and from me it's goodbye, but for now I'm going to hand you back to Scott that's going to close the show out. We'll see you at the next one.
All weekend. Thank you very much indeed, both on pit reporting and post podiums, and of course on comms as well. And also thank you to Jamie Peters-Dennis yesterday for his efforts in pit lanes for Fun Cup. Big thank you to all the champions and series that have raced this weekend. So from the top, Nankang Thai BMW Compact Cup, the Fun Cup Endurance yesterday, which was an amazing 4-hour endurance race that we had there. Thank you to the 500 Owners Association, wonderful racing from them for their 2 races. Audi TT Cup for their 3 races, National Formula Ford, and of course on top of that today, the Evolution Trophy with the Cook Sport Renault Cup, with the Classic VWs and Classic TTs, and the Mazda MX-5 Mark IVs, the MG Metro Cup as well, and the Club Sport Trophy. Everyone that took part this weekend, thank you very much for the support. Thank you, of course, to all of our fantastic Orange Army. Our marshals in wonderful weather have been very hardy on both days. Great efforts from them, of course. Thanks to all our officials, to our volunteers, to everyone that's watched trackside, everyone that's watched at home on the stream. Thank you very much as well. And thanks to our production team as well, to Digitex, to Barry Welch, and everyone else involved in that too. Thanks to Rob Lewis, thanks to Jeremy, our camera guy, and to everyone that's been involved this weekend for BRSCC and everyone across the board. If you want to keep tuned for all of our live stuff coming up in the rest of the season, be sure to hit the subscribe button and also to hit notifications so when we go live next time, you'll get all the action. Next live action for BRSCC is another big one. It is the next round of TCR UK, a one-day thrash around Alton Park on the Island Circuit. You'll get TCR UK and Civic Cup on their respective YouTube channels on the BRSCC channel. It is all Fiestas. It's Fiesta Juniors, it's Fiesta ST150s and ST240s. That is on Saturday, June 10th. Be sure to get subscribed for that. It's going to be a fantastic day's worth of racing. But until then, from myself, Scott Woodward, from all of us here at Snetterton, thank you very much for watching. Subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you for more action live in a couple of weeks' time at Alton Park here from the British Racing and Sports Car Club. But for now, have a safe weekend, have a great bank holiday Monday, and we'll see you next time in a couple of weeks. Bye for now.